people? What up? What's happening? What's crapping in mofos? I fixed my chair after like months of like slowly breaking. Feels like a brand new chair now. Relax. You're staying with me, pup. You're not going anywhere. So what's up? What's up? Who's out there? How you guys doing? What's life like? Life good? Everything's treating you right? I think I'm gonna start with some Minecraft because it's relaxing. Stop it. You're not eating this chair. Cut it out. Bop, bop. Bop, bop. Ooh, cut it out. Cut it out, puppy. Cut it out, cut it out, cut it out. Cut it out, cut it out, cut it out. I feel like I'm sitting all super high too. Turns out it was like the base, like the wheels part that connects to the bottom. One of the welds was like all fudged up. This is a super cheap chair. It's a gaming chair bought for $100, where like the quality ones are like $500. No idea. All right. Bam, bam, bam. Minecraft mofos. Come on, mouse. Where you at, mouse? Come on, PC. I ain't got time for this shit. Cut it out. Why are we crying, Opie? Come on. Come on, man. Did I mail this to myself? Did I send it to myself? I did. It's alright. It's alright, people. It's alright. Relax. Calm down. It's alright. I did it. 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 It's cool. Alright. Opie doggy. Facebook is freezing up. That's cool. That's what I like to see. I like it. I like it a lot. I usually have a thing in the back to keep me. I'm gonna have to go get that, I think. Why is Facebook not working? Why is Facebook not working? Facebook. You seagrass to attract something. I missed that. Baby turtles will drop scoots. They'll drop scoots. Yeah, Facebook is just like not loading it up. I don't know what's happening. Why are you sucking, Facebook? Creations. I think it's a PC only game. Oh yeah, Apocalypse is the Battle Royale version of it. Come on, Facebook, you can do this. I know you can, bro. Come on, bro. You're my bro, Facebook. Oh, it might be working now. Turn off that widget. Alright. Looks like Facebook's working. Hop on some Mercules for the cut that. There we go. Now let's get to this posting. I'm not gonna be doing Minecraft all night. That's good enough. Way up, way up. No, no, no. Things going down, way up, way up. No, no, no. Stop by and say hi, mother fudgers. If I could spell, that'd be great. Great. Come on, man. Why are you not? Oh my God. Come on, phone. Come on, phone. Stay up, stay up. I feel like it's good enough. It's been long enough I've been standing here, so let's do this. No, 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 no. Oh yeah, I was going... I was exploring. Alright, so I need more... Why can't I make... Oh, I need sticks. Gots to make the sticks first. Boom, boom. Making all the sticks. Make. Make. Actually, do we have... I want to make some shears to... Actually, no. I need steel to make shears. Or iron. I need iron, not steel. I need iron. Here we go. And an enchanted book. Damn, Zeddy was really like putting work in. God. Hate that I am this way. I'm a low life. I'll take 2 of those. 1 of those, 'cause I don't really know what to do. What's my inventory? So I need pants, shoes. I don't blame myself. So do that. Do that. Oh, definitely need some. Probably enough. Yeah, 40 will be good. And I am this way. Be okay. I'm learning how to love myself. I'm a reject. It's okay, I hate everyone else. Put that there, and the coal there. So that's good. We're going exploring to the other islands. Everyone else. I hate everyone else. I hate everyone else. Oh, this is where I landed before. I built that thing so I could see it. What is this? Is it sunken ship or some shit? Or a submarine? Very curious. Is there a light down there? I don't know, we gotta find it. Right here, what? This is crazy. What is that? Whoa. I don't know. I know those dolphins will mess me up, but there's like a shark stuck in that thing. And I don't know what that is. And it might just be a fish that's like... Oh no, nope. It's definitely coming to me. Definitely was like shooting something at me. Oh my god, what is that? Oh my god. Get out, get away from me, get away from me, get away from me. I don't know what they did to me. I don't know what it did to me. Now I have like a spoon symbol. Don't know what it means. I'm not prepped to go do that craziness. Much as I want. Oh, you know what? I don't have a map. I may never find my way back home. I might just have to like build a base and live out here. Who knows? Nowadays. Actually, yeah, I gotta go grab my back thing. I will BRB. Who's a dummy? I'm a dummy. You're a dummy? Dopey Opie. Watch out, Dopey Opie. Watch out, Dopey Opie Opie. Opie Dopey Opie Dopey. What happened? This is what happens. Tough ain't enough. This is what happens. This is what happens. I'm still like smoking or some shit. Cut it out, Opie. You're fine. Oh wait, this isn't just sand? What is this? Oh, whatever's on me is like making it slow. Come on, man. Can I not mine at all? Oh, this is killing me. My like maybe I can eat that stuff. No, I can't eat it. Damn, man. Oh, I'm better. There we go. That's what I'm talking about right here. Need to make like a giant like thing so I know which direction to head. Tearing right through that. So I'm talking about super relaxing. Repetitive sound and motion. But we'll be switching to Apex as soon as some people hop on, like Grim or Zero or whatever. Damn, almost wore out my shovel. Yep, there goes the shovel. I only got one shovel left. So I gotta make this kind of... Get my way back down to the bottom. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so I want to go here, and I want to follow the coast around to the left. I can't really go far. But I need to get some woods. So let me get some food real quick. Are you freaking out, horse? You scared me, horsey. Hey, little baby horse. Little baby horse. Come here, baby horse. You didn't give me nothing. Bam, bam. Oh, that's a wizard. I don't want to fight a wizard. Oh, I thought it wasn't gonna blow up. Guess I was getting too frisky. Punching you. Oh, oh, there's another one. Oh wow, the shears tear right through these things. Oh, I love it. Oh yeah, man, I like it a lot. Had no idea what the shears were for, but yeah, they get through that in one hit. Oh yeah, look at me go, man. Oh, I'm digging them. No, I broke my shears already. I definitely didn't bring in anything to make more shears. Come on, come and get it. Come and get it, spider. What I thought, punk. Get out of here, spider. I ain't got time for you. Ah, come on, bats. I hate the bats. you call me? What's up? No, she's not calling me. I'm pretty sure she is calling me. Come on, Bat. Come and get it, Bat. See, I hate this. I gotta wait for this dude to come down and like, there we go. I am not doing so hot here. Come on, man. Still so many resources. What is happening over here? What is all these things? I'm gonna just for need a bunch of wood. set that fire. I don't know if peeling them first does anything. I don't think so. Takes a little bit longer and creates a second thing. Different thing I'm storing in my inventory. Yeah, man, the shears were nice. Could fly right through that. I need to go find a bunch of iron. Okay. Come my way. Yeah, the shears are like 1, 2, and it's going. I don't battle rappers. I'm still battling obesity. I don't battle rappers. I'm still battling obesity. Alright, so I was already over here digging this shit out. Body, fucking with me. Iron, nice. Molly, I'm gonna get your body. Fucking with me. Have a rap. Nearly on my back. Whole world on my shoulder. Whole world on my shoulder. I swear I got the. So much stone. Yo, what up? Lots of stars. Bum, 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 bum. Not myself. Who's the man in the mirror? I breathe. So much stone, man, not enough iron. Not even sure if this is the way out. Seems to be. What was that? It sounded like a rat or something. Shit, I just had like a cave in. I heard you, I just didn't know where you were, mother. Now that just caved in, I don't know. Oh, wait. Huh. What is happening over there? You guys having a party over there? What's... Oh, jeez. Oh, what do they do? Oh, that's a creeper. That's a creeper. I just found a bunch of iron now. Come on, bro. Damn, mother bitches. I hear you. I don't see you though, bro. I'm gonna get all this iron now. was more somewhere, I thought. There's a whole bunch. There's some. I hear something moving around. There we go. Get plenty of this shit done. Yeah, man, give me all this iron. Damn it. I'm in love with the things you do. What up, Zeddy? Welcome to the Shite Show. I'm in love with the chain remove. Hold up for a minute, hold up for a minute, hold up for a minute.
I never said I'm the nicest guy in the world, but I'd rather die for my girl. I'ma buy a diamond and pearl, and that don't mean it.
shape of you.
But it's not just that though. It's also the way you move. I'm thinking we should get a drink. Hold up down by the water. This ain't your average girl, man. It's somebody.
I have no idea where I am, which way I'm even facing.
How they fuck up every time and claim they tried their best. That's until they realize they try to cry through text. If I seen them in person, I put those guys in check. I don't know when it's perfect. I don't think I'm the best. But am I someone you can call up and rely on? Yes. But I got
Here we go.
no problem. I was hoping you can help. It's 10:30 right now. I got a show to do at 12. And I need some company or I'll be going by myself. The promoter just called and said the venue's selling out. Let's go. I'm in love with the
Shape of you. Love the things you do.
I'm in love with the way you move. I'm in love with the shape of you.
Hold up for a minute. Hold up. Hold up for a minute. I said, hold up. Hold up for a minute. Hold up for a minute. Shape of you. I'm in love with the things you do. It's talkie time, man. Boom, 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 boom. So I need feathers to make arrows. So I figured out what the shears do. They do this. They get rid of all this bullshit around the trees that I hate doing. My OCD makes me do. Get rid of that in one click. Click delete. Click. You can even do two if you get them at the right angle. Boom. So I'm digging this. Boom, boom. Need to like find a place to get a whole lot of iron, so I can make a whole bunch of these. And then you can also like pick up these tree branches. Get down, Opie. Get down. You can't be up here. Come on. Get down, get down, get down. Thank you, Opie. Thank you, Opie. No. No, 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 no. Damn. Do it, gonna love it.
Going out with a bang, now fucking and worry about the culture. You ain't gotta worry about me, I'm a zombie. My life for the night, I'm a rap for my team. I'm sitting down, I'm still in these streets.
This just takes too long to beat it down with a stick. It doesn't wear the stick out though, so it's free tree abuse.
Hey guys, what's good? It's your girl Mabel, and you can listen to my new album.
Shut up, Mabel.
On YouTube Music.
I got time for your bullshit, Mabel.
Yeah,
Take that shit somewhere else.
all bars, no hooks, man. Just felt like rapping right now. I got bored and wanted to talk to you guys for a second, you know what I'm saying? Let's go. I ask myself, like, how'd I get so lucky? This shit's so gully. I swear I feel a big storm coming. They pissed off, fuck 'em. I'm busy making hits all summer. Got Rick Ross money now. Funny things I did not dumb it down. For the sake of the industry, y'all can say that I'm ignorant. I just can't be as similar as these gimmicks they giving you. I've been marketing myself. My agility fit for this. Don't be silly. I really just made a milli off interest. You ain't hard as a facade. Y'all are literally impotent. This is bars out the gym. Come and get you a membership. Y'all are snitching for attention. But I think you need evidence. You just say it if it rhymes. I am really a lyricist. I'm that needle full of dope. But the tip is sterile. So when you stick it in your arm and get that hit full of heroin, you'll catch hepatitis with it. So just sit there embarrassed. The symptoms are terrible. Give up. I don't think that it's bearable. I'm a different kind of beast. An undescribable breed. They doing shit that get clicks, but still ain't viral as me. And the light poles on. So now you ain't allowed in the street. You got a problem? We can solve it. Let the counselor speak. We came a long way from
It just takes forever to do it without the shears, man.
something that you not and this ain't cosplay. They style now it's easy on my tail like a car chase. Get the point like the tip of a shark blade. I'm not saying Ron James is a shot. Y'all are not safe when I'm playing. About to drain 05. I got faith in the game. Put hot stakes on my name. No, I'm not Drake. I'm not Wayne. But my albums up there selling like hotcakes. I'm just saying more butane on the frame. This is arson at its finest. Every verse so fucking hard. I bet you'll probably remind this rapper's pussy. If you saw this part of the vagina, I'm the barber. Get a line up and a scar across your eyelids. It's a throwaway bars. I do this shit when I'm bored. So just imagine if you really get me triggered, it's war. This is where, not the type of shit you get for the store. I need a crib in Bora Bora with some different decor. I just put it towards the world, 100 cities for sure. And then went right back to the studio to give them some more. Hey yo, it's Brenda had a baby, that was actually me. My mom's name's really Brenda, I ain't capping my cheek. I'm thinking my higher power, they hating the guys and cowards. I waited and saw the outcome, I'm raising a mile language. Grateful despite the fact that these haters pray on my downfall every week to no release. They know I'm the one to down on, that's the difference. This shit is just a hobby for these dudes, this shit's all I think about. Try walking in these shoes, you probably trip on your laces and break your hip on the pavement and have to get a replacement. So please don't think we're the same when I'm trying to sin with the greatest. And all your shit is outdated, it's entertainment. Y'all suck a dick to get famous, I'm not them.
Y'all just suck a dick to get famous.
I got bored and decided to give you 48 bars. Whatever. Now you know what it is, man. I do this shit for fun, I'm not even trying. 29 people, I got 2020 vision already, baby. Okay, I'm killing it. Okay, I'm killing it. story about a friend that I can't leave untold. Cause it bugs me every day and I can't keep control. He's got a daughter, he never gets to see her old. She's 3 years old, but her mom's heart is freezing cold. So she needs from home without a sign of remorse. The only option that he has is to go find and record. I know that what you feel is hard to try to ignore, but you ain't alone, dog. Just know that there's all kinds of support from the other guys in the world that have been going through the same as us.
What do you want, Opie? What do you want, Poppy? You gotta get down. You can't get up here. You can't get up on my lap. Watch your head. Thank you. No, Opie. You gotta stay down. There's a Skelly. We see the Skelly down there. Now run from that motherfucker. See what that makes. That's andesite. I think it's gonna make smooth stone.
Let's go. Driving back
saying nothing. Fuck up when you talking to me. Finish my Takis that I had. Oh. Eat that. Nom, 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 nom. What is going on? Nope. There we go. Get out of here, okay? This one the Porsche. Contracts. You want that. There we go. Now I can cut all this tree down. Jesus. Work? No work? Work? Yo, work? I'ma look like. Lord, man. Fuck is you saying?
this spinach. 25 like a young Vince Carter. The world pissed off that Trump's in office, so I double my investment and cut my losses. And I'm sorry if I'm out fucking come out Boston. I've been trying to find a way to relax. I'm debating now. I'm in the cave in a mask. Fucking I'ma cover my whole face with a stash. I'm up in the illusion, a race and a rap. I'm getting too ahead of myself. Chain hang around my neck like a rapping bell. My money so long, I get separate account. Gang squad on the show trying to figure me out.
It's a big ass tree. I feel like I've been deforestation in this tree for like since the 90s. Man, so much effort to get up there and do that. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Everybody know my name now.
Had to keep my head up straight, no more
Head way, lay down.
Everybody know my face. Everybody know my name now. Had to keep my head up straight, no more dead weight. Birthday on my way down. On my way down. Way down.
Way down.
On my way down. On my way down. Way down. On my way down. Give me on my PayPal. Same shit for the same town. Got back for the trip.
Blank bow.
Lately I just feel like I'm regretting. Feel like I just want 100 grand out the bag. Ain't a big name, not a big name. Stainless. I carried all the way to see how far that I can take it. Anxious, feel it in my blood. Those late nights, that liquor in my cup. 2 bottles there, and I still don't get a buzz. All these chains on me, got 'em thinking I'm a blood. Okay, if you say so. Getting pounds, getting euros, getting pesos.
Uh-oh, why did this end?
Whether we put our own people on the payroll, they get us.
Facebook just ended. Did I get striked? Why did this just get... I should get a message from somebody if it's because of copyright strike. Doing it because I'm a big fan of Mercury's. I figured small enough that like that wouldn't happen. I don't know. So Facebook's down for now. I'm gonna restart before I go to Apex. What's up, then?
Just killed a fucking bug in the hallway.
Oh, gross.
I think it might be a baby lanternfly.
Oh, those things are super invasive. That kind of
Yeah.
looks like a ladybug without red.
But like the way its wings are spread, that's how the lanternfly is. But there's no red under it, but it's a baby. But like, what if one hitched a ride on my fucking bag and I infected fucking
You
Levittown?
killed Levittown.
You've never seen that before, right?
No. But there was a tree. The picture when you showed me was a picture in Bucks County or Berks County or something. So like they're already up here. So you didn't do it. Be more likely that it navigated from there. Well, it might be, but it's more likely if it is that it came from. It flew from Berks County. You didn't single-handedly kill Levittown. I promise you. Come here. Alright, I need that. Alright. So it's been enough of, let me just get this straight. It's been enough Minecraft. I think it's time to go Apex. What don't I need? I guess I can leave that there. And get all that other stuff.
He's sleeping in his crate. Think I can bring him out?
Yeah.
Don't harass your brother. Oh, I'm sorry. Can I just do that?
Yeah. Thank you. This is what I should have done. Oh, I need to go get that. Definitely need that. And this black wool. So I can see this area no matter where I am. Oh. Oh. Is he like a baby? What the? Get up, 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 get up. Yeah, punk. Yeah, punk. Yeah, punk. Boom. Motherfucker. Hey, what's up, Sacred Fades? What's happening, man? How you doing tonight? Sorry, I was trying to figure out my Facebook stream just got cut off. So I was working on that. Oh, what? What? How'd you get in here? How'd you get in here? Alright, I could have sworn I shut that. Could have sworn I shut that. What's going on, Secret Fade? What's happening? I'm actually gonna be switching to something else soon. Oh, I'm not. Miss Jones is playing Minecraft. See, somebody was just on 36 minutes ago. Bam, 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 bam. No, phone's like freezing. Not working out too well for me today. This is crazy music. Yeah, I don't know why the Facebook cut off. Plan on going to Apex. I don't know, maybe I go to... Maybe I go to Remnant? I don't know. Bad North, what was that? Your home is under attack. The king is dead in the hands of the Viking invaders. Hope is a distant glimmer in the fog, fading fast with every passing moment. As you rise to take your father's place as ruler, it will fall to you to stage your defenses. But make no mistakes, this is no fight for victory, but a desperate grasp for survival. Not what I wanted to hear. It's like it. Let's just retweet that, Joan. To the gunfight dungeon crawler found a band of misfits keeping a shoot dodgeable and table flip their way in personal absolution by reaching. Oh, actually, let me go into the. Let me check that Joan out in store. Oh, I could just pop on some Blair Witch for a little bit. I mean, who knows? It's Free Play Friday. I can do whatever I want. You know what I mean? I can switch from this to that to that to this to this to that to that to that to that to that. That does not tell me anything about it. Alright, so it's a side scrolling. Okay. I figured that when there's that much effort put into like an animation of it, it's not. Yeah. That's a hard no for me. Looks crazy. Not in a good way.
Peggy 7.
No, did you play
I
Minecraft?
was, but I was planning on switching to Apex at some point. So
Y'all Minecrafted out?
no, not really. I just it's Free Play Friday, so I put in my post that I'm going to be playing both.
Yeah, I did see that.
And also, Facebook stopped my stream for whatever reason. So I need to restart it anyway, so I figured no time like switching time to restart, you know what I mean?
$5 challenges. So I realized, wait, okay, so there's 3 days left to this event thing, right?
Okay.
Well, the
Yeah.
season.
Oh, Mr. Ozzy!
That badge, I
I'm
thought
listening.
I'd get that badge at 100. Turns out it's at 110. And I'm at 108, so I'm close. I don't even really want the badge, but it gives me
Yeah.
something to do.
Yeah, Mr. Ozzy, we could use a third.
Ram, right?
Yeah.
Ozzy's Ram, right? That was Ozzy's
No.
real name? No,
I don't know what.
that's just his Twitch
Yeah,
name or something.
yeah, his mixer name. I don't know what his real name is. I think it's Ram. But his streaming name is Ozzy.
Yeah, I think it might have been Ram Revor. Yeah, I think. Because he is French, right?
No, he's
And he
Australian.
lives in Germany. I think that's what he said, right?
He's
Or
Australian and lives in Germany.
Australian.
Yeah.
But he lives in Germany. He lives in.
There he
okay,
is.
Okay. Yo, Ram. Ram.
Ramston Mofo.
Hey there, Ram.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe his mic's messed up. Oh, there he is.
Sorry about that. I had the wrong headset plugged in. Yep. And yeah, Grim, my real name is Ram.
Oh, okay. Yo, so wait, are we in my party or your party? Like
mine.
I
lobby.
don't know.
Because I can't
okay,
ready
so
up,
yeah.
and it says playlist unavailable. Okay, now I can ready up. Okay. You didn't select something,
Yeah,
maybe
it
I
was
guess.
on-
I don't know.
The regular Apex.
Oh, we're doing ranked
Yeah.
now. Nice.
It was some weird shit I've never seen. I don't know. Like where it says ranked leagues, it said playlist unavailable, and there was no be cancel thing underneath. It was all grayed out. And
Yeah,
It's
It's gonna
Yeah.
take us a couple of minutes to find ranked
Yeah, you know what?
mechanic. Because a lot of people have
Yeah,
stopped
let's
playing
warm up
rank.
with regular.
Like
I haven't
literally.
played all day today. So
Yeah.
let's-
Last time I tried to play ranked, I was in the ranked queue for 5 minutes.
Yeah, I ain't got time for that.
yeah, me and Zero were in there for a while last night. No, 2 nights ago.
Mechanic, do you mind if I
No,
start streaming?
absolutely. Stream all day, every day.
Thanks,
I
man.
mind. No, I'm just kidding. Good. Taking bong rips, man.
Yeah, I was
Wish I wake up and just like, oh, it's 6. Mechanic
Yeah.
should be on.
which streams I was looking to switch games a couple minutes ago, so I was going through like my friends list, and it said that Zero was on like a half hour ago or something. But like I checked when I got on.
Oh, yeah?
No, he's not
So-
on one. I checked when I got on, and he wasn't on. Pretty sure I didn't see him on.
What? The season 3 launch trailer is
Yeah,
already
it's
out.
pretty awesome.
No, you didn't see it? It's like fire.
No, I'm gonna watch it now.
It's going to be a
Mm-hmm.
whole new map. Not just changes to this one, or a different
Yeah.
planet or something.
Holy shit.
Nice, easy first game. to win.
Oh, it's like. I'll watch it later. But just that start
Yeah, it's
looks
pretty
so
good.
fucking
It looks
amazing.
pretty awesome.
I'm actually
Yeah, it does
so,
look very cool.
I'm so sad when this is gonna be gone.
Yeah, hopefully it's an option to choose
Well-
where you want to go. That'd be cool.
It is. You can still play the original map. You know it, right? You can pick it.
You can? Oh,
Yeah,
thank
you can
God.
play the map before
How
this
do you
one.
pick it?
It's in like the lobby.
What?
Pretty sure it's somewhere. For sure, yeah. It's an option. You can go back to the original.
I don't think
I don't
so
think
either.
so.
You can for sure. I'm telling you, I know for sure. 100%.
Have you knocked somebody down with a knock star? I don't have a gun yet.
All right, I only have a
Oh, there's
triple
a.
pick.
Come grab this. No, sorry. Come grab
Yes,
this
yes,
mechanic.
yes,
the
yes,
peacekeeper.
yes. I pinged a shield for you, Mr. Ozzy.
Just
Okay.
got one.
Oh,
Coming.
I lit it off by accident. Shit.
On the way. Nice. You
Where are
just
they?
gave
one?
me
In
my
there?
kill. Thank you.
There's 3 people down. so I guess there's 2 squads here, unless one is a gold.
Oh shit! I just
Yeah, there's
put
two
my thing
zones.
up by accident. Fuck. There's back here.
They're above me.
Nice.
Got him. Oh shit! Shit.
Up the
Where are they
upstairs.
at?
I'll get him.
Nice.
I'm getting so good with aiming now. I don't know why.
Well, I don't think you're ever bad at it.
Yeah, we're.
Oh,
As far as
bro.
I know.
You should have seen me when I first started playing.
I got a med kit if somebody needs it.
Ah, I've got it. I've got it.
I'm proud of
There's a
it.
blue
Here's
vest
someone.
over here.
Yeah. I'm up here with you.
Blue vest, I'll grab it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, plus energy ammo. Nice. I'm gonna run havoc and
Right here.
alternate this
There's
game.
a heavy. You're running what? Havoc and energy and heavy, you said?
And havoc and alternator.
Okay.
Alright, then
So
here
energy
you go.
I need a bag
Ooh.
would be swell.
Dropping the rest of the energy down here. I could use select fire. For the show.
Oh, that's, I meant to ping
Yeah, I'm using heavy and light.
Some
meant
light
to
ammo.
ping
Like that.
that.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh.
Wait,
you
why is
grabbing
my
it?
volume so fucked up? Okay, volume's fixed
Was that you Why'd you
because I'm used to playing Minecraft.
Yeah, my volume was broken for days, man.
Yeah,
Oh, so change the buttons.
well, no,
then
I
again.
like it this way. It's just I'm used to playing. I was just playing Minecraft for whatever. You know what I mean? So I'm used to A jumping, but that'll fix itself. Finally, a bag.
Oh, yeah. I'll take the flat one.
Oh, sniper stock. I'll take that.
Yeah, I've already got a purple.
Damn.
There's that for you, mechanic, as well.
Yeah, buddy.
People right there, he's going for
Okay.
the respawn.
Nah, let me get this flat line real quick.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
start pushing a bit because it's
I'm
just
right
a
behind
single.
you. Well, I'm not right behind you, but
Alright.
I'm like halfway.
I'm right behind you.
I'm not
Like,
sure if he
Oh,
is
there's a
going for the
bag?
respawn, but
Shit,
he
I didn't
literally
see that.
dropped on the respawn.
Oh, I dibs it. I wasn't sure if I did. I just double checked
Oh
that.
yeah, I just saw it on the map. I'm like, shit.
Oh, I just picked up a 3x scope if you want it.
I got
Picked up
one.
by accident.
Thank you know.
Because he's landed up here. Probably
No,
landed
I thought I picked it up. Oh,
Ring's
I
coming.
put it on. No, what? I don't have it.
I don't know where he went.
It's all good. I got one.
Let's see. Do we have to go really far or what? Oh shit, we have to go real fucking far, dude. I'm not gonna go to the balloon. Probably should, but
Yeah. It'd be better to run, I think.
I'm just gonna try to stay out of the storm.
It's a good plan.
So are we running back to
Yeah,
corner
that's what I'm
market
doing.
or what? Is that the plan?
There's people fighting. There's people. Yeah.
Cliff.
Yeah, I'm running back corner so we don't get pinched.
I see.
That's what the blind man said when he picked up his hammer and saw.
Ouch. Where's my fingers?
Sounds like someone's just out here.
There's some Watson fences out here.
Hit him 63. Oh, I
Where are they?
think but he didn't get
Okay.
it. Right here. Behind you, Glenn. Oh, Oh, of course he's first.
Fuck, I hit him for like 90 damage. Motherfucker.
Ah, my gun.
Yeah.
I did my ultimate and then
Oh my god, they're all so low.
reloaded in his face.
They're all on like 50 HP.
Hey.
Oh yeah, I'll be back in a second,
Yep.
please.
Alright.
I'm ready up.
What?
There you go.
Oh. You and Opie? You? Oh. I didn't realize you took them out of here. Nice. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. And you said you're gonna take them? Yep. What's up, Chibs? You having fun out there? Hanging out with Opie and Mom?
Good old man. Yeah, so I put some.
Right, because he's a pain in the ass.
But I mean, we were like literally like all this close to each other the whole time, and it was like 3 times. And it was a while ago, since I was an hour. I watched a couple episodes of the TV show.
Nice. Sounds like fun.
I don't want to push it.
Alright.
I don't want to take it to bed.
Alright.
But I'll be in here, lock us up. But you can free open.
Yeah, if you're gonna lock Chibs up, Opie can be safe.
I don't. It still needs to be soon, I think.
I would know. My spider sense would be tingling.
Your
My
spider.
spider senses. I'm a superhero.
What the actual? You wish.
Dude, you don't know what I do during the day. I hero supers.
Yeah, you don't
Yeah.
know he's not.
You can't prove I'm not a giant crime-fighting pumpkin.
I'm quickly gonna watch your stream mechanics so you get an extra
My
viewer.
man, pots and pans. Had a couple people pop in for
Oh, I'll have to do it like halfway through.
for Minecraft, but I was so wrapped up in it that like they left before I noticed.
I don't. Why does it always make me watch myself? Isn't that about?
Yeah, it's like, hey,
An ego
you're
boost?
streaming. You're
Hey, you like
yeah.
watch
It's like
yourself,
no,
'cause you have no
no,
friends.
bro. You watch me, bro.
Maybe because a lot of people watch themselves just so they
Yeah,
Huh.
like why? Like it gives you like a pop up when you log. Like I don't understand it. Instead of just like allowing me to go to,
Or instead of going like you are live and well, I guess because it does have the thing.
Wasn't there another
yeah,
vest?
there's
The
Oh,
unlike the share link. And
yeah,
again,
one disappeared.
I'll take it. I already
you
picked
beat
it.
me
How
to
do you
it.
feel?
feels sad about
I'm
it.
closer. Here's how I feel about it.
Leaving game now.
Logging out.
Logging out, boys. Dropship just outside. We could go for it. Wait, where does it stop though? Oh, it stopped. We can't get to. Can't get it. We just said, oh. There you go. Mechanic Xbox Free Play Friday.
That was a long bow. I missed it.
Free play Friday.
How am I not following? I don't get it. You know, I've been following for ages. It keeps on coming up saying I'm not following.
You better start following, bro.
Who?
He's not following
Me?
me.
Following what?
There you go.
That's
Yeah, hold
just
on.
weird.
Yeah. Alright, my bad. Fucking. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, fucking Opie. I just heard Kim like scream like, I don't even know if she said babe or Joe or whatever. So I jumped up. I thought the dogs were fighting, and I guess they kind of were. They were out in the yard, and Opie was on the tie out and Chibs is free, but they both have leashes on after the fight that they had the other day. So Opie grabs Chibs' leash and starts running. So it's like pulling him. So then like Kim went to grab Opie to like correct him, and then Chibs turned around and like started fucking him up. So I don't know if they were playing.
Wait, who was on the leash? Opie was on
back
the leash, and Chibs was pulling Opie's leash?
Opie
What
was
was
on
you
the
saying?
tie out, but they both have leashes on.
Oh, and
Yeah,
the steak thing.
but they both have
Okay.
leashes on because of the fight they got in the other day.
Well, one's connected.
Right.
Oh, so he's on the tie out
Right.
and
No,
he
no,
has
no.
a leash.
When they go on the tie out, we take the leash off. So Opie's just on the tie out, but Chibs has his leash on. So when Opie comes off
Okay.
the tie out, he has his leash
Okay.
on.
Okay.
So Opie, they both were in the yard. So Opie
Gotcha.
was trying to get the Chibs, but he was just out of reach. So he grabbed the leash and started running and like yanking at him.
Oh, to get him
Yeah.
into the circle.
And then so Kim went and grabbed grabbed
That's funny.
Opie by the tie out. And when she did that, Chibs turned around and started going after Opie. So she wasn't sure if it was like he was trying to fight Opie because he thought we were disciplining him, yeah,
Or
it was
just
play,
playing.
but she was scared, so she screamed for me. Yeah, basically.
Papa Joe, save
So
everybody.
and I mean, like Opie put a hole in Chib's head in the fight. Like Chibs was bleeding, so
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know how serious it was. Yeah.
That was the other day, right? Or
Yeah.
yesterday, was it yesterday?
So that's
The day
why
before?
they are back to leashes on in the house.
Mathing.
What is that?
This game, oh my god! There's even interactive lava.
What are you doing, babe? 8? Okay.
Fuck, bro.
I love you. Good night.
That looks amazing. Does anyone else
I
think
don't
that looks
know
amazing?
what looks amazing.
Not
Coming,
Target. Just shotgun
Oh.
ammo. That was
That's sad. I
pinging
wanted
a
to
bunch
kill
of stuff.
people.
Sorry, bro.
Jesus Christ, how could those were my kills?
Oh, so yeah, I have a select bar, so I could use a Fowler.
Oh, someone's sniping at me, but they're missing with the triple take
No,
from
yeah.
behind
Where
me.
from?
From like
Oh,
the
from bunker?
bunker.
Up the, yep.
You see him?
Yep.
Bro, they're actually
They're on the
there.
other side of the thing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Shit,
That
I
guy's
did it
so
again.
close to dying.
Broke somebody's shield with one of my grenades.
Half
I
guy's
just
so
broke
close
somebody's
to
shield.
dying.
Oh, they're
They're gonna
burning
be
inside
coming
the
up
building.
ramp.
Oh, I got played. How am I always getting played by decoys?
I don't know, you're the decoy master. You should not be getting played by them.
In that building.
Behind this truck.
So, I saw him run behind this building. They might have just ran all the way away.
Yeah, it sounds like they're fights. Somebody's fighting them
fighting
at
them.
bunker.
Oh, maybe they went to bunker and now they're getting lit up in there.
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah,
Excuse
I
me?
See I see people
Decoy
over
right
there.
there.
Ah, somebody's over here.
Hit him 10.
Firing. Reloading. Recharging shields. Make a loud with decoy.
Finished him for you.
I was trying to cut him off, but it didn't. He didn't make it that far.
First time I can make notes. Okay, let's go in. One
Oh,
down.
shit.
Other one's on that side. Caustic and all that.
Get him up.
They're getting somebody up.
Fuck, I can't move because of fucking gas. Nah, there's still in there.
Bot.
One's down.
Second one's one
last
shot.
one. Last
Second
one.
one's one shot. Yes, mechanic. That purple armor on that cost.
I believe I'm the one that killed him.
Oh, you bastard, Greg.
Thanks for that.
Someone getting rezzed outside.
I need help. You have a
I just
gun?
used it when I got
Alright.
you up. Yeah, there it is.
People getting respawned.
Yeah,
like
there's a
just
99
outside.
over here if anyone wants that.
Yes.
Back
Where was
there.
it? You take it.
45 there.
Someone just got
I
rezzed out here, boys.
I have 35 heavy and
Right
32
here.
light.
Here.
So
They're aiming at me.
There's light. Right here, Grim.
Gonna need some help,
Nah.
boys. Okay. Last one's
oh
here.
man, there's
Oh,
Yep,
there's
I'm
third
down.
one, third one.
What up, Benny? What's going on, buddy? As you see, it is a fucking shit show.
I saw that mechanic. How did you just throw down your health drain?
I'm gonna
like
take a
that?
smoke break. I'll be back in a few minutes.
I threw my
Okay.
health drone down. I was hoping it would keep me alive while I was taking that fight.
I'm gonna go caustic.
Caustic.
Coaster. Let's get into this. So that comes out on Tuesday.
Yes, sir.
Bro! I'm gonna get crypto instantly.
Yeah, I got like 1.5 million.
The charge rifle might be bad though, because you saw how crypto had to charge it up to actually shoot it.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's like the Havoc select fire, probably.
And it'll probably do like 120 damage or something like that.
I don't want to be the jump master.
I wanted to be Jump Master. Where's this guy going? Okay, I'm going containment.
Or he like flew me into a fucking pole. Yeah,
Oh, did he?
sure it was on purpose so I wouldn't fucking follow him.
That's why I instantly got off him. See, that's what a lot of people do. If you stick on him for too long, they're just like, oh, he's sick, and it's like, what?
Cool, because
Seriously, this whole top area only got me a P2020.
that sucks.
Like, legitimately. Where's the guns? What? Ammo, grenade. Oh, shotgun. Can I just grab that Mozan? Remember
Yeah,
yesterday?
if I can find a hop up for it, I will.
I'm a point. Yeah. If I find a hop up, I'll grab one too.
Here's another mausoleum right there.
I've got like 2 in this house. I hate how they changed the energy mag callout so it doesn't sound like it would fit in with the other callouts. You know what I mean?
No. What do you mean the?
Like they don't just go light mag here, heavy mag here. They go heavy, like level 3 energy mag located over here, and like all of them do different to the other ones.
I see.
It's just my OCD, I guess.
So this dude also just snatched light ammo while I was trying to swap it out for my energy ammo.
So don't follow him. Let's
Yeah,
go to
fuck
the
him.
left. Okay, no.
I was gonna say when he goes down, he's
Exactly.
on his own.
Hit fire if you want.
I don't have enough heavy for it.
Wait, how much? Oh, I can grab another bundle. You need energy? Is that what
No.
you're saying? What? Oh, okay.
Oh, I'll take the heavy mag.
I love the way how this guy's running back to us now.
Yeah,
like,
he
"Oh, I
said you
don't
could
wanna
use
be on
something. I
my
think it was the Peacekeeper, so I picked it up so it disappeared off his screen.
Nice. I need to find some armor for you.
Yeah, it'd be nice. Armor would be nice. I got a blue helmet.
Why do I? I just picked up my first helmet.
Heavy ammo here. Heavy ammo. Prowlers. Heavy ammo here.
Wasn't he just in bunker?
He was. He's being a fucking weirdo. He probably ran away because there's
So why didn't he go to
because
that
of the
fight?
fight. He probably ran away.
Yeah. I'm gonna go to this supply drop care package.
Alrighty, I'm in 98, so I can call mine in. Alright, I'm on my way.
I knew I saw it.
Spotted a subject. Subject spotted.
Whole squad. That's enough.
Alright, I can't really see at this range.
Standard stock here. Level 3.
Well, burning somebody. Broke their shield.
Got one.
Nice. That's bullshit. Dude's under the house. He's coming up behind you. He's around that bin.
Oh, come on. I hit him for 68 and broke his armor.
I don't know. Don't know what was on that last guy.
Oh, that is bullshit. Yeah, how he killed you. Yeah, 300 damage, though, not bad. See, Caustic's traps just helped me out so much.
Yeah, the traps are nice. Caustic's a pretty sick bowie.
So I just drew my ult up the top and it just like almost killed the lifeline up there.
No, we're not going anywhere. Just getting your leash out from underneath my shit. Come here, Pop.
Oh,
You
puppy.
don't behave enough to be out there by yourself.
You have to steal the puppy now. He's posing right.
Steal the puppy. This puppy's mine.
Yeah,
You
I'm
could
gonna have to
try.
steal your dog mechanic.
He
No.
will break
It's
your
now
heart
mine.
when you try to. Ain't that right, Opie?
Why?
He's so adorable. He's an adorable puppy.
Oh. Yeah, I saw your picture. It's so cute. Yes, I can say the same. But I don't fear anything. Three, two, one. Where are we going?
There, I guess.
Let's go this way.
Why? I don't know. Have you tried going down the back of this yet at the glitch spot?
Nah.
It takes you down underneath the whole map.
Oh shit, there's a Pathfinder and he's killing me.
Fuck off! Third party is honestly. Do you have a gun mechanic?
I'm dead.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna be dead though.
One right here.
They were fucking me up.
I got third party as well, which is annoying.
Yeah, man, that's just been how it's been for days. Like yesterday was real rough. I think in the 5 hours that I streamed, I got 5 kills.
Yesterday, no, you didn't. Your account said 16.
What? No, it didn't.
For me, when I looked at it, it said 16.
I'll have to pull that up. I'm pretty sure. Because that's what I was going off. I was going off the counter.
I need to get my counter working when I set up Streamlabs.
Yeah, that's that widget I got off of Apex tab or something like that.
Yeah, it's on Apex tab, yeah. I downloaded it on my old computer, but it didn't work because my old computer's trash. But it's good for, like, watching streams. Mechanic took Wraith, a new
I
discovery.
played Wraith a couple times before. See, I like her ability to get out of sticky situations.
Yeah, it is great, isn't it? I love that skin you have
Yeah.
for her. I wish I got half of those skins. Like, I really wanted the R99 skin. I know so many people that bought the whole thing.
That's crazy.
You know what I mean? How many
I
did
didn't
you
buy
buy?
any.
So that's the skin you got.
Yep.
You lucky bastard. All I got was a Mozambique skin.
Yeah, that's rough. That sucks.
Maybe it's telling me I have to use the Mozambique skin or what? Or the Mozambique.
Yeah, man. Mozambique with the hop up is some good shit.
You know what? All these games I'm only going.
I mean,
double
that's a little
Mozambique.
drastic.
I'm going double Mozambique. I pick up all the guns I see at the start, but I can only go double Mozambique.
Yo.
Sup,
Grimgo
Grim?
Slice is back with
What's
a
up?
nice slice of
Fine.
cheese.
Slice. Yo, so I put batteries in my controller
Oh,
for
look
the
at
first
you.
time, right? Just regular batteries. Yeah, I'm getting fancy with it. So I'm wondering, how long does it last? Because I realize I also have my headphones plugged into this shit. So,
Depends,
Like,
like, how
depends
many
on
hours
how
will we
good
get
the
out of it?
batteries are.
Like a day? Energizer. I mean, good ones.
You'll
I
probably
guess.
get a day
I
out.
don't know. Energizer, they're not as good as Duracell, but they're yeah.
Really? So Duracell is
Yeah.
actually better than Energizer?
Yeah.
I figured
Yeah,
they were all the
so
same.
did I, but like I went through this
I
the same
mean-
thing with batteries and controllers. So it seems that the copper tops last longer.
According to the commercials, the Energizers keep going and going.
Yeah, that's
and
of
going.
course what they would tell you.
So,
They don't. Trust me, I've gone
Yeah.
through a lot of batteries
Yeah.
in my days.
Batteries are,
yeah. So Duracell are like the best. At
from
top
what
of
I've
line,
used,
basically?
yeah.
The ones that I found lasted the longest.
Yeah. Not like I plan on keep buying batteries. I mean, I have a shitload of Energizers, but I'd probably just buy the charger pack we were talking about before I, buy my batteries.
I've already used 100 euros on batteries.
Yeah, I've used
You
a
what?
shit ton.
I've spent 100 euros on batteries.
Hundreds of euros. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I spent I don't even know. It's,
I want to get
Wait.
the charger pack thing, but this controller I have isn't wireless, which is sad.
How much do batteries cost over there? Are they like probably the same about here?
€5 for a pack of 10, maybe.
So it's
probably
like
about the same.
So they're quite expensive.
Ours are for a pack of
half a euro, and a euro is like what, $2? It's like $1 battery. Basically.
I don't think it's that much. I think it's like $1.60 or something.
Yeah, it fluctuates. But I have no idea what the gun rate is right now.
No, me neither. But the Alright, I'm grabbing this.
Just so I'm at that dude.
Oh, actually, I'm gonna grab this Spitfire. I'm coming.
Where'd he go? I was right here on me.
Right here, taking fire.
Setting up order.
Pull your gun out. Pull the gun out. Fuck.
You the gun trick.
Ah, man, he just fucked me up with his ultimate. I'm so slow now. I couldn't fucking hit him. He got away. Fucking Gibraltar.
Heads up. Care package coming in.
Oh, he's right there.
Where'd he go?
Like bottom of the steps. Get out of here, Gibraltar. You're just making everything worse. Oh, he's behind us.
That might be him. Oh, he's up here!
Yeah.
Mechanic on me. Then, yeah.
Fuck you!
What is our friend
Dick
doing?
in your fucking corner.
Fuck, he started to run
Not
away.
being a friend.
Damn it.
What is it? He literally started running away.
Oh my goodness. I'm gonna.
Oh, mechanic, you did so much damage. to
Motherfucker,
him,
I just.
bro. He was literally on like 19 HP.
Nick, if
after
that Gibraltar didn't fuck me up.
How does it? Does that? It would work.
Yeah, yeah.
Are you guys dead?
Yeah, if you want to jump here.
I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'll be
Alright.
right back.
Nice. That was trash though. That Gibraltar sucks. Like honestly,
get you
how
guys killed?
dumb can you be? Yeah, because he threw his ult on like me and Joe when we were fighting, which completely blinded us. Didn't get the enemies at all, and then the enemies started to run. So it took us a good like half a minute to get down to where they were. But then one of them was hiding up in a bush up the top. And again, we
While
couldn't
y'all
see where they were going
shell-shocked.
because of the Gibraltar. Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like, how stupid can the Gibraltar be?
Pretty stupid.
He's all just like, oh, I'm gonna get all the kills with this. Oh. I need to watch this again. I'll be back in a minute.
Nah.
Oh. Wait, where's the trailer gone? Yeah.
Hello, it's Deserto here at the Omen
Excuse me?
Sunshine
No, I
Festival.
don't want to watch that.
I'm back.
There's an invitation for you, Grim.
Okay, hold on, just 30 seconds. I'm in a fight. I'm just going ham until I die. Alright, I'm down. I'm coming.
Going ham and potatoes.
Why don't you just ask the new guy?
Well, he ain't too bad with a hacker. He knows everything about anything.
Hey, buddy. I hear you're the second smartest guy in the Outlands. Wink. Well, what are you, hiding something?
Kid's got some move.
Seriously? Kid?
No, it'll be lay down.
I fucking hate this website, honestly. Oh, now it pauses, but it doesn't pause now. The new ice places look great.
What?
Just the water geysers that tie you up into the
Oh
air and
yeah,
stuff like that.
that's pretty sweet.
Oh, yeah?
And it looks like Mirage can send out more decoys.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because when Bloodhound is there shooting at Mirage's decoys, there was only one Mirage, but he had like 5 decoys set up in different areas around him.
Was it his
Like,
ultimate?
not like, no, I don't think it was. His ultimate, they all face different directions. He had them like all facing and walking towards the Bloodhound.
It could've, was that in like the cartoon video and not like actual gameplay?
Yeah, the
'Cause it
cartoon
could've just
video,
been
but
like artist rendition, you know.
stop drinking
Oh,
beer,
no.
mechanic.
That is
Is
beer.
that beer?
Yeah.
Nice.
What are you
What
seeing
brand?
him on the stream?
Yeah.
Yeah. Joe's learning how to get better at Apex.
Yeah.
What brand
Corona.
is it again? Oh, nice.
Yeah, Joe. Is that the
Yeah.
first one you cracked? Because Ram would have told us earlier. If you're drinking right.
Probably.
No, he's already
Wasted.
drunk.
He's trashed.
You know what you guys should do? Every time you lose an Apex, you take a shot.
I wouldn't. I suck.
Until
Too
you
much
end up
at Apex.
taking so many shots.
Yeah, I suck too much at Apex to do that. I hear footsteps.
Nah, you
You'll
should
end
do
up in
it.
the hospital. Oh,
Shoot
shit,
him.
Kind of far.
Whoa.
I'm coming.
I didn't see them. I just heard them.
I'm tracking them down, see them both down.
Okay, over there.
Okay.
Are they near?
No,
They're on me. No, they're not in.
there's a Mirage's decoy. Wait.
Outside.
Oh, I got an assisted knockdown on that. Oh, behind me.
Oh, behind
I'm
us! Behind us!
one hit. I gotta go try to heal.
It's coming inside here. Rem, come pick
Nice.
me up quick. Oh, thank you. Oh, I've been stabbed.
Well done, people.
He had disruptor
yeah.
rounds, but nothing to put him on, but no heavy ammo. Oh, yes, please.
Recharging my shield.
Oh, I need heavy ammo.
Let's see. I could use a bag, light and heavy, and oh, I have a couple syringes.
I have one syringe.
Mechanic
need
got
help?
stuff for you.
Yes.
Mechanic?
You need help,
Yeah,
guys?
yeah. Ram just dropped me 2 more.
Here's some energy ammo
Oh,
for
that'd be
you.
nice.
as
Oh
well.
yeah, shit. I only have 30 in my clip. I didn't realize I was that low.
I
Yeah,
got
I'll take
20
that
for you.
shit. I have a select fire that I don't need. Thank you.
Cool.
Far ring, 45 left. Let's be mindful. Is there ammo with that?
Firing 45 left. Yes, there is ammo.
What?
If there's ammo with the triple take.
Oh, we were just saying
Yes.
firing 45 left.
So we should be mindful of that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm super low in ammo. And I need a bag.
I want to take it, but I'm sticking with the RE45 this game.
There's a 99 over here. Oh, I'll take that extended
Alright.
Mago.
I'm about to drop a 301 for it. If you want that shit.
Good. I like my energy, and I'm running shotgun as my second.
Gotta hop up here. Choke.
Oh man, my leg itches. Okay. Am I being bit by
I need a bag. I don't have one.
fleas? Alright. Was there ammo with that?
Yeah, we have to go
Yeah.
really far. We have to go really
No,
far. We
sorry.
should probably
I think
get a
they've
head
already
start
searched
right
up
now.
there.
Yeah. But
But I'm just gonna look for a
Far
bag
ring,
in this
45
building right
left.
here, 'cause I'm
That's
kind
what
We're gonna go to
saying.
Skull
Screwed.
Boys.
oh, it's all the way at Skulltown?
Yeah. So we might want to, get the able to pit and run to Skull.
Alright. Bag.
Backpack here. Gotta hop up here. Choke.
sweet.
Boys might want to start running.
Yep.
Don't want to get caught in this storm. It's so far out.
Yeah, you know what? I don't want to get burned in the ring. I'm gonna skip that bag and get the next one and take the
Alright.
spoon.
Yeah, I'm running. I have gifts.
Texanator. His name is Texanator.
What, the kill looter?
Don't know why that energy ammo is just sitting there, bro.
I can use
Alright. So that's it. So it's up
Wow.
to
Was this
Right.
looted? Probably, right?
Yeah, all this is looted.
We're going out this way for that energy ammo.
Wait,
Okay.
sorry, I need that because I can use that on my thing.
Nah, somebody's doing bombardment. You see it?
Yep.
On T-Town.
It actually wasn't here, it was further back, wasn't it? Oh, your market is further
Well,
back, yeah.
I'm just doing general direction.
No, it's there, yeah. I thought you
I
marked
can't
in
even
this
really
town
tell
right
where I
next to
pinged
me.
from here.
Balloon here?
You got bamboozled.
Is anyone else got anything with me?
Grabbing a balloon. No. Oh,
I'm going down to that care package down there.
there's a blue body shield here in the ring. Oh, you're already going that way. Alright, never mind.
Oh, someone else just went.
Oh, I saw their streak. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I see them over there.
See the
Yeah.
care package. I'm going for that care package there.
Man, you're a million miles away.
Oh, we're being shot from.
So I took the
Damn,
balloon.
somebody's right near us. They're shooting at us. Oh my God, is that somebody behind
Just
me?
come to me. Just come to me.
Here.
Shit.
Oh, they're here. Oh, that grenade's gonna hurt.
Yeah. All three are over here.
Oh, yeah. Gold shield and a purple shield.
Did you guys not take the balloon? Oh, you didn't take the
No.
balloon.
I would have got hurt taking the balloon.
Yeah, you would have got hurt, but you would have been in the zone.
Well, we made it the zone. Yeah.
We are in the zone.
No, but you would have been like closer to me as well.
Right, but I didn't know there was a squad there and decided to run. They
Where are
were
they?
in the building.
In the house with Joe.
I see him on the right. He's sniping someone else.
Well, I can probably crawl away. I'll try to crawl away if you want to try to get me up, and then we'll try to get Joe back. I'll go behind this rock over here.
Sneaky little sneaky sins.
You might. I'm gonna wait here while you heal up.
Yeah. Give me a minute
got
to
an
heal
L-star
up,
from
and then we'll
the
go
care
grab his
package.
shit. Do you have a zip line?
No, he's
so
not
we can,
Pathfinder.
just, like roll out real quick after we get his thing. Ah, fuck. I'm used to him being Pathfinder. All right.
They're
yeah.
running to the right. We can go get him.
I'll go get his thing. Yeah.
I had some good stuff. I don't know if they took it.
There's a blue vest still in there.
Let me do my blue vest.
There's somebody behind that rock. Where can we bring it back? Oh, they're doing that to us probably. Shit.
No, they're not. They're doing to those people.
Let's see, the nearest one, according to that.
Come around. We'll get him at Thunderdome. Yeah.
Is there a thing in, okay.
Oh, someone's shooting.
We gotta go to like
Just run.
Thunderdome.
Just run.
or
They're shooting. Just
Skulltown.
run. Yeah, we'll go to Thunder.
Alright.
Take like the slidey thing in the bounce
The
pad.
slidey thing and the bounce man. And then bounce again. Nice.
Wake up, rings moving. That thing hurts.
Yeah, I got an L star from this care package.
Well, that's it. That's a wrap.
Wait, there's that if you need it.
Check it out, care package coming in.
I only have like 67 light bullets, so I have more heavy. Alright, we got you, Joe. We got you.
Doesn't look like there's anything to be looted here. That sucks.
Everything's been looted. Oh yeah, you can come
Blue
back and
light
grab that
mag.
RE45. It has disruptor rounds and I can drop my ammo on it.
Well,
I look in the cage
where is
or
that
something.
RE45?
Over on me. It's over at the
Alright.
back of here.
Sweet ass double Mozambiques up in the cage.
Yeah.
Not bad.
I could use that.
And there's like over 200 light ammo with
Okay.
it mechanic.
They're. Oh yeah, I really need ammo. I only got 67 bullets. Oh.
Oh, yeah. So grab
and
2
disruptor
packs of
rounds,
80 and then
nice.
give him 80 as well, mechanic.
Did you get that
that's
blue
good.
light mag that I pinged?
No.
Oh, there's a blue light mag over
Okay.
No. I'll grab it for you. I have a slot now that I use. For my
Oh, we'll
med
come
kit.
back
I still
to
don't
you.
even
We've
have
got
a
some.
bag.
Yeah.
Alright.
Go up there. Let's go get set up there because we've got
I don't
some.
got the guns for that.
Yeah, there might be. Is that a gun right there?
Yeah, I don't have the
Havoc.
bullets for it. Here, take this mag. Take this mag.
Thank you. Here, I can give you some of these lights.
Go. I'm gonna have to get rid of this select fire. I don't have the
Alright, is there
space
bullets
for
for
it.
that either?
Yep. Yep. 2 clips.
Cool.
Well, 2 stacks. Grim, did you need
I
heavy?
shot the wrong gun.
Oh, that's not heavy. It was an extended mag. I thought it was heavy, but it's not.
I got 143 heavy. I'm cool.
I've only got like 80 heavy.
What guns you got, Joe?
Yeah, I need
RE45
8.
with the disruptor and what else?
You have 8. Some like medium to close range.
There's people at the. There's people right here because I just heard the
Okay.
flyer.
Oh yeah, I did hear that.
But I don't suggest we push because they're all gonna have purple armor and everything.
Actually, I'm gonna. Yeah, I'm
Change
dropping
that
80
flag.
for that shit.
Yeah.
So if anybody needs
I'm gonna
shotgun
Ulster.
bullets, if not, I'm not gonna leave that on the ground for someone to grab and then push up on us.
Okay, I'm gonna go
Alright,
up
has
there.
anybody been to the cage yet?
Yeah, there's
Is there
somebody in
anything?
there.
Is there anything up there? Anything cool?
That's where the double. There's shotgun
Um,
bullets and a couple Mozambiques.
That's such a cool Eva 8 skin. See, I would have liked that better than my other one I got.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet.
Oh, there's someone coming up the zip line
They're coming up.
and shooting. I
They're
saw him
under
on the
us
zip
now.
line.
I saw one. Yeah, one
Just
person
dropped
got
down.
under us. Oh, they're up here?
Yeah.
Not anymore.
Over here, over here, over here.
Oh, he's
Not
up.
anymore. No,
Are
I
we
accidentally
pushing?
fell off.
Yep.
There's a guy over there.
Yeah,
are
2 are down.
There's 2 down. There should only be 1 left. You should probably just wipe them out. By you, Ram, or you're getting the down guy?
He's getting it down, guys.
Yeah,
I think I
no
just
way.
saw someone over there. I think.
Jibby's mine.
Alright, get him. Get him,
Oh.
Ram. Get him.
I literally. He shot
Get
me.
him,
and
Ram.
I didn't
He's
know I
yours.
had
Yep,
such
get him.
low health, bro.
Why don't you get him, bro?
Okay.
I need a
need
better
bullets.
shield.
Pretty bad.
Taking him out with a decoy.
Syringe here. 1 minute. Heavy ammo here. Longbow here.
I'm gonna have to go long, bro.
Yeah, where's? Oh, heal up, Ram.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a
All
thing.
these
I
other
don't have
boxes
much
are
range.
empty.
Shit, I don't have any meds. I thought
Where's
I
the
had
other
meds
box?
when I pinged the. There's a box right here.
Uh,
There's no meds in
We're
it,
gonna have
though.
to start moving in up this way.
I have a few syringes. That's about it.
Yeah, I pinged 2 syringes in that box. So I thought I had meds. Forgot that I died and
Do you
came
need
back.
more
I don't have any.
syringes?
I don't need them, but I don't have any.
I hear fighting between the 2 squads.
Oh, you don't have any?
Up
I
to
thought
the
here,
right.
take a couple real quick.
Thank you.
You
Yeah,
shield cells?
Yeah, I don't have anything.
Right in front
Thank
of us.
you. Alright, cool.
2 squads, one there,
Okay.
one up there. I'm gonna go up this way, so then we can get up behind them.
Okay, we're splitting.
Oh, oh, I don't think we should do that, because the other squad's gonna be coming from my way.
I see them over there.
Yeah, I'm on my
Yep,
way to
other
you.
squad's on me, nice!
Oh, yep. Took all my fucking shields away.
There's a blue vest in here. Pick it up, pick it up.
Thanks.
There's a box of heavy in here if anybody needs it. Oh, I have another box of heavy.
Yes, please.
I'm cool on heavy.
Thank you.
I
I
can
didn't
still
like a
use
2 times or a 3 times scope.
better
Here, I
heavy.
got it 3 times. You're better
Still
at
got a hemlock.
sniping than I am, man. So. Oh,
There's a
also that.
99 here.
And there's that if you need
Ran.
it.
Here.
Yup, fast guy here.
Yep.
Two of them over here.
Need to recharge my shields.
Try to get you up real quick.
Gotcha.
How the fuck am I?
Both
How the
out
fuck
here,
did I
Ram.
like do nothing?
Steps and jumping off.
I'm coming.
One
Down.
knock.
I pulled a quick shield swap. Somebody's coming, I think.
I hear a caustic.
So yeah, there's this.
Extended light mag here.
I need maids. Right.
Level 2.
There's also that.
Extended heavy mag here.
Yeah, I can't heal myself all the
Here
way.
I got some shit. I just grabbed everything out of that box. I mean, there's that.
I think they're above us. Oh, nice.
Yeah, you know what? I'm getting rid of this triple T.
I need light ammo.
Shit.
Does anyone have any spare
Yeah, I
light
have like
ammo?
100. I can. Here, let me.
Because I have no. Oh, thank you so much, bro. Pick up all these meds as well.
Yeah, I
guys.
left them for you. You guys don't need them?
They're fighting. We need to go up. Come on. Let's go up.
Yeah. Maybe we should
Come on,
walk
boys.
so we don't make a lot of noise.
Up the stairs,
Come
yeah.
up the back.
Crouch walk.
Alright, here we go. This is nerve-wracking.
I think they're still having a snipe off. So, do you want to just let them pick each other up? The people on the other side
One knocked.
can't make it to us.
2 knock. Almost 3 knock.
Oh, there's a
Everybody
caustic
on?
kid shooting at us. He's dead.
Last numbers down. One squad closer to winning.
Is somebody getting up? Did I just hear a...
They're coming up the steps, I think.
Hold on, I need to shield up.
I need
I
light
think they're
ammo.
chilling underneath us. Oh shit, me too. And is there
Yeah, I
more
got a bunch of
shields
shields
up
on
there?
me. No.
Any big ones?
Yeah, I don't have any of those. Ring's coming, we gotta go.
Big ones.
Nice, thank you.
I mean, ring up here.
They went in there, And there's one in there. Oh, I fucked myself up.
Knock one.
Right here.
Where's the other one?
Nice,
Over here?
good fucking shit.
Got him.
Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. Whew. That was nerve-wracking at the end there.
You are the Apex champions.
It was. I had literally like no ammo, so I had to pick up a Mazdiff, and I missed so many shots with it.
Nice, we all did pretty good.
Man, you guys did like twice as good as I did.
Wait, how did Mechanic get so many kills? Like one more kill than me, but look how much more damage I did. 600
Well,
more
yeah, I was
damage
down
than he gets
for
one
a
more kill
good
than me.
a little bit.
That
were.
is true. We weren't
That's
fighting.
good, right?
Yeah. We were just running until you right back.
Yeah. Another win under the belt.
Bum, 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 bum.
Wait, how many wins do I have so now?
Yeah, duh.
My total wins
I gotta
this
go to the
season
bathroom, I'll be
are
back.
74. Whoa. Let's do this.
Ready to get it. Shit, I should have clipped that. Can I still make a clip? Wait, did Twitch update? It looks like a different interface.
Have you guys noticed in the trailer how Crypto's drone shocks Gibraltar?
No,
Like
I
it
only
like
watched the
tases
one.
him?
So I don't know.
Oh. Because I've just watched it again to go through like all
Right.
the little details. His drone tases Gibraltar.
Interesting. I wonder how it's going to be implemented.
And it like brings, and it like destroys Gibraltar's shield thing.
Every decision counts.
Why is it only you, Mechanic?
Oh, was that the champion squad? Is that us?
Yeah, on me, on my screen.
It was just me too.
Just you.
On mine. I don't know.
Okay, where we going?
We're gonna do a late jump. Wait for him to get back so we can keep this streak going.
Oh, I need 110 kills, bro. 110 more kills, and
I'm
then
here.
I get 1k.
Alright, let's do a little sneaky sneakers and we're gonna jump back there.
Probably gonna be like 3 squads. That's where everybody goes.
Well, nobody goes back there.
Okay, let's do this, boys.
To the back part of Wetlands? That's
Yeah, I'm just kidding. It just seems like, yeah, no one really goes there. I'm just saying, whenever
Actually,
you
a lot
think
of
you're
people
going
go there.
somewhere that you think no one ever goes, for some reason somebody shows up there.
it's like, dude, I was landed in the ocean. Why did 2 squads
We're gonna
land
go
with
here?
me? Alright, I'll go here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, devotion.
Whenever I get a hemlock, I just automatically put it in
Yeah.
single.
I like it on single. And what?
You like what? Single
Oh, no,
fire,
yeah.
what? Hemlock?
Yeah.
Unless it's
Single fire
close
hemlock.
quarters, then I'll put it on 3-round bursts.
Oh, I still have it on single fire.
Just because my accuracy's not very good, and I'll be more likely to actually.
Oh, that's why you no scope with it, because it's so accurate when you no scope as well.
I don't need a vest ram, so you can pick up any of them you want.
We'll head over to this next house. On the zip line.
Shotgun bolt here. Level 2.
Oh, there's a select fire, and there was a prowler.
Pop up here. Select fire.
I literally, yeah, I literally was just gonna ask and say I need
Ram,
select fire.
are they fighting you?
Yeah.
Yep, he's
Alright.
mine.
So you're good. We don't need to come and save you then.
Oh, well,
Who's
you can
behind you?
come.
Behind you?
Here, you need a clip? Nah.
Yeah.
There's
He
somebody
got
on the
2
roof.
headshots on me in a row.
He's
'Cause I was
dropping
going
down
after
right
that
where the other guy
purple
is.
armor, be careful. He has purple armor.
What the f- Oh, I got shot from behind. You're gonna get pinched.
That frag just landed on him and killed him.
Right there, Grim.
Like hit him, but it didn't kill him.
Yep.
Damn, I'm gonna die.
That sucked.
Ran out of bullets. I had to start using a scout.
That was trash, bro. How'd you
top
not
of
lost
that-
that Gibraltar? Because Joe, you did so much damage, and then a grenade literally blew up on him.
You didn't know how I didn't knock him? I didn't hit him with bullets. I think that was
No, but
the
no,
most
Joe
part
broke
of the
his
problem.
whole
All of it.
shield.
I shattered
like,
it. I was like,
broke his whole shield.
"Shablow, motherfucker!"
Exactly, and your grenade hit him and it didn't kill him.
I was like, "Better
How much damage did your grenade do, Grim?
What?
grenade."
How much damage did your grenade do?
I only got 12 damage for the whole thing.
12
so
damage.
That's stupid though.
Probably not a lot. I'm guessing.
No, that's trash because like I watched it blow him up. Oh, there's now trains in the new map as well that you can go
Yeah,
on.
that was really interesting. But like, I guess you can
Oh,
like,
yeah,
hop
I
a
saw that.
train ride to another part of the map.
Yeah.
Kind of scary. Like, you don't hear any gunshots around you. I mean, like, you just check the. I just came from here or whatever. Like, you suspect nobody's behind you, but here comes a train pulling 2 squads or whatever.
Well, maybe the train makes noise so you can hear when the train's coming. I don't
Yeah,
know.
Yeah, it will.
probably will. That makes sense.
I would guess.
I'm gonna love it if like the train can hit people and kill them.
Shit.
Yeah, it probably would. Just like the Leviathan.
Yeah, can step on people.
Stomps
Yeah.
or whatever.
Get it?
Hilarious.
Let's do
Ooh, artillery.
But I think this. Why are we going?
Because we're gonna arc kill everybody here.
Kill okay.
Wait, not like artillery or something?
The B movie. I'm going here.
Going for this closed door here.
It's probably going to be other people landing here. It was so close from the drop
Probably
ship.
100%, Glenn.
147%.
I already hear an octane on me.
You better bat him away like a bug. Get out of here, you bird, you little.
Let me go squash him.
Boop boop, boop boop.
I think he ran.
Somebody take one of these Phoenix kits. I have 2. I'm dropping it right now. I don't have a bag, 'cause I'm like full of shit already. Yeah, I got a Prowler. I can just select them. Yeah, and I got 301.
Need a fire?
Come on, nobody's paying attention over here.
What's over there? Then?
What? Did you guys open these bins up here?
Yeah, I did.
No, I meant to keep the dibs. Really, dude? You're gonna take shit I dibs, Ryan?
Oh, did you dibs that? I'm sorry.
He did go. Oh, what? That's a new spot. I've never seen that. The robot lord up here?
Why is there a robot in the middle of the road?
I don't know, there was a robot all the way up here. Which I've never seen. Level 3, yeah. Is that?
Yeah, I could use light ammo. Maybe 60 bullets.
Ooh, energy.
You only have 60 light and heavy.
Yeah, if we could find a turbocharger, that'd be swell. Grim, did you say you're looking for a select fire?
Turbo?
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. I did.
Did you find one?
I also found a purple shotgun bolt if anybody needs it.
I.
No?
Nah, I'm good on that. I pinged, Disruptor
Yeah,
rounds.
yeah, I
Like
don't
that's-
have it.
Nah.
I do like it, I just don't have a gun for it. I have a flat one. Here, I'm bringing it to you.
Wait on me
Okay, we're coming.
with an octane.
On the
And a
way.
costume.
Picking up this purple majigger.
10 seconds. The ring's close.
Come grab that. No!
Broke the race armor
Good shit.
completely.
We're on the way.
The ring's moving.
Sliding down the hill to you.
Oh, of course he's
I'm not-
finishing. Shoot him,
I'm
shoot
just-
him. He's finishing. Shoot him.
I thought you were down further, my bad.
Can I grab my gun while you're up
I fell down already.
there? Oh, you fell down, okay.
I don't know where the second one is. I don't
Where's
know.
the last guy?
The wraith is down. I don't know
where he
where.
went. Oh, he's coming up. I think he's over here. Oh, that's another.
It's
person.
another squad.
It's another squad.
Alright, that one's down.
Shit, I'm
Oh,
trying to.
no, down. There's a G. He's up there.
Octane's the last one, he's out there.
GG's.
Mm.
GG. I need a new beer. I'll be back. I'm already up and then I'll be back.
It's beer time.
It's popping up a third
Beer
one.
o'clock. BR beer.
Probably gonna have to go after this game.
Oh yeah, we got school. Oh no, tomorrow's Saturday, right?
No. Today is Saturday.
What are you going somewhere?
Yeah, going out with me mom. With me mum.
With me mom.
In me mum's car. Boom, boom.
Where you going? Shopping or something?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't even know. She just said get ready. What time is it there now?
Like 7 in the morning.
No.
All right. Time to get freaky.
Alright, alright, alright.
All right. Dum 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 de dum 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 dum.
Where we going?
Wherever the victory lands.
This is it.
Wheel! I'm gonna go up the top end of town.
It's another squad landing on the right branch of this spoke. Oh, you guys landed up further.
Oh, yep, somebody's in here with me. And they're shooting at me.
Bullshit! I hit this guy for 170.
Come follow me,
Yeah.
motherfucker.
Of course you would, you piece of shit. I hit that guy for 170 in there. I'm gonna kill him. Oh, 190.
Ah, me and some bitch killed each other at the same time. She turned into a box, so I guess her squad's dead.
Alright, here we go.
I don't have any heals.
Boop, Grab
On
me,
the
banner.
way.
Hey, that
Can't get in through the
this
door like
doesn't
oh my
help.
God, this isn't helping it.
You don't have any meds, do you?
Yes, I have 2 syringes. Oh shit, somebody's here.
Oh,
Oh, I see the grenade on myself. Don't go in there. Oh, well, there he is. Ah,
both dead
I got
boys.
one shot. Yeah, behind, yeah.
I don't know how I didn't kill that guy though.
Ah, that sucks.
It's like
We went from being the
complete
champion to...
Because I shot him like 8 times with a devotion. Hey, I'm gonna steal Wraith.
Yeah, that
Mechanic,
works.
is that
That's fine. It's all good. It's all gravy, man.
What? Did you see
No.
that?
Yeah, I saw that. I was just gonna ask Joe if he had that.
The new skin.
The Birdman
No,
had
I
like
wasn't.
a red devil face.
No, I wasn't looking.
Before,
Yeah,
and then when you
that's-
picked it, it changed to yours.
It's one of the glitches, because that's the new skin that they've just released that you get only if you buy the game on disc.
Yeah, I heard
What?
about that.
I
About,
didn't
like,
even could
people
buy it
showing
on disc.
pictures of the Lifeline. Yeah, I think it's $20. I'm guessing. I think.
Yeah.
And
But you get an
you get
amazing looking
the
skin.
skins. You're basically just
You
paying
get
for the
a
skin, and you
Prowler
have to use
skin,
a
a
CD.
skin for him. Yeah. Well, you don't have to use it. You get a code.
Well, I guess yeah.
for the
You don't
CD.
have to. Yeah.
That's weird.
Just download it. All right. Let's do.
They also released
all
one
right.
for Lifeline though. Because like, I want to get Lifeline, but I don't play Lifeline that much. The other reason I want to get it is for the Flatline skin. Like I have no Flatline skin.
Yeah, Flatline's cool.
I want to see if this tower has something on it again. Because it used to, remember? Where you
It's-
can't get to, but the last time I dropped up here,
There's a
nothing.
white vest.
Yeah, there's nothing. Oh, there's a white vest.
Yeah.
And that's it. That's stupid. The vest in here.
Got a longbow and a RA-45.
Is anybody around us?
I hear someone knock you.
Oh yeah, someone's freaking dragons out.
I think that was me.
Oh.
This is 301. There's a Havoc in here.
I heard like robotic footsteps. It was otherwise Octane or Path.
Okay. I'm in here. Trying to be all sneaky. I don't see anybody.
Come on, Grim.
Dead dragon, I'm calling Peter. Peter! Pop this, John. Oh, there's a prowler with a fresh skin, with a light worker skin. So someone must have dropped it.
That might be mine.
I see. Yep. The 0 hour messaged me. Oh, I don't know if I told you, come on. No, I did that. That I saw when I logged on. Not when I logged on, but when I was ready to switch. Yeah.
He was
so
on
I
earlier.
messaged him. I was like, yo, buddy, saw you were on like a half hour ago. You're going to be getting back on? And he finally just got back to me.
What is he on now?
He just
Or
answered me.
No, okay.
No big deal. No, he accidentally hit the Xbox button. He was using the controller to play on PC, and I guess turning the controller on, turned the system on, so he turned it off real quick.
Okay.
So he's not going to be getting on. He's pretty tired. Which it's good because we're full anyway, so.
Well, Ram said he might have to get off soon because he's going somewhere with his mom. He's going out with me mom.
With me moms. Ooh, is this a 2x site? No, it's a 6x site. Oh, I think I need that. I do need that.
What?
Yes,
Disruptors?
sir. Yes, sir, Bob. Oh, you need energy ammo there, bro. I got you, bro. See.
I probably need optics more than anything. I have none.
You dibs the light ammo, but I figured you wanted the blue bag. No.
I
man.
did?
No,
No,
just
because
There's
I was
mad
dibs
light
the
ammo.
bag. But I figured that's what you wanted anyway.
Oh.
So,
Yeah, I thought I'd give to the bags. People on me, they just popped in.
What's that noise? Oh, yeah, over there.
Right there. They see me.
broke the Pathfinder's armor. Oh, someone's right here.
14 purple.
Looking back at two. I think the shield's broken. They're running. Nice. Oh, they're on the roof.
I don't know where they are. I can't see
It's
them.
two squads. It's two
I
squads.
have no mags.
Yeah, there's two squads.
You downed one ram. There were two
Game's
on the
over, boys. I have no
two on
mags.
the roof, and then there was a third coming in from the left.
Yeah, I have no mags ammo. How'd they get up there so easily though? Weren't we just there?
Yeah. So either they were hiding the whole time, or I don't know.
I'll probably play one more game.
Lordy them. Battle Pass level 108.
You should buy the battle
should.
pass for Fennec.
I might. Might do just that.
What? You
Yeah.
might do it? Buy it?
Yeah, I
without
might.
this?
Mechanic, you should chug that beer. Chug, chug, chug.
I'll be right back.
Oh, how could you, mechanic? No. How could you steal my
My bad, I forgot you
beautiful
want beer.
raven?
I was too busy
I
chugging the beer
know.
that you told me to chug.
You.
You.
It's all good, bro. I'm used to rejection, mechanic. No, it's all good, man. Don't swear
You getting
about
rejected?
it.
What happened?
I stole the
It's
wraith.
still my wraith. I'm joking. It's not
Oh,
my wraith. It's
oh.
fine. It's fine. Where are we going now?
To air base.
Let's land here.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Not been there yet. Well, I haven't.
So we're going to a new planet.
Oh yeah. I wonder what planet we're going to.
I heard
Probably
that we can still
Mars.
play on this map. I'm going here.
Open supply bin over here. Helmet here. Level 2.
Oh, I'll take.
Shrink you.
Oh yeah.
You're inside.
I'm gonna run the
I gotta
G7
do-
scout.
10 headshots with LMGs and 2 kills in the same game with an SMG or 2 knocks or something.
And what counts as SMG?
Enemies have
again?
been here.
Alternator 99
I see them.
Prowler.
Guys,
Yeah, we're coming.
enemies right down there.
Okay. You see anybody?
Yeah.
Oh, where you ping?
There we go. I got 2 LMGs, so I need to land.
He's going upstairs.
Headshot.
Shot him 30. Wraith. Another one coming right here.
You're in their sights. Someone's got a shot on.
31 white.
There's 2 more over there.
Their guns are better than mine.
Pull up.
Someone right there, Grim.
Shot the sky boost when he shot me. Oh, there's still. This guy's low range.
Fudge sandwiches.
How'd you get down so easily, mechanic? I literally saw
Yeah,
him
they
one shot you.
fucked me up.
Oh, they have a peacekeeper?
No, I think it was a Havoc.
No, they didn't.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'll be
Yep.
right back.
Set an alarm. Girlfriend wants to get up at 8 a.m. I gotta get up and take my dog to the where I rescued him from, so he can get a checkup
Oh, yeah?
and see if he's well enough to get his neutering surgery.
Nice.
So, not good. You can be Wraith. 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 I'm
Too
looking
bad.
Pathfinder.
Wraith and Pathfinder are like 2 different playing styles. It's really weird.
Yeah, well, I don't really think anybody really plays like Pathfinder because of his movement abilities. He's in a class all on his own.
Yeah?
Yeah, I play Pathfinder because his movements,
Yeah.
they're the best. Are you using a mic mechanic? Like for
Yeah.
the streaming and all that?
Yep, that.
What
Can
type?
you see it in the stream?
It's
Yeah. Is it a blue Yeti?
No, it's a blue snowball.
Oh, so a blue Yeti, yeah.
No, it's not a Yeti, it's a snowball.
Blue Yeti snowball.
No,
that's
it's a snowball. It's a, no, you know what, it's not.
It's made out of snow.
Yeah,
right?
it's made by Blue, but it's not the Yeti series, it's the snowball series. Since it's white, it's called Ice.
Isn't it? Oh, okay. Because that's the one that I'm thinking
Yeah, it's only
about
like 50
getting
bucks at Walmart. You might even be able to get it cheaper.
Yeah, exactly.
Like if you,
Because my brother just got one the other day, and that's what I was talking
yeah, it's
about.
pretty decent. Like, you could use, especially because you need to buy like a headset for Xbox. Oh shit. Some people,
Right. Below us?
Downstairs.
I only have 20 bullets.
I have 60, but I'm double heavy. Yeah.
I'm coming
same
now.
here.
Over there, over there.
Oh!
Hey, I'm here to protect you.
But I see
Oh, I missed him.
They're downstairs.
Goddamn.
I'm quickly healing up with Phoenix.
Nice.
So I killed one of the three.
Oh, I hate the prowlers. Fucking sucks, man.
I only have 2 bullets
For what?
left.
What do you need?
And I'm getting shot in the back. Heavy. I don't have anything left.
Here. Just dropped heavy.
Got him.
Thanks. I only have 1 gun also. Leave it with 3 bullets? Yeah, that works. Cool. I got shield cells if you need them.
Yeah, I have 1 big one.
Yeah, it's got an RA-45.
There should be a shield in somebody's.
Here, more people.
Where's that other box? Wasn't
No,
that a third
it's
box
inside.
somewhere?
Yeah, in here. Third box is in here. I need some light.
Alright, I switched out the EVA for RA-45. You know what? Maybe
Oh, yeah?
I'll stick to the EVA. I did have a purple bolt.
Yeah,
Oh, there's some.
yeah. Yeah.
There's light here, Rain. You said you needed.
Oh, thank you.
There's a shield too.
Oh,
I didn't realize
thank
you didn't
you.
have a shield that old. Like,
Yeah, that's... It was horrible. That's how I almost went down.
going down, down, baby, on street in a Range Rover street sweet, baby, got ready to let it go.
Oh, wait, when did I get a level 3 backpack?
You're
Excuse me?
excused.
Yeah, I have to. Excuse
You got a shotgun ammo? Yeah, I'll take some.
Oh shit, Rim, you should.
Alright,
kept
here you go.
running, Grim.
Here's a little bit of light and
What, a bit of
Right,
light?
and
Yeah,
foot.
I'll take that light.
Shit kept running the way you were running, Grim. I just found a blue shield.
I came back for shotgun bullets.
Hmm,
It was a setup.
Which
So
way do you
where
guys want to go?
bro? I don't care. I ain't
Really,
picky.
bro? Okay. Oh, Grim's going to that lab thing over there. Gosh dang it. Oh, he's not. Oh, he is. Gosh dang.
Gosh dang nabbits.
Gosh dang it.
Gosh dang it, you young kid.
Get off my lawn.
How the hell did your decoy do that? Did you see
Magic. Did he land on the
You
roof?
decoy
That's
him.
what I was trying. Oh God, look at that. Even cooler.
Yeah.
What did he do? Where's he at? What did he do? What happened?
that? He got stuck up on the, like,
He was
the
right
cable
up
there.
on this thing, like, but not all the way up. He was like right where the antenna meets
Hanging
that
off
thing,
it,
just
yeah.
like stuck in it, like literally
weird.
right there. The bottom part of the point.
Target's right in front of me.
Right
Got one there?
No, it still goes higher.
No,
there's
he
no
was
enemies
showing me
there?
where his thing got stuck.
Yeah, it's. If I throw my decoy as I'm jumping, I can send my decoy out farther than I go, and he'll actually be ahead of me, and he'll go higher.
Oh, and higher, yeah.
Gotta get him higher, higher.
Yeah.
I love getting my decoys super high.
Yeah, I don't think anyone wants that like that. I'm going for that supply drop over there, boys. Once I've looted this. Not there, but
I'm
it's
gonna
on the
drop
other side
this
of that.
scout.
I'm taking this thing, this thing.
On the way, broskies.
You see it over there? Yeah.
I don't see nothing.
What? You going for that thing?
Okay, yeah, right here is not looted. I'm gonna do that.
Oh, yeah, boys.
Okay, you got a zip line? Okay, yeah, you got a zip line. You can get back to us.
Yeah, I was
Alright, I found a
Oh, you
select
guys coming
fire,
over?
so
Nice.
there's a prowler. Definitely use
Yep.
that shit.
Just got an alternator with a digi thread as well.
You got a what with a what?
Yeah, I just found a
Alternator with a
99.
digi thread,
Nice.
so I need some
I'm going with a 99.
disruptors.
So I could use some light ammo.
Yes. If I find any, I'll bring it for you. But, oh, it's gosh dang it, it's
I'm
it's just
ping
me
the
over
light
here.
ammo.
There's disruptor. Who needed disruptor?
Yes, that's me.
Alright,
Yes,
let's see if I can. I'll bring it to you.
I'll come
Okay.
over. Because I've done everything here. I don't need anything else.
Alright, you got a zip line to get up. There's a line of zip over there for you.
I'm
Okay,
here,
there you
mechanic.
go. Disruptor.
Thank you. Wah. Wah. Punch you. Ah. Kira airstrike. Over there,
Okay.
over near
Oh,
market.
yes. There, yeah,
Wait,
there's
see
a
somebody?
Gibraltar met.
No, the airstrike.
over. Oh, also, who needed light bullets?
I do.
That was grim.
Yeah, I got.
Grim.
the-
I got 208 now. I need like
oh,
32
being sniped.
now.
Being
I
sniped.
just found 40. I'm full.
Enemies up
Fuck,
there,
somebody-
right
yeah,
there.
They're shooting at me.
No, they shot at
Shooting
me.
at me.
Up there, you shot it. Nice. The other way was grim.
Sounded loud, so I just didn't do anything, I guess.
There's like.
I actually just
I see him peeking
found
over
40 up
there.
in the bin. I'm full.
19 purple.
Yeah,
Like in
I don't have the sights for this.
Yeah. That ain't happening with me.
Alright, where do we want to push to? Do we want to push them or disengage?
I don't want to push them because, like, they're gonna.
Well, there's probably even more people coming. How about we
Alright,
just
we're
go somewhere?
disengaging.
Yeah. Let's get. Oh, okay, yeah. I was gonna say, let's just take the balloon, but yeah, this is good enough.
Well, maybe they'll follow us and we can fuck them up off of the zip line.
Hopefully.
Now you're too good for my zip line, Grim?
I already
Of
jumped
course,
off
it's crime.
before you even did it. I wanted the zip line. Oh, I could use a barrel stabilizer if I could actually
Okay, yeah.
shoot
Yeah, I got
straighter.
a
Oh, now there's trailers, and I threw my select fire away. Cool.
Right here. He's basically following us. He's on top of that little tower
okay.
there. If I were gonna go for that zip line.
Someone just grenaded us.
Oh shit.
Through that dynamite.
Yeah, they're
I see
behind
him.
that building.
Right there at the foot. Right there at the
Okay.
foot. 15, 12, purple. He's in there.
Alright, I just pinged. I
15
just pinged a
again.
barrel
He's running
stabilizer
down.
for you, Grim.
12 again.
Well,
You just
being
pay-
shot from
okay.
the behind.
In that building?
So, yeah, we're pinched. We gotta go. Yes.
It's in the building?
Johnny's at that foot, guys.
Yeah, we
There's one
gotta
at
go.
that foot.
We gotta go. Let's go this way.
There it is. Okay.
We're pinched between two.
Alright. And then there was shots coming from Market too. Oh shit.
Wait,
this is
we
the
should
end.
push around to the right.
Okay.
Push around to the right. Come here. Let's go.
Somebody's coming from Market.
They're
Push
here
around to the
already.
right, leave them.
They're here already. There's nothing we can do.
Fuck off, I was out of the shield. He was inside the shield and I was outside the dome shield and he shot me to death.
I mean, some bullets go through doors sometimes. This game is very inconsistent.
Yeah, it went through the shield and he killed me like that. That's complete bull.
I'm gonna take a smoke break. I'll be back in a few minutes. Alright.
That's literally complete bullshit. Because I had him, he was literally on like 1 HP.
Yeah. It's very inconsistent. This game makes up its own rules every game.
That really annoys me. I easily had him. Complete bull. Otherwise, yeah, I'm gonna get a snowball.
Yeah, man, I mean, it's pretty decent. I mean, I like it. I have no complaints.
My name is Wraith, and we have a job to do. Introducing your champion. There's a thin line between life and death. You'll find me there. I'm the jump master.
I'm gonna give it up. So,
Otherwise, how'd you get it to work on your Xbox as well? Does the snowball work on
no,
your
the
Xbox?
snowball is hooked up to the computer, and I use my headset for the Xbox.
Because I've seen people use a snowball for an Xbox. They do this weird thing where they have like the plug in to their controller. It has like 2 dongles coming off with a headset and a mic. And then they plug that headset into that. Then they plug the snowball into their computer and plug the other mic side into their computer as well. And apparently that works.
That's a lot of work.
I did not know I was Jump Master.
Yeah, man, that'd be you.
Yeah. Bro, it's cheaper than buying any headsets. Oh, there's so many people here.
Oh, yep, and people are in this building with us, looting. I'm dropping below to hopefully get a gun. Nope.
I only found a Mozambique.
Oh, let's just run. Let's get out of here. Oh, shit.
Yep. I was right there.
Haha, suck a dick, bitch. Damn.
Fuck off. Of course. I hate when that happens though.
Yeah, man. You smoked him with a right hook, and then some hidden ass motherfucker shoots you in the back like a bitch.
Yeah. I shot him twice with the Mozam. Don't know how I missed the third one though. Look at my health, he literally knocked me down to 1 HP. Because even if I'm not, like, even if I can't get it working for Xbox, then I have a nice streaming mic.
Yeah, I mean, that's more important. I mean, for the streaming, for, well, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
So I'm finally getting a proper
Yeah,
computer.
I remember you saying that. And I mean, you don't need anything special for Xbox. Like, as long as it doesn't, as long as the mic works and you can hear what side they're on.
Not me at the moment.
So I mean, anything's an upgrade. You know?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna get the microphone first, cause then, and the jack and the aux cord. Cause if I can get it working, then that's gonna be really good.
There might be a way to do it. Are you getting a new computer? Or are you like building one? Are you buying parts and building one, or?
Building
okay,
a PC.
so you're gonna build it with like new stuff, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So since you have like Windows 10, you could probably link it through the Xbox app.
Oh,
I don't know
yeah.
exactly how that works.
And then I can talk over my
Yeah.
PC, but that would work, yeah. Purple Armor boys.
Got a fast guy running like a bitch.
Yeah, or you
Surprise,
could just
motherfucker.
fucking hate the Eva A.
Yeah, I got somebody on me.
Yeah. Why is the Eva 8 so, like, fucking overpowered? He's now got purple armor.
Oh, we got a fucking peacekeeper. Oh, he's down anyway. Cool.
Is it whenever I use the Eva 8, I get like two damage, and this dude is doing like 60 damage to me every hit.
Alright, let me heal up, but I'm coming for you, buddy.
You can hear him. That robot has the purple armor. He's probably going for the res. Yeah, he's going for the res. Quick. How do you...
I was shooting over his head the whole time.
Yeah,
that
is
was crazy.
That was complete bullshit, yeah. Look, 57 damage? Yeah, sure. Game.
Sure thing, game.
A whole clip. Yeah, exactly. Like, a whole clip of a Havoc does not do 57 damage.
It does not. It does like 500 and something.
Exactly. And I missed like 3 shots. It's like, you kidding me?
Where do you want to go?
Where we're going, mechanic? I don't mind, you choose, mate. No, you know what? I do my dropship. Okay. I'm joking. Don't go, please. No. Okay, let's go PMSK. Yeah. Because dropship is already going to be full of people. Yeah, look at the people going to Twitter out. I've got people going here as well, though.
Oh, yeah. So don't land in the bin, land in the blanket that's got a gun. Preferably. Oh, this blanket didn't have a gun, but I tried. Still no gun.
I'm fucking done with this piece of shit game. Honestly. It's all fucking bullshit.
Oh, I just fucking archetyped myself.
How much damage did I do to him? 140, 150. Dead then. Big bullshit. He had blue armor, and I did over 150 damage to him. What is this? What is this game? I did 154 damage to him. Reload your other gun, please. 157 damage and he's still not dead. That's complete bullshit.
You.
This game's so shit. Some guy has
Nice.
blue armor, I do 157 damage to him, yet he still kills me.
That sucks.
Can you get me, please?
Yeah, I'm trying to get our buddy before he times out.
Don't, you're gonna get killed. Just leave him. You can get his banner. There we go. Finish that son of a
Why don't
bitch.
we pick your thing up?
You've already got me.
Oh,
You've
shit,
already
I
got
didn't
me.
realize that.
Oh,
At least I got that kill. I'm
Yep.
happy with that.
that's complete bullshit, man. 157 damage with someone with blue armor. I don't know. 154.
Right.
It's still the same game since I
No,
left?
second game, I think.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god,
You
all
wanna-
my friends are
Do you want to
playing
play a
Able.
ranked game? I gotta get 3 Wraith knockdowns. Oh, yo. I just realized. So I don't have to put my headset down to get up and do stuff. Would it work out back in the house, you think, Joe?
I don't know. It's kind of far from
Would what
your
work?
Xbox. If you went out front, it would probably work. Went out the front door.
Yeah, I don't go out the front door.
Yeah, out back's kind of far.
What are you guys? What
Yeah.
rank? That's me. It just says you run.
Silver 2. You're John Master, Grim.
Yeah. Grim, what are you?
Wherever.
Where you want to go? What am I? I'm 1 kill away from gold 4. How about? No, let's do.
Alright. Wherever you want.
Jump!
Yeah. Jump time.
Imagine having
What's the
everyone. Yeah. go.
What is Wraith's passive?
Race passive. If someone aims
Yeah,
at
she
her,
hears
she
the
can-
voices.
She tells her.
Oh,
someone's
right.
aiming at
Oh,
her.
there's somebody out here. Got it. I don't have a gun. I'm
Yeah, come to
running
me.
away.
Come to me. Come to me.
I don't think he has a gun. He's running away. He's in the middle. He's in the middle there.
Knock him. Nice. Alright.
Give me a gun, robot. Oh, Mozambique. That's not cool. There are footsteps. Right there, right there. They're coming this way.
Alright.
They're going up top.
Okay, they're getting the Brano.
What the fuck? Oh, I don't think I landed any of those fucking bullets.
Oh, you're still
Oh shit, I thought you killed them.
Alright.
Oh. I thought that was you dancing around up top with them.
No.
Was Ram?
No, I was shooting
Yeah,
from the
that's-
bottom.
There's a vest up top you can swap out for.
Okay. You have any
No,
heals?
I do not.
Oh, I can give
I
you
need
a
some
thing.
shotgun bullets, or need to swap out.
Okay.
Oh, you need shotgun bullets? There's 17.
Oh, my man. Fucking
And I have 0
lion
heavy
ass
bullets.
Zero just logged on.
There you go. Grim.
Grim, trying to give you stuff.
Right. Alright.
Take the stuff, man.
You were like up top. I know where you went, man.
Where?
Here's this lion ass motherfucker.
Yeah. Lioness 0.
I got about to eat and brush my teeth, and shit, now I got energy.
Oh, my
Kids on me, kids on me.
That
On
sounds
my way.
made up.
Fuck, the E, the E! He's right there, he's one shot.
I hit him with, there we go. I was just saying, I hit him with fucking 2 fucking.
I hear somebody put
Oh
that.
shit, I need to heal up.
Oh, what? There's 2
One
people
guy's
in there?
down.
I
There's
don't even know where I was
somebody.
getting shot from.
I'm trying for fun.
Can I come coming
Okay.
upstairs so you can raise? Let me get away from
Oh,
you.
they're right here. Son of a bitch.
Yeah,
they're
shot
right
him.
on the steps. Right here, right here.
Twice. Oh, there's a new fucking
Can I-
squad down there.
Raise, mechanic, you haven't got help, please?
Fuck. Yeah, there's another squad down there. God damn it.
The complete bullshit how he knocked me though. The EVA 8 apparently for everyone else does like 100 damage, but when I use it does like 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know where I was getting shot from. So, in that room where Ram died, you downed the dude. I came in, I was shooting a dude from across the way. He ducked out of the way, and I was getting shot from, like, you know, I was
through the
showing
window.
hit markers on the top right. Oh, through the window.
The mechanic, you probably could have pulled off a res there when you went
Probably,
downstairs.
but I
Was
thought he
there
was gonna
another
come back up.
squad?
I hit him twice with the Peacekeeper, but.
Yeah. I saw your first shot took like 45 and then your second shot like
Yeah, something like
15.
that.
Yeah, I think with the EVA 8, you might as well aim for the chest or something.
The EVA 8's so overpowered sometimes. Like when I use it, I get like 3 damage. When someone else gets it, they do like 60 damage to it. It's like, you're kidding me, right?
Yeah. I think
don't
you
know
can
how you get a
actually
headshot.
one-shot somebody if you headshot them with the EVA. If you're like real close to them.
Oh yeah, okay. You just got to be up in their
Yeah.
up in their face.
Yeah, but it's not easy. It's definitely not easy.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
right.
because I don't think the spread changes even if you're looking outside. Sights, it's the same. Same thing with the Peacekeeper. So, like, aiming down sights, all it does is slow you down.
Right, right. For some reason, I'm always compelled with the Peacekeeper name down the sights. I don't know why. Like, the EVA 8 is easier to hip fire for me, but I think you're probably right. You probably just ought to hip fire them all.
I don't hip fire anything. I probably should.
Yeah, I have trouble doing it. I try to make myself sometime, but I forget. When you're really close, you're going to probably do more damage if you can make yourself.
Yeah, like if because you strafe so much faster when you're hip firing.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Alright, I need a new beer. I'll be right back. Actually, I'm gonna bring you guys a
Alright. Now we're in Joe's kitchen.
Yay! Oh yeah. Jesus Christ, Joyce, how many beers do
Oh
you
my
drink?
God.
There's like 500 in that fridge.
Did you drink 500
Jeez.
beers today, Joe? Let's do market. We'll do market.
Grim, go, jump, yeah.
Not yet,
30
man.
seconds, I'm counting. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13,
I'm back. I guess I should go
14,
back out for
15, 16,
I'm back on my
17,
computer.
18, 19, 20,
I'm back. What are you doing?
21, fucking shit, 22, 23,
You wait till you see me on
24,
stream?
25,
Stream's
26,
like
27,
There's
28,
people down there. I see
29,
them.
30. No, I was talking to 0 Hour, because 0 Hour said he would be
No, that
back
was
in
me.
10
Said I'd be
seconds.
back in 30. That was me.
No, that was.
Man, you don't know my voice, bro? Damn, bro, I'm offended.
Fucking bullshit! Hit him for
I'm
58.
coming.
That's how I
I'm
did
coming to fucking lose all of my health real quick. I'm just gonna hide over here.
Up
now.
here. The Birdman's almost dead. Oh, he's finished on me.
Fuck that kid. Who's left? Can I cook it?
Yeah, I'm alive. I'm just hiding underneath in my little Harry Potter dungeon. Living under the stairs, man.
There's 2 up there, they're fully looted up.
Long as fucking Hermione's
Dude,
in
I know,
there,
right? I'd live under the fucking stairs for that shit.
Yeah, that's pretty,
Whoa,
pretty
whoa,
fun.
whoa. You fucking, yes, thank you, buddy.
Yeah, you got my longbow.
Oh, whoa, holy shit.
No,
All of a sudden I was raped by 3 dicks.
Got shot from like 15 directions.
Yeah. I hate when that happens. -2, right?
Cry into my corona.
No, you're corona. Grim's silver 1, notice.
No, I was silver 1. I'm almost at gold 4.
But you're still silver 1, huh?
Damn. Shots fucking fired.
Wait, you were at gold 4 and that shit took effect and you got put out?
Nah, he never.
No, I
No.
was still 1 away from the other night.
Oh, okay.
And then now I'm 2 away.
Morning, mother.
Good morning, Ram's mother.
It's alright. Yes, Mom. I'm gonna ready up and I'll be back, boys. I have to go get myself a light breakfast.
No.
Can't be heavy. I can't be eating bricks. I have to get myself a light breakfast.
So you're gonna eat like poached eggs and.
Be right back. I'm just gonna eat some
Feathers.
fucking feathers or something.
Feathers.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, send me the
Do you
chicken.
okay?
Shit. Don't let the chicken go to waste. So I'm posting to try to get some more people in the stream, saying true legends drink beers with the boys and rage and ranked at the same time. Stop by and watch me miss entire clips and cry into my corona. Would that make you want to come to somebody's stream?
Yeah.
I think it
I'd
would.
watch
I
that.
think it would. Yeah. Shit. Either you're on a good knot and you're teaching kids how to play, or you're on a bad knot and you're making kids feel good
Yeah.
about themselves.
It's usually the latter.
Yeah, I know how it is. Shit.
Graham will be leaving us shortly. I don't know when, but he's got to do something with his mum.
Yeah, with me, mom.
All right. Well, yeah, I'll be on here. I'm getting warmed up.
Okay.
Yo, so there's this dude.
Bought a bottle of
For what?
champagne
Just to
tonight.
celebrate life.
Drinking champagne?
Just for the fuck of it. Rarely.
I'm back.
It's the cheap shit.
I
Yeah,
got me
I've never
white
drank
breakfast.
anything that wasn't the cheap shit.
Is it Miller High Life? The champagne. of
Yeah,
beers?
yeah, it's the champagne of beer. It's what is this shit called? Starts with an A. I don't know. It's the cheap Walmart champagne. It's less than $6 a
Yeah,
bottle.
our Walmarts don't sell alcohol,
No.
so I don't know.
They probably will soon.
Which
Because Giant
did.
sells alcohol now.
Dropping in, hang on.
Yeah, I heard they're trying to do that. Yeah, Giant.
Yeah,
sells
they
them
don't
now,
sell
too.
liquor
Oh,
at mine.
Wawa's trying to
Just
do it. That's
wine
what
and
I
beer.
read recently.
Yeah, in Pennsylvania.
So, like 7-Elevens sell alcohol, right? Down where you're at?
Would you say 7-Elevens?
Yeah. Do you have 7-Elevens
Yeah.
down there?
Yeah, not in my immediate town, but around. Not too far.
Well, like stores
but
like
yeah, they do.
sell it,
Yeah.
right?
There are some counties that are dry, but it's no state law saying you can't.
Somebody landed at those.
So
bins
shoot
out there.
him, lol.
Shoot him in the face with the laws.
Oh, I forgot I'm Wraith. I'm all trying to send decoys.
Yeah.
It's
I do that
fucking me
shit
up,
all the
like.
time. With the
Graham's
Pathfinder.
Wraith for a challenge.
Get on me,
Got-
get on me,
got
get on me.
him down.
Oh, I ran out of
Oh
bullets.
shit, I thought you were out back. Oh, he's up on the.
Got
He's
my
up on
third
the,
down at
the,
least.
the rags.
More not.
Broke his shield.
There's squads in here.
Okay, I don't have any
People shooting each
heals.
other. I'm gonna try to crawl to the back over here.
Damn. Fuck. This is rough.
Hit him 57.
It's just you. Hit him for all of them. There's people below you now, too. Protect me.
This guy, what the fuck is that? What is he on? He
Methamphetamines.
landed every shot. Do you land every shot on you?
Just about. Just about.
Mechanic?
Yeah.
Enough to kill him.
He landed about 150 damage worth of shots.
Alright, I don't have to be Wraith anymore. I did the shit.
Yeah, still need 8 more headshots with light machine guns and 2 kills with submachine guns in a single match.
So wait, both were SMGs,
No,
headshots,
one's light
and 2
machine
kills in a
guns
match.
and one is SMG.
Oh, light and sub.
And we light up the sub. Sub hype. Sub hype.
Oh, you got a sub.
Nah, no
Oh, you
subs
got
yet.
subs? Nice. No?
I don't even know
Huh.
how close I am.
He's
I
lying.
was pretty close. I had like 46 or 48. And then I checked one day and I had 40.
And I went up to
41
2,000.
followers. So like people like unfollowed me.
Huh. Must have said something.
Yeah,
a
people
sensitive
unfollowed you?
subject for some little bitch.
How many people
4 or
unfollowed
6
you?
or something. So it's probably one of you motherfuckers saying some racist shit.
It was the Libyans comment. I know it was.
Good job.
Dude, like half
And I was
It
only
wasn't
talking
me.
about the Libyans that
Right,
killed
yeah.
Doc Brown in
the
one
only,
timeline.
only the Libyans who, who ruined, who I guess, who allowed
Just a terrorist. Come on.
the Back to the Future to happen. Because if Doc wouldn't have got killed, it would have never happened. If he would have lived, Marty wouldn't have went
Where
back.
we
to
stood
Yeah,
Salem,
something
you
like
know?
that. Should have read the note,
Boys,
you frizzy
What?
haired
What?
bitch.
What?
where we skedaddling off to?
We're gonna skedaddle off to that motherfucker in the sky.
Supply ship over there.
We're gonna go to the promised land in the sky. I'm like your Jesus. Yeah.
Are we doing
You're gonna
shit?
follow me to the promised land in the sky.
Dude, where's Ram? Oh, okay. On the mini map, I couldn't see him because he was like in my same triangle.
Ooh, Ram, get out of his triangle.
I'm going up front.
I'm laying a rod.
Yeah, I'm a triangle, bro.
It's not my fault your triangle's so
Oh,
nice.
damn. He said you got a sexy ass triangle. Are you guys shooting at each other or what?
Nah, there's some dude
I picked up that light
outside.
ammo by accident. I don't need it. I got a shotgun and heavy.
Oh yes, I'll grab it then.
So this champagne I got
Miller High Life.
was so good that it erased my memory of what it was called, and I had to look in
It
the
must be
garbage to see what the brand name was. And so the brand name is Andre, and my name
Right.
is Andrew.
I feel like
I
it's...
see him down there.
That's some good
See you
shit.
down
If I
there.
couldn't remember that.
Oh, I already jumped
You
off
wanna
the
jump?
jump.
Jump
See
off
you
here?
later.
Must be some good shit.
I'm jumping with you, mechanic.
See you later. Whoa. They on the roof?
No, I don't see anybody. Is that you shooting?
I'll use that on my Mozam.
Yes, go Mozam the shit out of them bitches. Yeah, I'm dropping this evil
I need
for
a
this
vest.
peacekeeper. So I'm gonna keep this motherfucking piece.
Wait, where'd that hammer point go? Need both of them. Nice. Oh, we
You
can
can't
take
have
that
all this stuff. I want
Thank you.
stuff.
Dad, get out of my way. No, I'll take
get out
that
of my triangle, bro.
There's a box right here.
Yeah, I just shut down the fly for that.
There's an RE45 in there, and I have disruptor rounds.
No,
Do
I,
it.
yeah, you
Should
do
I
it.
do
I
it?
can't. No, because I gotta do.
I don't have
You
enough.
said there's no.
Someone can
It's in
have
the box.
Sanrio.
RE5 in the
There's an
box.
RE45 in the box.
I gotta get.
R3 Boys, I'm going
Oh,
Mozam
Grim,
and
there's a-
RE45.
Body shield here. Level 1.
Oh, cool. Oh, I just found the next one.
Oh.
Oh, yes.
See, that just happened again. I clicked it, and Ram's voice was like, "I need it." That shit happens to me all the time.
Are you hacking?
I need
this
that
shit,
too.
Ryan?
All the time.
No, what do you mean?
He's lying. You heard that unconfident no?
Reposition here.
Yeah, nah. What do you mean? Oh, there were people here, so be careful, because when I came off the dropship,
Okay.
I saw them.
Yeah, it's already looted.
Alright, I'm coming. Oh, damn, you're far.
They've probably gone into main water treatment. Come with me, boys. I'm gonna set up a zip line on top
Yeah,
of the water.
man, zipline time, mother.
Ride my one shot gun.
He's long.
Was there any
No, that's what I
optics in
saw.
there? I could use some. This shit's empty. This
Yeah, I
whole
didn't
town
do
or
all the way
whatever.
over to the edge.
It hasn't been looted.
The edge, yeah.
So where'd they go?
No, I see a bin over there. It was looted.
Race
Definitely
drop
not
ship?
everything.
Dropship? Where's the dropship? Dropship, where?
It's been dead there.
Oh yeah, I think I hear footsteps.
They didn't do the bins. Yeah. Alright. Come on, cool stuff.
So I could use like a choke for my keeper of peace.
Always better than iron sights.
I'll take that.
A choke?
Choke.
Oh, did someone take those off? Did
No,
someone?
nobody was up there. Not on our team.
No, I
No, they're
think-
still up there?
Yeah, I'm hearing footsteps. And it's not you.
Same here.
Oh, they're on the balloon. They didn't take the balloon, they hopped off.
Let me stalk them. There's more people, I think. I'm hearing... Shit. Got him.
Is that purple for a choke, please? No.
I need light ammo.
Oh,
I'm gonna fix
just
it.
a
Bangle?
special. Here, you need light bullets? Right there. Hello?
Hello?
Bangle's
Nice.
dead. Double armor.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hey, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you, you just can't hear us.
Can you hear us?
That bangle was lagging me.
Grimbo, Grimbo, Grimbo.
Is he there?
Do it for the one time.
God damn it, someone
Do
just
it
took
for the
that
one
rifle.
time. There's light ammo here. I guess his headset's breaking. Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah,
Yes,
we can hear
we can.
you. We'd hear you the whole
Oh,
time,
somebody's
but
here?
you couldn't hear us. You can hear us now.
I didn't get a chance to shoot because I was pinging. It's a new squad. At least 2 of them.
Fuck off!
Shit.
Of course my headset's broken and I can't hear the right side, otherwise I would have got him.
Ay, ay, ay.
Anyway, I'm gonna have to
You're
skedaddle.
Gonzo. Adios,
Yep.
Rambo.
I'll see you guys later. See you stream. Make sure you go follow Grim and
Follow us all,
Mechanic?
man. Give us all follows. I need it all.
even though no one came into my
Well,
stream
maybe
today.
someone will see it later. Come check me out, bro.
See you guys.
Be here all day.
Maybe.
What the hell? Yo, so...
Now
right
we
when
can you hear
Ram...
us, Grim?
No. Right when Ram said Bangalore, then all of a sudden I couldn't hear anything. Like my headphones went out. Excuse me. And I could still run around and stuff. So I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like playing with my headphones and shit.
Oh, let me finish
Take
this
your time.
game up here. I'm 10 squads left, but the circle's
Okay.
getting small.
Do you want to play regular in the meantime?
Sure.
Unranked? So does that happen, Joe, that like your headphones stop working, but you can still play when your batteries die? Because I changed my batteries after I died, and then now it works.
Sometimes. Sometimes, it starts to shut down, like, auxiliary things. So, like, sometimes, like, it'll
That
stop
makes sense.
vibrating. Or it'll, I mean, like, stuff like that.
Yeah, I actually, like, ran into a corner. I was going to change my batteries. I didn't know there was, like, people there who were fighting until I could see your health going down. I was thinking, oh, shit. Let me go try to
shit
help.
got real quick.
My name is Wraith, and we have a job to do.
Maybe it died faster because I play music, too, in my headphones.
I don't think so. I don't think
Yeah,
so.
it could be.
Because
Oh, no, yeah.
that should still...
Because it only lasted, what?
That should
Few hours,
still...
right? 2, 3 hours?
I don't think it does anything more. I mean, maybe because there's constant sound, so it's... But, like, I don't know how much of a difference that would make.
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say. I know what you're saying, though. I mean, your headphones are, like, always ready to make
Right.
a sound, so... You'd think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Hang on.
I mean, I never played without a wire until today. I mean, on my own shit, so I don't really know how it works.
Oh, did you get a new wireless?
You landed up
controller?
top? No, I have a wireless controller. I just always have just plugged it in, so I figure it's easier than using batteries.
Sure.
Oh, hit her in the head, but she got away.
Yeah, now we're talking. Let's do this.
It's not going to get away for long.
I mean, she's getting pretty far away.
Well,
while
probably
we're...
she will. Do you want to scout?
No, I'm good.
Second
I
gun
got
to
a
scout.
Mozambique and a Hemlock.
All right.
So if I can get a,
I'm going in the bottom. I think their teammates
I
are in
went
the
to the
bottom.
perimeter because that's where it looked like she ran to.
Oh, she did an energy gun on me. She revved it up around the corner and then popped out with it.
Pretty
I was just
slick
done.
moves.
Ah, she's breaking my
I'm coming.
doors down. She's breaking my doors down. I'm dead.
Fuck, man. God damn it.
If you guys want to just hold up for me a minute.
Yeah.
There's only 5 squads left and the circle's getting real small.
I was all about waiting last time.
We
and
might win
Grim was
this shit, I
impatient,
don't know.
so. It's all his fault.
You can't think about you can't but think about Harry Potter when you're playing with Ram, you know. It's like
I mean, I think about Harry Potter all the time. So maybe that's my problem that I need to address.
yeah. and it's specifically Harry.
It's actually Ron, but
that ginger bitch.
We're definitely talking about you, Grim.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is Grim,
Yes, he is.
Grim a ginger? We were talking about.
Racist ass
Ron.
Zero strikes again.
There goes 3 more followers of mine. Thanks, Zero.
We were talking about Ron and Harry Potter.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's only a few squads left in this game, so he will be joining us momentarily.
Yeah, four squads.
Okay.
Analytics. Let's look at my analytics. Let's see.
Well, do you want to just drop in the meantime,
You're
and
so
then we'll
impatient.
just join his
So
invite
impatient.
when he comes? Well, because we could be playing for a minute. I don't really care about leaving a match. That's what I usually do.
3 squads. 3 squads. No, I don't care if I don't mind you guys doing
Get
that.
the dub. Yeah, just send an invite when you're done. You won't even know if he did it or not.
That's right. That's right.
Pretty much, man.
It's just practice. I mean, it's just some random that's probably going to let you down. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, pretty much. It's what you get, Simplex Diamond 6. You're gonna get ditched.
You knew you were going to fuck us. Now you're going to get fucked.
Or
And I'll send him a message blaming him for us abandoning him.
I believe it. So how the fuck do I tell?
I'll just tell him pure garbo. Or absolute garbo. Whatever that dude said the other day. Or we were accidentally able to hear him.
Garbo.
What's my motherfucking name? Garbo.
So he's jump master. So whatever happens, I'm gonna blame him being jump master for everything and us abandoning him.
Oh, I think we're about to die. Oh, I don't
Like,
know.
Good,
Oh, yeah,
good job at
I
being
think
jump
so.
master. I think he's like not holding forward. I can't really tell.
No, yeah, no, he is.
Oh shit, 2 squads left. And there must be just 1 kid in this fucking squad left. This is kind of cool. I might win this fucking game.
There's 2
Okay,
mofos
I'll
over
end up
there.
here with him. I'll be there shortly.
Oh, there's 2 people over here.
Oh, there's somebody up here?
Try to be a creeper.
Oh,
I'm stalking dudes
that
over
was
here.
fucking crazy. I need to fucking record that.
Where's the
That
other
was
fool?
insane. I don't even want to talk about it. I'll talk about it later. It was just too crazy to fucking explain.
Alright.
Got 2. Yeah.
Oh my
No.
god.
Are you dead, Joe?
I just got executed. Fuck.
I have like 5. I have a med kit. That helps.
It will.
Oh shit! Ah! I was like healing up in my menu trying to get rid of all this trash I had for no reason. Like 3 shotgun bolts.
Me
Well, you got
too.
2 kills. You did okay.
Yeah, I just got eliminated too.
It's not over yet.
we were.
So see,
we had,
wasn't it more fun to
No,
do
it was
that
not.
in the meantime, Joe?
Yeah.
So would you come in second? 0?
Yeah, we eliminated the last member of 1 squad, and we ran toward this pretty small, like real small circle, you know, not the smallest, but real small. And like, I stepped out, I was looking for him, I expected, it was for the fucking, where you do the jump through the ring of fire and shit. So
Oh,
I
yeah,
expected him to
the
be in that
octane
compound.
thing.
Yeah, octane thing, yeah. So I step out in the open, and they pop up over one of the little desert hills next to it, and 3 of them are all firing at me and just melt my ass. I had white armor like the whole game. And then like my 2 squad mates went down pretty much just as easy. So it was ugly.
Where's this motherfucker at?
You ready, Joe? You in the lobby?
I'm
Oh, yeah,
joining
give
y'all's
me,
lobby.
look, 2 minutes. I want to find these motherfuckers.
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
It was an amazing play. I want to.
Hunt them down, destroy.
I guess shit.
Yeah,
We could have got you
what
back
do
here.
you
I won't
mean?
run away. I was looking for that motherfucker. So, we were fighting up in the cage, and I downed the 1 dude, or I shot him with 1 peacekeeper blast, and then he was fucking me up and accidentally fell off, like as I was trying to reload, but I had, I don't know, two shots left, so then I fall off, but by hitting X to reload, I grab the rope and come back up, and then like take it all the way, take it all the way to the top, and then so it makes me shoot off in the direction I'm facing, which is facing him. So like I come pretty close to him and just like pop him with the peacekeeper. It's pretty fucking amazing.
Nice.
Nice. I have 0 heavy bullets. Use,
I have 50.
my gun's empty too. Alright. Do you have any shield cells?
Yeah, I have 2
an
shield
empty
cells.
shield
And I have light bullets.
and devotion
So
with
if you
23
find a light
bullets.
gun, I got light bullets.
No, I don't have a light gun.
There's bullets over here. Or there's shots over here. Here you go.
Energy ammo here.
Okay, I'm gonna grab that. Oh, here's the light gun. Oh, here's a Havoc.
Well, yeah, grab a
that.
light gun. I have a purple clip for you. And light bullets.
Alright. Your shield cells?
Yeah, too.
I have an empty shield.
Alright.
Light ammo here. Energy ammo here. drive here.
Oh, the wall's coming in. Come on, Simplex. I know you got a shield, so.
Level 2.
I hear movement.
Herpes
Right here.
Simplex.
There's a shield cell for you.
Shield cell here.
Oh, I went the other way. Oh, I found one here. Damn, I'm asking for all these shield cells. Our teammate runs to a building with shield cells. Doesn't pick them up. We're fucking telling me.
Let's go this way.
He made it right when he came around that wall. Where the fuck is he? Oh, somebody just landed here.
I see somebody right here. They're behind this thing. Eat it, bitch.
Alright, he left. I'm running to the circle. I'm not looting or anything because the sooner we end it, the better.
Alright.
Next ring's far.
Oh, somebody's here. Oh, this is the option I was chasing. Fuck, he got me. Alright, we're dead.
Yeah. 831 damage.
Nice. Simplex Diamond 6 did the 219 with the 0 kills. They were pretty good meat shield. Would have been a better meat shield if they weren't Pathfinder, who has like a 0% hitbox. So.
You want to get Grim the old you want to propel him up to gold?
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah, let's do that. Yeah.
Oh,
I need
okay. I didn't see you done it. Cool.
Yeah.
You need 6 points, you said? Oh.
2.
So we just gotta land in. Oh, well, no. Because it costs 2 to play, so we need 4. No, it costs 1 to play in silver. So we need to come top 10.
So if we come in what?
So
10th,
3,
and I get 2 kills.
A kill and whatever placement or whatever. Yeah.
Come in 10th and 1 kill. We should be gold. All right. While we wait, I'm gonna peek. BR beers.
Be all bears. Yeah, let me get a drink. I'll be right back.
All right.
Today will be one of those experiences you sit back and say, oh yeah, I remember that.
Yo. fucking Joe's skin on that Wraith. It kind of makes me think of a Viking. Well, I want to give a little anecdote. Like, I was at this New Year's party with a friend of mine, and like, I'm gonna let one of you guys jump so I can concentrate on my important story here.
Okay.
I was like at a New Year's party. I might have stop me if I've told this. With like a, there was this blonde woman there, and man, I was many beers deep, and I thought she looked hot as hell, like a Viking goddess or something. And I saw her at a later party, man, and I didn't even know it was the same girl because I was pretty much sober, man. And I was, she was like a, just like an. I mean, she looked okay. She looked okay. I mean, you know, she's maybe like a 6.5. Something.
Well, that's far from a goddess.
But like, damn, dude. Yeah, I saw her that one.
Somebody's trying to punch me.
I was like,
I did not mean to
down.
jump
There's somebody
down
back here.
oh shit, coming to save you.
Oh, I missed. I'm looking for a gun. Alright, I have a gun. I'm coming.
No, not anymore.
See them?
No, he ran around the back of the
I hear them.
Zero's
I
getting
hear
up.
them.
They're shooting us.
Oh shit, there they are. There they are.
I knocked one of them.
Hit the other one for 90, broke his shield.
Got him.
Got the other one. Executed. That's how we do it in the hood, bitch.
They got shield.
I'm getting
Thank you.
Joe up.
I got some bullets. I got light bullets out of there. Oh,
Oh shit, another dude coming.
Alright, I gotta heal up.
I don't know where they are. Oh, right here.
Alright, yeah,
He's
I was gonna say,
almost
I don't
dead.
have many bullets.
Nice.
I need light bullets.
Alright, I got some light bullets.
Here's
Yeah, I
a
grabbed the shotgun
45.
so I'm okay for now.
Here, I'll drop you 20 light. I'll drop you. I've got. That leaves me 35. We're both pretty.
Yeah, yeah. You need lights. Here's 3 bucks of lights.
Yeah, you take them, and I'm sure we'll find some up here in this.
And I got some heavy, but I don't have a heavy gun. So
Yeah, I got a shotgun.
I've got enough for my heavy right now.
I have 2 syringes. I don't have any shield
Prowler
cells.
up here. Where'd it go? Oh, if you want it.
Yeah, I'll take that over triple take. I'm dropping the triple take and energy ammo here.
Nice. Yeah, I was earlier when you sent me a message, Joe. I was playing on Steam the remake of the original Resident Evil, and
nice.
I'll play with a 360 controller, and like I didn't know that like you hit your Xbox button, and at least on Windows 10, I don't know
Here's
if
a
it's
full
the same
shield.
on 7. It brings up the Xbox game bar, even though it's not an Xbox game. And
Really?
like, you know, it'll show you, yeah, it's like it'll show you all the same shit as the Xbox app, I guess, and you can stream from it and shit.
Oh yeah, I know.
But I didn't know it like showed
Yeah, I
me
was super
online.
confused because I checked when I got on, and I didn't see on. So I'm like, alright, I'll play Minecraft for a little bit until people get on. So I'm playing Minecraft and I'm playing by myself. I'm like, you know what? It's about time to switch. And I looked. I'm like, what? It says he was on like 35 minutes ago. What the fuck? Like I checked for him and he wasn't on. So that's why I sent you a message because I thought. I thought maybe you logged on, saw that I was playing Minecraft. There was nobody on, and you're like, all right, well, played a couple games and you left.
I think there's shots from that direction. I can't really tell. It sounded like multiple
And I
directions.
was like, shit.
Yeah, I checked about 10 and nobody was on, and I was like, okay. I started to play this the other night. I'll give it a try. It's pretty fun. I'm trying with the old tank controls like on PlayStation though. Man, that shit sucks. I might switch. It's got a more modern control scheme, but I'm kind of like, am I a pussy if I don't use the same controls?
No,
as,
you
know?
play whatever
it easier?
is comfortable, makes it enjoyable. Like I
think you're right.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I switched my control scheme on this game.
There's other squads coming.
To evolved. So like I slide with the right joystick, I jump with the left bumper. You know what I mean? So like, and I know I ain't no pussy, and I changed my control scheme.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
They're in that other tunnel on the right side, on the opposite side of me. Over here.
Oh, okay. I'm jumping up top to try to flank them from behind. Oh, there's one that ran out.
Oh, there's traps. He's oh, what the fuck? What?
Broke
I
his
just like
shield.
got, I don't know, I stubbed my toe and got stuck or something. I don't fucking know.
Oh man, this dude's almost dead. Fuck.
Shit, I'm coming. I chased one dude away. I hope he don't get me in the back.
He's in there.
Yeah, he was almost dead. His buddy is up there. He ran into the rocks. He's
They
probably
throw
dead.
grenades.
Oh shit.
Oh, move. That Archsto's gonna.
Shit.
Oh, what? I got shot. There's somebody right here that killed me.
Oh my god. Oh,
I was gonna say,
I
did you just do kung fu?
Man.
I went invisible.
Did you just do?
Yeah. My damn. This stick is
trying to
so
kung fu
easy to hit the fucking right click.
That's why
with.
I switched.
Maybe my thumb is
Nope.
just wicked
That's,
powerful.
I mean, maybe, but that's why I switched mine.
That's
Yeah,
what
so
you
when
did too.
If I do accidentally click, I crouch.
Yeah, that's fuck. I hate that shit, dude. I've done that a million times.
Which, ironically, now that I switched it, I don't ever push it. I mean, I used to do it all the time, but yes, I switched
Yeah,
it. So if
right.
I do accidentally hit the right joystick in, I'll just crouch. I won't stop shooting and throw a punch.
What does your melee become when you're on that control scheme?
And I.
Oh, it just that's all it switches is those two?
Well, no, it generally turns A and the left bumper switch as well. So jump is left bumper, and A is my tactical ability. B is melee, and the right joystick is crouch.
I'm sure I could get used to that
It
over
took me
time.
like 5 games, maybe. It didn't take as long as I thought it would.
No, not bad. Yeah.
Yo, I saw something that you can make it so you're automatically running all the time, so you don't need to push in the joystick to run.
I don't know.
Is that true?
You also told me you can play the old map if you want.
I've seen
which
other
I don't-
games like
I've never
that.
seen that either.
Yeah, I've seen the option myself. That's how I know.
Oh, where is it? It's in settings?
Nah, I don't know. I'm pretty sure you can do it while you're in the lobby. Next time we're in the lobby, remind me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, a lot of games have auto run. I would be surprised that they wouldn't
Well,
put
if
it
you
on
open
this
your
one.
inventory, it auto runs. So I actually was doing that earlier when I was eating some Takis. I just open my inventory while I'm running, eat a couple Takis.
Another fucking day without me buying Takis. Fuck. I was at Walmart again. I'm worthless.
Too concerned with the champagne.
That's right, man. Champagne on my campaign.
Champagne on my campaign. You do damn thing. What's my name? What's my name? What's my name? Oh.
I'll put some fucking guacamole Takis down in the champagne
Yeah.
bottle.
And then you gotta drink it all to get to them. And then they're super gross.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Guacamole.
It's like the worm at the end of the tequila. Like, it's gross, but you have to do it.
That's right.
I'm doing this little thing here. I hear somebody near us.
I got a triple take, which I'm not happy about. Oh, but I just found a robot. Oh, there's somebody in here with me. Oh, 2 people.
Oh, coming. Oh, one out here with us.
Oh, I got a triple take. Oh,
Down
my
one
God,
guy.
this is...
I'm with you, Grim. Oh, behind us. Got him. One more. Got him.
Squad.
Nice. Fucking going.
Yeah,
I didn't get
that
any of
was
those
sweet.
kills, but...
That may propel you to gold right there.
I guess you guys looted that box already?
I've only got
What,
a
the
little
one by the
ammo
door?
out of the one.
Yeah. There we go.
Yeah, there was an alternator I got out of light
I'm-
ammo. I have shield
We
cells.
all
Who needs
do.
shield cells? Alright. Here's 5 shield cells. And who needs health?
Nope, I don't have
Do you have
anything.
health?
I've got a med kit. I got no shield
I
cells.
have nothing.
Alright, I dropped a bunch in here.
Oh, nice. I only need 2.
There you go.
God,
And
I
there's
need
3
a
health.
bag.
kits.
I'm fucking.
Catching myself up. Catching myself up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bag and clock.
Yes.
Yeah, did you
I'm
get your
getting
bag?
now. Going for that
I just pinged. Didn't I drop enough shield cells for you to heal up? I dropped 5.
Yeah.
I didn't get...
Yeah,
Yeah, I
got
only
the third
took
one.
2.
Oh, okay.
So I got a Prowler with a Slick Fire, and I got a Havoc with a Turbocharger.
Nice.
Oh, I got a Prowler with select fire. Cool.
Look at us. We're like the Prowler with Slick Fire gang.
The champion fan.
We should get t-shirts made. Yes.
Yeah.
I could use that. Thanks.
How many kills you got,
Let's
Grim?
explore this way.
Prowler gang. 1.
Okay. None.
What about you?
Oh, you're gone up there. All right. This already looks like it's looted.
0 must have 2. It was all looted anyway.
Yeah, I got
Close at least.
2, but I think you weakened
Shit's
one
going
of them.
down.
Yeah.
Up top there, I can see them.
Shit.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
that. You got a zip line?
Yep.
Can we go to the roof of that place?
Yeah, let me get. I got to get a little closer.
Okay.
Probably past
I have
these
a
two
bunch
little
of
shacks.
throwables.
Yep. Okay.
Alright, I'm
on
right
the
behind
roof.
you. So let's take it and let's makeshift Gibraltar.
I've only got the Prowler. Yep.
You're getting somebody up over here.
Oh, overshot.
They're
Yeah,
getting
I'm
somebody
burning
up
them.
in here too, I think.
Down somebody?
Okay.
Got
Nice.
the one that got up.
Damn.
Nice nade. Nice nade.
Where's the other one? Do you know where they are?
You got him. Oh, here's the third
Nice.
one right here.
There he
Nice.
is.
Swish, swish, bish.
Gotta hop up here. Select
Oh shit, I'm
I'm
down.
down.
Wait, so do you have a third Prowler?
There was a third select fire.
I have it.
Because don't you guys both have
Yeah.
Prowler, select fire?
Somebody's here, somebody's here.
Yeah.
Wait, what is that noise?
Oh shit. Oh, right there.
Fuck, man, he got me. It's all you, Grim. The third one came.
Oh, his buddy walked in when you were about to take him out.
Yeah, he
dude.
came up those
Oh,
steps.
But
really?
dude, you should be gold now because we just stomped some fucking ass and got top 10.
Oh yeah. So maybe
Well,
I'm
it cost 1 to get in. So did we make top 10?
top
Okay.
plus 3 RP. Bam. Yeah, gold 4. I'm cool.
Stay gold, pony boy.
There you go.
Heck, you won't
Stay
be long.
golden.
What's how far are you from silver 1, Joe?
I am 14 points.
All right, this shouldn't take long. Well, I'll be gold. It's hard to get off gold 1 for me, man. I've been up, but playing with you guys, I've been up to in the 320s, and it's 330 to get to gold. I mean gold, It's hard to get off gold 4. It's 330 to get to gold 3, and I've been like 327 or 320 something, and you know, just, you know, then you hit some bad spots. Right now I'm like 286.
Shit.
Yeah, I was within a hair's breadth.
Smelly cunt hair's breath. Hey, Ings Geminier? I'm sorry, I don't know how to say that. How you doing? Hopefully you're not offended by my last comment. My apologies. Thought I was alone.
That's his aunt's name. Their family sucks. No.
Yo, why you always like disrespecting my viewers, man? No wonder I'll never
My
make
bad.
fucking. Oh, he's from Germany, so that's a German name, okay? Ings Geminer. I'm probably way off.
No, no.
Probably way off.
I was saying what you said was your aunt's name.
Oh, my
Joe.
aunt's name.
And
My
That
aunt's
was a joke. That was a joke.
Good choice.
German name.
Apparently my controller doesn't work
That's the
upstairs.
champagne. That's
The cheap champagne talking.
Dalton.
Yep. So how is Germany?
It's not even champagne.
We actually were just playing with somebody who lives in Germany. He was from Australia, but lives in Germany. He had to get off because he had to go to school. Yeah.
No, it's Saturday.
Gotta
You have to
go-
go somewhere with his mom.
Merkel.
With
He had to go,
with
yeah,
me
he had to go
mom.
somewhere with his mom. I forgot it was Saturday.
Heard that. Target spotted.
From Merkel. I also know somebody who was in the service who was stationed in Germany. Who. Oh, whoa, there's people on the kiosks. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Ooh, let me get this. Let me get that.
Oh shit.
Oh, I didn't know you were executing.
He would have been killed so much faster if I didn't.
Surprise, mofo.
Alright, I need help.
I hear one more on the
I'm,
roof
like,
or something.
Fucking dead.
I've
Oh,
got
yeah,
a
I needed that
syringe
energy ammo. Thanks, bro.
Got 2.
Okay.
I hear the other dude somewhere. I think you.
Oh,
He's either on the.
here's a big heal. Alright.
Oh, there's
I
a
heard the
prowler
dude on
here.
the
I got
roof a minute
heavy ammo
ago.
if somebody needs it.
Yeah, I heard somebody right over here.
Oh, okay, okay.
And
I'm on the
there's,
roof now.
Merkel's.
big
Oh, you know,
medkit
yes, I
there.
heard of
In the middle too.
Merkel. Andrea Merkel or something. I have heard of her in the news. People don't like her. I don't know anything about her.
Wait, there's also a town in
No,
Germany called
I
Merkel?
thought that's
got
what they were saying they
20
were from,
energy
but they were
ammo.
saying that
Need
it's...
it. Wait, you hearing
No,
something?
ooh, I need that. I need that. I need that. I need that. Unless you need it, Zero, you can have it.
And up
Zero, you
here is
can have
a thing.
No, I don't need it.
Here's
Oh,
the energy
There's a
bullets.
level 1 heavy clip, if anybody needs it.
You hear them footsteps?
No.
I
They're
do.
definitely on the
Uh,
roof.
Damn,
They're
this
right
kid's
by the
a-
roof.
Okay.
I
Alright,
see them.
alright,
Okay. This kid's like a phantom.
Alright, I gotta swap out my light because I didn't have enough.
Oh yeah, I see him.
Did they drop down?
Nope.
No, they're still up there.
No. Alright.
Oh, there's a 301 over here?
They're outside to the left. Over here.
Oh, okay.
Oh no. Oh, you
Shit.
went up on the roof. I thought you were going out the. You went out the door.
I went from the
Oh.
side.
He did.
I went from the side. Yeah.
Oh man, good thing I'm missing all my shots. I'm going back in. That's terrible.
Got one.
My bad. I shouldn't have run away. I always run away. I
There's
always
2
run
of them
away.
up here.
The
Ah,
race is
done
on
it.
the
They're
bed. I fucked her up.
They're getting their buddy up. You're doing the right thing.
Good
Yeah.
night,
Yeah,
bro.
Damn. There.
Fuck with this.
Swinging
and see
past
what
my
happens.
knees.
My goodness, you bulldogged him. I'll go get.
Okay.
I'll go get Grim. Good
I'm just gonna
job.
grab all this stuff. case you guys. Oh, actually.
Oh, I didn't know. I thought Grim
Yeah,
was
my bin's
crawling.
up top,
Okay.
Zero. My bin's on.
Yeah,
right there.
my bad. I thought you were.
Actually,
I thought you were
oh,
just
somebody's
down.
being brought back right here.
10 seconds. The ring's close.
Oh, that sucks.
Shit.
So here, I grabbed a bunch of heavy stuff I don't need. If you need.
Oh yeah, I'm taking a little
There
heavy,
you
thank you. I need some shield cells if you see any. There's a longbow in here. Oh, never mind. Got a white armor.
All right, yeah, I got some sealed cells. I'm gonna need 3 of them.
Need to recharge my shields.
I have a bunch of heals. If you need like regular heals.
You know, yeah, I can use some
All right,
regular
here.
heals. Where did that kid get res?
The
Thank you.
that spot over there.
Let's
Hold on,
explore
I gotta heal up real quick.
Oh, okay, shit.
Where's the best place to bring him back?
Closest place is the one to the
Okay.
left, right there. The one you
Okay,
can see.
I'll throw us a zip.
All right. And hopefully we can get back and you can get stuff out of your box.
Yeah.
Yeah, Andrea Merkel. Yeah, she.
Oh,
yeah.
balloon
Yep.
time.
I don't know anything about her. I know people are not. They talk trash on her in the media, but who knows? I mean, the news is so one-sided, depending on where you're watching. I don't believe anything I hear anymore. Unless I know I made it up myself, I don't believe it.
Havoc here.
So here's a Havoc. I can drop you some energy rounds for now.
There's a bin.
The wall is moving in.
There's a regular stock.
And then we should move this way and get this bin. Prowler with some bullets.
Heavy ammo here.
Do you want to try to get your? I don't know where those
Nah.
kids.
Yeah.
Well, we gotta move. Oh shit.
Taking them out with a decoy.
Wall's right on our butts.
Barrel stabilizer here.
Oh shit! I didn't realize it was here already. God damn it!
That was a waste.
Not many heals.
Yeah, I've got a zip line, but we need to get out it before I can throw it.
Yeah, I can't get back for anything. I don't have any heals.
Yeah, just stay ahead of the storm if you can. Okay, I'm gonna throw a zip. Oh, that's not the best one,
It'll
but
work.
it's a zip.
That'll do, donkey. That'll do.
Oh, climb the rock, you bitch ass.
Stop being a dumb robot.
Back here. Level 1.
Here's a syringe. Oops. Hold on. I'm almost about to drop it. Oh, okay.
Hey, Gay Grim. I got some heals. I got some heals, bro. Oh, thank you for the follow.
I could
didn't
use some
realize
light
you
ammo.
followed. Yeah, I got
light
here. There you go.
ammo.
Here's 100 rounds. Thank you for the follow, Eins.
There's a barrel.
I hope I'm saying that right at least.
Damn, I still don't have a body shield.
Yeah, my dad was stationed in Nuremberg, Germany. My sisters are way older than me, and like they were little girls when he was stationed over there.
Have a car that he drove on the Nuremberg ring?
Heavy ammo here.
Yeah, I don't know when they constructed that. I think he drove on the Autobahn, but I think he had some, like pretty low powered.
Yeah, but it's
car,
still nice to be able to do. You can do 100 in just about anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
I mean, I had a Saturn and I could do. It had something that actually shut it off at 110, but I could get the 110 pretty easily.
Oh yeah, right. Was it one of the? I think I'm thinking of a Geo. Was it one of the Saturns though that got pretty good like really good mileage? One of the smaller
Yeah.
ones?
Yep. But it was a the Saturn had two. It was like the same car model. Somebody was just aiming at me. But
oh shit.
Same model except different engine and transmission. So like they had the Saturn SL1 and SL2. So they looked identical, except one had a dual overhead cam with a sportier transmission, and the other had a single overhead cam with a standard regular transmission. Oh, there's boxes here.
I had a SC1, which was the same thing, but like the SL1 but coupe version, and that topped out at 95. There's somebody right up top.
Okay, good eye.
That's a turbocharger in there, I think. In that gold box. Nothing you guys want. Oh, they just respawned somebody. Oh, somebody's coming back right here. Somebody else.
Right up here.
Alright, I'm going with 0.
Hopping east. Yeah.
Oh, they're fucking me up. Charging me up. That gas.
Oh my god. Two guys. Oh, one's a caustic.
Caustic
Got him
down.
scratched up.
Enemy down.
Yeah, raise those.
Another enemy down.
Oh,
I'm coming for you.
yeah, execute that fool. There's
They're getting them up. They're
one
getting,
more, I think.
right out here.
They're getting somebody up.
Oh, she's getting herself up.
I'm coming.
Yeah, what? Way to go.
That's the last of that squad. Gotta hop up here.
Alright, so we're...
Fire.
Oh, she
Yeah.
was self-resin.
Alright, I'm going for that res to get our boy back.
That was sweet.
Alright.
Ooh, 5 kills.
There's
Oh, nice.
oh goddamn! I'm trying to pick up that fucking flex.
Oh, just run.
Yeah.
Recharging shield. Go bamboozle.
Yes. I'm coming now.
Alright, yeah, let's just move. We got 2 minutes till the ring moves. Minute 45, so hopefully he can get his stuff back.
Alright.
This way.
Where's
Yeah, out front of you. Yeah.
here?
Send out my decoy.
They should do a patch where you can carry a sidearm in your inventory for a res teammate. Like, I know it, like it makes you make a sacrifice now if you want to give them a gun, but like, I don't know. Either way is good.
I mean, if you
guess.
get res, you should start with a P2020 or something. It's a terrible gun, but at least you're not by
Yeah,
yourself.
something like that.
You're not alone.
Yeah, well, like they don't. You're in a fucking drop ship. They
Right.
can't give you a pistol.
Alright, so let's... Here, I'll give you this 301.
I think yeah. There's
Oh,
somebody
okay.
right
They're
there.
shooting from our right.
Oh shit.
Oh shit! Where are you getting shot from?
Oh, up here somewhere. Right there, in the top.
Broke somebody's shield with that arc star.
I don't see them. Oh, in the hole.
There's the pot.
Oh, somebody just got
I
knocked.
just 61 them. Oh, and I got sniped. Yeah,
Oh,
we're
there's
getting
another one.
sniped from like 3 teams.
They're getting somebody up in here.
Oh yeah, yeah.
God.
Damn.
No, no, leave me alone. I can get
messed
myself up. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
Heck, we shouldn't have res me, but heck, there were already like there was a team chasing you, and then
Just
two teams
yeah,
over
people
on
are
those
engaging them. Just
sides.
ignore me. Just ignore me. Just ignore me. Oh,
Run
they
away!
sniped me
Run
at the
away!
last
Run
second.
away!
Oh, good try! Damn.
Just made
I
it.
can't believe they weren't paying attention to each other, man.
Yeah, that sucked.
Good game. Ooh,
Yeah.
good damage there, Joe. Good
That
you
was-
too, bro.
Pretty good game. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, we got torn up.
From the
Yeah.
thorns up.
Like three, like you said, 3 squads.
Getting shot from so many directions.
So close to break 1,000, but not quite. All right, I'm gonna go grab another beer.
All right.
Alright. Just drink a bunch of fluids before you go to sleep and eat some food, and you'll feel way better in the morning.
A beer, or in German, a beer.
With an eye. Oh, whoops! I am ready back.
One of the, because I'm terrible at food shopping, so like when I go food shopping, I buy a bunch of like frozen shit. So I can make like one of the frozen pizzas or Chinese food type things. But I don't think we have ramen or anything, so I gotta like make like a real foods, or just eat a bunch of Takis.
Mmm.
Yeah, my
Takis
last
it
job,
is.
I had
I'll be right
like
back.
very little time because I had to commute like about 2.5 hours a day, plus the work day was 8.5, and sometime I'd go to the gym for an hour or something. And so I ate a bunch of frozen food. But you know, some of those frozen dinners, like, you can eat just as cheap as you can cook for yourself, almost, you know, with sales.
No,
and shit.
absolutely.
And some of them are pretty good. I mean, if you're careful about the ones you get, you can eat fairly healthy.
Yeah, the
you know,
healthier you get, the more expensive they get. But I mean, you can get like the banquet ones for like 97 cents or something. Like,
oh, now that is
they're
cheap.
not very good. But but then you could spend like another $1, maybe
Yeah.
$1.50 extra. So for $2.50, you can get like Marie Calendar, and they are pretty good.
Yeah, they are. Marie calendars are pretty good. Yeah, I would get those, and well, there were a bunch of different ones I'd get. The place I had a pretty big selection.
Yes.
You ever get like, I don't know if they're fruit flies, but like these teeny tiny flies in your house,
Yes.
like in summertime? Like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. You ever have one land in your beer, and you're just like, you know what? Fuck it. It's extra protein.
I'm sure it
I
probably
probably
has
never
happened,
noticed,
and
but
I
I'm
just
sure I
didn't
drink
know.
them all the time.
It has been sterilized by the alcohol, and I will consume it for its protein.
That is true.
I mean, you tell yourself
It's
whatever
sterilized.
you need to. You know what I mean?
Or something, you know. Yeah, you know.
It's probably
That
a
makes you feel better
delicacy
about
in
it.
another country. I mean, so
Yeah. Yeah, they eat worse than that, you know, in the jungles of the world. Heck, sometimes they eat humans.
sometimes.
Yeah, that is true.
Although I'd probably rather eat a human than a fly.
Really? Cannibal ass Joe.
I hear it's a lot like pork.
Land here.
It goes good with some beans and a nice
Yeah,
Chianti.
you just make some pulled Joe. You know what I mean? Pulled Joe sandwiches.
That's a pulled Joe.
Nothing wrong with that.
Similar to a
Yeah.
sloppy Joe.
I mean, sometimes they can get pretty sloppy. Depends on how hard you pull, how fast you pull them, how many times you pull them in a row. Gold flatline, baby. Yeah, I feel like I can hit my fucking shots.
Oh shit.
Damn, there's
Where
no
that?
gun up here. There's 2 white vests though.
Did you get
No,
attacked?
I killed somebody. I need the heavy ammo. I have a gold flatline.
Oh, here's another.
Dude sneaking up the steps.
Come on, gun. Alright, I got a gun.
Nice.
Got one.
There's a robot over here. I just heard his grapple. I need heavy ammo, like desperately.
There's a caustic over here.
Oh, he zips.
I don't know where he is.
Around us somewhere, but he's not
What the fuck? He was hiding in a corner. And, what? No way, dude.
I'm gonna go with
No
Come with
way.
I'm gonna go avenge Dan.
Oh yeah, he's behind me now. I hear the robot behind me, but I'm coming to you anyway.
Oh, he's hurt bad. He's hurt bad. He's behind that. Yeah.
Come here, motherfucker.
Oh my god, I gotta clip that. That was ridiculous, dude. He was hiding in the corner, and I went in the corner and turned around. And
Good job.
Somebody else is here.
Oh shit. Yeah, it's another squad.
I think they're actually avenging a kill that I did. Shit, I don't have any heals.
I'm going.
Yeah,
over here.
that's a whole another squad, dude. Because we eliminated 3 guys, so.
Yeah, there's 2 guys shooting
Okay.
from across the way.
Yes, engage each other. Yes, motherfuckers. Give me a shield.
Oh, see you, bitch. Oh, look at that.
Oh no! No!
That's a timeout.
No!
Dude, that was an awesome job, though. You were.
If only I could
you
get a
were,
shield, man.
The
I wasn't running
Terminator.
around topless. God damn it.
Now
Oh,
wait
so
a
now it
minute.
takes
Why
2
did it
points
only
away.
give you? Oh, because they revived their teammate. You killed a guy and downed a guy, or you downed 2. You killed a guy and
Yeah.
downed 2 guys.
I downed 2 guys.
But it didn't give you the
Yeah,
2
down 2 guys and killed 2
downs.
guys.
Yeah, you went down on those dudes.
Yeah.
Or they
They
went
went
down
on
for
me
you.
because I had a peacekeeper to the face. I
That's
said, you better go down on me, Lifeline. You better go down on me. You and your robot. I want some double suction action.
Oh shit! If that doesn't get you at least one more.
I mean,
one
the
more
problem is
follower,
people
I
need to
don't know
be
what
here
will.
to witness my genius. Yeah, I mean, people aren't usually here to witness my genius.
That's right.
So,
As a matter of fact, like, you know, I kind of feel like when we have a golden moment of humor, we should take a quick note, and when you do have followers watching, we should repeat ourselves.
you should.
Put on a stage thing with a bunch
'Cause,
of
like, I
funny
think-
lines.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they do
Right,
on the morning
or-
radio.
I mean, that's what the stand-up show is. I mean, it's some dude who wrote down a bunch of... See, like,
Yeah.
that type of stuff doesn't really get to me. Like, I don't really make me laugh. Because it's like... Or where someone's like, oh, let me tell you this joke. Sometimes it does. Sometimes the joke is funny. But, like, if it's
Right.
prepped and I'm expecting to laugh... Like, it still makes me laugh. But it's like, I
Yeah,
prefer, like... In the moment things. Like, quick whips. Like...
Exactly,
Quips.
yeah.
They're called quips.
I'm gonna look
Yeah,
up
exactly,
some good racist
exactly.
jokes.
I'm gonna mute you guys right now. But yeah, like I thought about it. Like I'm clearly not good at the game. People aren't gonna watch me for my skill, but like I feel like we have fun, and if we find each other funny, other people probably will.
Yeah.
So I have to figure out how to edit stuff.
Do you still have your
yeah,
viewer?
it looks like I have 2 viewers.
Cool,
One's on
cool.
Twitch, one's on.
Nice.
something.
Welcome.
I don't know.
On behalf of Joe,
Welcome to
the
the
channel.
shit show.
Welcome.
Sometimes I get my chest shit on, sometimes I shit on their chests. Either way, it's still a shit show. You know, act like you haven't done it. I know you're into that weird shit.
Yeah, like you haven't participated in a donkey show.
We just lost a
before.
viewer. We just lost a viewer from the shitting on Chester.
Oh shit!
Well, now you know what doesn't work. People aren't interested
Yeah.
in chest shitting.
It was. I think it was the donkey comment. He was okay with the chest shitting, but
Probably.
like, wait, they're bringing animals into this. I'm a little too good for that.
If it's a human shit on my chest, I'm okay with that. But if it's a donkey, that's just some weird bestiality shit that I'm not down for. Oops. Oh. I was like, oh, somebody's landing with me. It was 0.
I hear footsteps. Somebody's. Oh, yeah, somebody's on the roof. Like.
Oh, yeah.
Jay
Oh,
Caustic Traps
Oh, you
trying to block
bitch.
me in.
Alright, I grabbed the gun. I'm coming back up. I'm coming. And I got heals for you. I'm
oh
coming.
my god. He's gonna kill me with
Oh,
punches.
you motherfucker.
God damn it. Oh my god. He's almost dead.
Fuck out of here, buddy.
He's
Fuck
one
out
shot.
of here.
Yeah.
Get off my roof. Get off my
He
roof.
killed me with punches like I was some little
Bitch.
dumb bitch with a Mozambique.
Monkey,
I should've
what's
picked-
up, buddy?
I didn't pick up the alternator because I thought that
Oh,
was
this
you
dude's
with me.
almost dead. God damn it. I didn't think he
Yep.
was coming
Shit.
back. He's right here. I shot him a few times.
Get off my
I hit
fucking
him
roof,
for
bro.
45.
Oh, the fucking Gibraltar was fucking me up. Fucking me up. He was fucking me up.
I thought you were in there with me, Joe, so I was like, hey, I'll leave this alternator for Joe because I picked up a Mozambique. And then it was the fucking enemy and he starts punching me.
And then he's like, oh, there's an alternator
I should've
here.
defeated him, but I semi-panicked.
It's like,
Yeah, well, he didn't pick it up. He started punching and kicking me. But if I had picked up the alternator, he would have been a dead man. But
yeah, I
had
saw
the
you go in,
Mozambique,
so I
and
figured I'd let you
fucked
take
up.
that room. I appreciate the thought, though.
Yeah, I would do something like that. Yeah. No,
Yeah, so
no
Monkey
problem.
says,
Could we still have your
I don't know,
original
Monkey, you remember Monkey, the kid who was like giving us all
Yeah,
the loot, the
yeah.
super friendly kid? He
Yeah,
said,
yeah.
well, that's a good way to start the day. It would have been better had I not get fucked up at the end, but I mean, we own the roofs. The roofs were ours. I told two of them bitches to get off my roof.
Yeah. Fucking, we're the roof
Yeah,
dwellers,
man.
bitch.
Get off my roof.
So it's just Monkey
Yeah, it
in here
appears
right
so. Yep.
now?
I'm gonna get a
Okay,
drink.
well,
Here, wait.
like, you know, you were worried about us joking about making racist jokes without actually making racist jokes, but I mean, if there's one country that knows about racism, it's Germany, so you don't want to worry too much
Yeah.
about that.
Well, they left, I think. Eins Germany, or maybe that's how you say Germany in. Oh, you know what they were saying?
Oh yeah, like
Yes, I
I'm
think
a
that's what it
German.
is. So when I was trying to pronounce it, I'm like, am I saying it right?
Or-
They're like, I'm from
not sure.
Germany. This
Maybe
is a
it's
German
my
name.
Germany.
And then when I tried to pronounce it again, they wrote German name. So the first time German name wasn't capitalized,
Yeah.
the second time it was. And then they said from Germany. Then they said Merkel. I'm like, oh, you're from Merkel? And they're like, no, Merkel is the German president. I'm like, oh, okay. So
no, the country was the Merkel,
Yeah.
the prime minister. That's not at
No,
all a
that's-
German accent. That's
I
not
mean,
an
it's
accent
probably
of any
more
kind.
like Dutch or something, or Swedish, Swedland.
Yeah, possibly Dutch. Yeah.
But so maybe
Yeah,
they're trying to
yeah.
say that
Yeah.
Heinz Germaner is like I'm German or whatever. Grim, how do you say Germany in
Well,
German?
see, I thought it was German.
Deutschland.
Yeah, see, I don't. Yeah, Deutschland. Yeah. Good.
And
good call
Eins
there.
does. Ein is one. So.
Oh,
What were you
so
saying?
one German or one Germany. One Germany.
But wouldn't it be Eins
Oh,
Deutschland?
Who
That's
was
the
saying
name
that?
of the person that was in there.
Well,
It's Ein.
yeah.
It's
Oh,
Eins.
yeah.
Gemeiner. Like Germaneer.
Oh, I'm not sure.
Eins Germaneer.
So one something.
I don't know. Deutschlander is German.
I think ich bin I means
Yeah, yeah.
I am a.
Deutschland.
So yeah. So what you were saying wouldn't be I am a. It would be like one or something like. Maybe Monkey knows.
I don't know. I mean, Monkey, do you know?
He's closer to him.
He doesn't.
Your
He
jump
doesn't seem like the
zero.
type that would really.
Oh shit! I knew that.
About
Yeah,
the
they-
jump in the ocean. You wanna go to that?
Oh, Monkey.
Monkey might not have been around during.
He
World
might have
War
been
II,
down. I'm pretty sure he's like 16, so good chance.
Like the guy in your stream?
Yeah,
Oh,
Sounds
it's
right,
actually
sounds right.
Phantom's brother. Oh, we got people landing with us?
Oh yeah.
Okay, I don't know if I've played with
That
Phantom.
Phantom's somebody from Zero Logic. Grim, yeah. Grim is
Oh, okay.
quick. Oh, what? Yo, I'm like,
Whoa,
I'm on
3
fucking,
Getting in on this
already.
rumble.
Let's finish
Nice
them
job.
dude, I am on fire when I'm drinking. This is insane.
Give me stuff in the
Gotta
box.
hear
Give me
somebody
stuff.
else, man.
Yeah, I told you that. Didn't I tell you that in
It
multiple
like
times?
doesn't make any sense.
Alright,
Like, I don't think I've ever shot straighter right there with that fucking 45.
I'm down.
Bitch! I am Jason Bourne, motherfucker.
We will rack
Oh, there's
3
somebody
kills
else.
already.
Oh, there's someone right here. Shit. Shoot him in the back.
No, leave me alone. Leave me alone, bitch. You should have left me alone, bitch.
Last numbers down. One squad closer.
Hell yeah. Dose squads eliminated.
I have a couple of shield
Damn,
cells
that
up my
was-
heels though.
Some of the most murderous shit we've ever done in
Yeah,
that short
I got
period
3
of time.
kills out of that shit.
I
Hell
got
yeah.
2. He said no.
Oh, you have
Code 17.
Anybody
so
have
these
help?
shield cells?
I have no heals.
Yeah,
got
here, you
hammer
need them more
point,
than I do.
Got an ultimate accelerant.
I need syringes.
I also need them, but you need them more than I do. So
Here's a wingman in here. I'm looking for. There's oh no, bunch of shit. Here's a shield cell.
I just picked up a
Bunch of shit to loot.
hop up for the Mozan, so I am fucking good.
Spitfire here. Heavy ammo here.
So I have a 45, so if I can get a disruptor, I'll be on fucking fire.
I have skull piercer. Anybody need it?
No, do not.
Not.
So how many
I have
kills
2.
do you guys have?
I got 1. I think you got. Okay, yeah, there we go. 2 squads. Fuck yeah.
How many you
yeah.
got? You
America.
got 2?
That's pretty sweet to eliminate 2 squads in ranked within like a
Yeah,
minute.
man. We are.
Yeah. I did all 3 of my
That was
kills
murder.
with the Eva. I was just even motherfuckers.
Hell yeah.
Left and
Peacekeeper,
right.
What I
I
had.
was sliding in like Jason Bourne with the RE45.
Shotgun justice. Oh hell yeah. I didn't mean to mark that. I meant to mark the one block.
There is a new kill leader.
Triple take here.
I need a bag.
Energy ammo.
Here's a
Oh,
blue
fuck
one.
yes.
Need 2.
Here's a
I'll
lot
take that
one.
one too.
Sorry,
yeah, I'm gonna do
Grim.
both of these.
I see how it is. I found a blue bag. So that's all good.
Oh, in that
Oh,
room I was
nice.
about to go in. I turned around for the bag. I feel like I got ripped off.
This
I could have had 2
skull
blue
piercer.
bags.
Yeah. I'm not. There we go. I could use syringes
Yeah, me too.
I have a feeling.
I haven't even found any.
Yeah, I did find. I found 2
that.
syringes, but I need them. I gave you my other 2.
Eyes are open though.
And,
Yeah. I'm gonna shoot
Okay.
this bird. Or I'll just shoot around it 2 times and then hit it.
I mean,
Same thing.
everybody's got their own technique.
Right.
I feel like the bird likes it when it's all scared.
I
and
mean,
stuff.
my bird likes it when it's all scared and stuff. When you
Yeah.
see a chick with some mangled teeth and some headgear, and you're like, "That's a risk I'm gonna take."
Oh shit.
Gotta hop up here. Select fire. Extended heavy mag here. Level 1.
And I have 20.
Heavy ammo.
Oh shit! I picked up a bunch of energy, and I don't have an energy gun. What am I doing?
There's a select
Does
fire.
anybody got an energy?
Yeah, I'll pick it up in case I find Prowler.
I'll hold it for
no.
later.
Got some
Energy
light.
bullets or
I
an
have
energy
energy
gun?
bullets. I don't have an energy gun. The,
Oh no.
So we got to go
okay,
all the
yeah,
way
wall's
past
coming
bunker.
in.
So we kind
I
of
got
got.
a
Oh
zip.
shit! There we
Oh,
go.
there's a robot.
Like-
Yeah, we got a mojo. Wall's here.
Yeah.
Here, I'm
Oh yeah,
throwing a
yeah.
zip.
You're doing it. I didn't wait.
I am. Grim's not.
There's
Hi,
the
Grim.
zip.
Hi.
Bye.
Bye. Wait, we're not going through bunker?
Oh,
yeah, no.
enemies right here.
You want to go through bunker or you want to fight them? We're out of the storm.
Shit.
Let's
tough.
I don't know.
You want to fight them?
I downed one.
Damn.
Busted his ass.
Turn that motherfucker to a box.
Okay. Damn.
He might have been solo.
He turned to a box.
I get he was solo.
Yeah.
He was.
If he turned right into a box, he might have been solo.
Oh,
Get
oh
the
shit.
stuff.
There
Get
was
the stuff.
Yeah, there's.
Oh, did I
there's
pick that up?
syringes in there.
Oh.
Yeah, get
No, I
it. The
didn't
wall
get
is
that.
right here, so you can.
What was
you
there?
can get
Optics
everything
in
you
there?
want.
I missed
Yeah,
it.
go back.
Was there optics?
Let's get whatever we
There's
want.
2 purple
I'll
boxes
look,
up
I'll
here.
look.
I'm all.
And somebody's being brought back, so they're
There's
probably.
no optics. There's a blue shield. There's light rounds. There's a wingman and an R99, a select fire, a white.
I have a buy. I
Heavy
picked up the
mag.
shield cells. I have them. Where are these
here?
purple boxes?
Alright.
Yeah.
Oh, up top.
But some.
Oh hell, here's another box.
Is there any
I
optics?
think so.
I need
Here's
optics.
a
But someone just
Spitfire
got
and a
brought
Havoc.
back over there somewhere.
No.
So
Here's
that's
a blue
probably
extended
they're probably
heavy.
gonna come for them.
That
Alright,
kid
I'm
we
about to
killed
drop
was
some
solo.
shield cells. So I have so many here. Here,
Okay.
I'm dropping 4.
I need help if anybody's got help.
Yeah.
I got here. I'll give you a med kit. I have a med kit and 3 syringes.
Oh, awesome.
Here. I
Three
got 6 syringes,
If you want to keep your med
Here,
kit,
take
either
that.
one will work.
and then I have a
Oh,
Phoenix
okay, yeah, I'll
also.
just take the syringes. Yeah.
So somebody pick
Thank you,
these
thank
up too.
Shield cell here.
So should I pick up the
Yeah, I've got
301
9
and get
shield
rid of
cells
this
already, so.
RE45, or hold the RE45 and hope to find disruptor rounds?
It's hard to say.
Me personally,
Man.
I'd go 301. But
If you had disruptors, it would be. I never even thought about how many extra rounds you get in an RE45 after you break their shields with disruptors.
Yeah.
I mean, you can
there's
fuck a
people
kid
over
up
there.
with one
I
clip.
hear
Okay.
the
Okay, you're
shit
by
making
yourself.
noise.
You're by
I
yourself.
see them. They're right
Careful,
there.
Grim. We're
No,
right
you're by
behind you.
yourself.
See them?
No, we're coming. You're by yourself. All right,
Somebody's
we're
climbing
about
up
to
the
you.
tower. Someone else
We're
was just
here
like
now.
right there. They ran to the left. There they are.
Busted shield. He's down.
Oh, he's right here.
Healing shields. Oh, I'm almost dead.
Get him. Yeah, he downed me. Good shit.
Squad.
I need help. I need
Hell
help. I need
yeah.
help. I need help. I need
Hell
help,
yeah.
I need help.
I'll get you. I'll get you. I'm almost dead. I'll get you.
Okay.
Oh,
I need
you're right,
help
you're
now,
right.
real bad. I'm like 5 health.
All right, I got a med kit.
Oh, I got
You
some.
wanna
I got a
pop
med
it
kit.
real
I got
quick?
one. I got one. Thank you. There's another med kit in that box.
There's a full shield
That
over
box.
here.
Heads up.
Big batteries. Phoenix kit. Use
Dude,
sight.
we're, there's so much heavy. There's 160 heavy rounds. Yeah.
301 purple light mag.
Wall's coming. Wall's coming
You
in.
need a health kit, Joe? A med kit?
Yeah, I thought I
Oh,
picked up a
goddamn.
med kit, but I didn't. So I'm gonna heal when I get there.
Well,
Yeah.
stay out of the storm. Stay out of the storm then. Make sure you do.
Yeah, the storm. We're right here. We're right here.
We're kind of out in the open. I would go
Yeah, you're
this
right,
direction,
yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, I think you're right.
With
yeah.
some cover. Yeah, I
Yeah,
got 2 big kits, so I'll give you one.
Yeah, there you go. We can go underneath the diving board here real quick.
And do you have big
Yeah.
shield batteries?
I've got a bunch of shield cells if you need. If you got 12
No, I got
cells.
12. I got 12 cells, 8 batteries.
There's 6 little ones. I'm dropping them because I wanted an arc star. So you
Okay.
dropped.
I'll pick them up for us. So now I have 18 small ones. Actually, I'm gonna drop 6 for this light ammo. Does everybody got shield cells?
Are we hidden in here?
Well,
if
here's
we
20 more
chill
on
back
ammo.
here and someone runs
Yeah, I
in
got
here,
some
would they not
cells,
know we're
yeah.
here?
No, I don't need them. I'm asking, no.
Oh, do you
Yeah,
need?
making
Did
sure
you say
everybody
do you need them?
has
Okay.
enough. Thank you.
Yeah, I got a stack of big and a
Okay,
stack
I
of
have
small.
2.5 stacks of big.
For health, I only got one
I
big
have
and
8
3
small and a Phoenix kit.
I've got one big and
Oh,
one
then-
small health.
That's
I've
all you
got
got?
12
Damn.
cells. Okay, I'll take those syringes. So we're about equal on heals. On health.
Before the squats. You think we can run this way and then run up to the top?
Go over.
Should we
No,
not
we
just
can't
take
go
off
up.
this rope? Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Oh wait,
yeah,
are you
yeah.
robot? Yeah, we can do that.
Yep,
Unless
yep.
you're robot.
Hey,
Yeah,
we
you
can
are.
maybe go this way up there.
Well, what do
Unless
you
you just want to zip up.
Something good this way.
Oh,
Whatever. If you don't
well,
think anybody's
yeah, we
there,
can go the
can
other
zip
direction.
up here. I just know. Here,
well,
I'll
we're
do it.
I
in
don't
case
know.
it's
I
trapped.
don't know. Yeah, we'll go to where you know. Okay,
Yep,
Griff,
it's trapped.
if no,
They're up here.
okay, come
Yep.
back. Let's trap them if they fall.
They are definitely up there. I heard they're like right by me.
I'm looking at it. I think they're staying up because they're pussies.
Probably.
Okay. Yeah, let's go with
You-
Joe. Yeah,
Alright,
let's see
I'm
where
gonna-
to
I'm
go.
I'm gonna distract them
I'll
down
send
here
us way,
so
guys,
that they
I'll send us
think
way
that
over
I'm
here.
still there.
Let's
Okay.
go over here.
Okay,
guys.
yeah.
I'll send a zip line.
Just so they're not watching where we're really going. Oh, we're leaving?
Yeah, we can move after we can move up.
Yeah, this actually
we're already
puts us
on the
right in the
edge of it,
circle.
okay.
This is a good move.
Oh
Oh,
shit.
so they gotta
shit.
leave there anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we can't go all that way. Yep, I'm stuck.
Yeah, I slid down the hill too. I was like, what the
I
fuck?
don't see them moving yet.
Now we got the advantage.
Care package right there that they might push for.
Let's explore this way.
I'm afraid, yeah.
Yeah, let's go up the back
We
rear.
mu-
I think
Yeah.
that's better.
Let's watch ourselves on the high ground here too, because somebody might be up here waiting for us.
Alright. Make sure all guns are loaded.
Oh, here they are.
You motherfucker.
I'm down. Yep, they're right there. I think
She's
it's only
down,
one
but
of
she's
them.
not a...
I don't know. Well, I'm still getting grenaded. Yeah, they were just hiding right there.
Where's these other fuckers at? Yeah, if you can get behind.
Yeah, I
Oh,
can't
don't have
climb
any
up.
throwables.
Yeah.
They're over there. I'm in the cut. Oh no, it's
Shit, I'm
over
missing my
there.
shots. I got a shield up.
See that? Yeah.
They fucking took all my shit away.
Need to recharge my
Yeah.
shields.
Feature.
They're coming right here.
If I had throwables, I'd keep them, but I don't.
Shit. Took me out again. Well, I've heard him some. Yeah, the other one's on your right.
Reloading. Need to recharge my shields. 1 minute. Ring's pretty close.
Oh, he's right on you. He's right on you.
No! Fuck! Oh my god!
Oh, good try. Good try.
Bang, 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 bang!
Yeah. I think they had 2 guys left. But dude, we were wrecking kids bad there.
Yeah, we probably got points, right?
Yeah.
2,000.
Yeah, 9 points I got.
3,100. About 3,200 damage. 11 kills. Not
Man.
bad.
Yeah. Overall, we did pretty good. He just ran into a trap, and that was a spearhead.
Silver-
Maybe that was
silver
2,200, but
Mark.
still.
Silver one. I got,
Oh, so
yeah, I
one more
got 10
rank for
points
gold,
on that
right?
one.
Wait, how much damage did you guys have?
888.
Yeah, that was like we had
I
like
didn't have
about
a lot.
We had about 2,200 damage
475.
altogether. Yeah, we had about 2,200 something damage,
Yeah,
2,300
because you had
damage,
about
and
1,000 damage,
12
right?
kills
Zero?
or 11 kills. We both
Okay.
had 8 something, and he had almost 500. So, oh, actually, okay, it's probably about 2,100 damage and 11 kills. I mean, you can't be scoffing at that.
Anybody
shit.
wants to scoff at that?
It boosted my
fuck you
score.
up.
Yeah, that's right. Give us
No
your
scoffing
address.
allowed.
Even if you want to shake a stick at it, I'm gonna still fuck you up.
We'll be like Jay and Silent Bob spending all our millions of bucks on flying around the world to kick
Fuck
people's
yes.
ass.
No, so I can do one more game.
Man, it's late as
almost
shit,
4
ain't it?
o'clock.
One more. Yeah, it's almost 4.
Damn, I was tired earlier. Now I got all amped up playing with you guys. Shit. Man, we ought to do this like, man, who needs coffee in the morning? We ought to play like 2 games of
real.
Apex or something and
Yeah.
get going.
Yeah, it gets me all hype. I can't go to sleep right away. It takes me like an hour.
Yeah,
to calm down.
it takes me a little bit. Yeah, yeah.
I could go get behind the wheel and fall asleep right now. You know what I mean? I have 0 issues.
Something about driving a car makes me fall asleep.
So there's this guy we know. I'm not gonna call him our friend. There's this guy we know. It's like word vomit whenever he like posts something on Facebook. I can't help myself. So he posts his video. He does a whole bunch of lives all the time. Recently he was like posted a picture of a lottery ticket claiming he won $250,000. So like he's that kind of person that's like gonna blatantly lie about something that's easily verifiable. Because he posted 2 pictures. One was a picture of him that somebody else took in front of like a poster at the store that said he won like a $300. The next was a picture of like the store clerk's fingers holding a lottery ticket that claimed to win $250,000. So why would he not be in the second one if he really won it? You know what I mean? So like he just like found a picture online, posted it, claimed he won $250,000. Like the next couple days, he put these lives on Facebook where he's like, "Yeah, you broke bitches. Oh, they're all jealous." He's like riding around with like some dudes I don't know, and they're like doing stuff, and they're like, "Yeah, oh, he's fucking won. He's the man." And they're like playing other lottery, like other scratch offs and stuff. So like he's that type of fucking weirdo. So then he like got a little bit after that. He posts a video. Well, he does a live. So live stream. He's driving home from work. The caption is like, after working 32 hours, or maybe it was like 16 hours. I don't know. After working some long shift, so tired I'm falling asleep driving home. But he's filming him, so he's taking one hand off the wheel to film himself while he's driving and quote unquote falling asleep. And he keeps looking at the camera, like checking, I guess, to make sure it's still on him, or like make sure it's still recording. Like he's such a fucking clown. It's so absurd, man. So absurd.
It's absurd. That's like, that kind of makes Monty Python like, you know, seem like really straight.
This is like where they got their
man.
shit from. They just followed this dude's Facebook.
I mean, he won a $300 thing, and then the dude's holding a $250,000.
And they were like back-to-back posts.
That's fucking ridiculous.
So I commented. I'm like, so how come the other? Like I commented on the one where everybody's congratulating him for the $250,000. I'm like, how come the other picture says you won $300? And he's like, oh, because I won that first or something. Or no, he tells me, which is this craziest thing I've ever fucking heard. He won a $20 pack of tickets first. Hey, right? What the? So he won $20 worth of free scratch off. Like, so he scratched off a ticket and it said, you win $20 worth of free tickets. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, I mean, I don't gamble that much, but like, I've never heard of any such thing.
There's people right here. There's people right here.
Oh shit! You get
okay.
You guys
I
like
don't know where they went. They're like right on the other side of the box.
Oh
I'm
shit!
saying that.
Here.
You see them?
Yeah, he's a dead motherfucker.
Somebody sees
Where's
me.
his buddies? I don't know. All I have is a Havoc and a couple bullets. I don't even have a vest. I barely.
Yeah, where you at? Okay, we're all together.
Alright, I'm gonna take the stuff out of here.
Okay, yeah, I don't know where his sucker
They were looking at
friends
me when
went
I was
to.
out there.
They might have went down there where we
Yeah,
usually go
it's, I
with
heard
the
it.
Apex
It
banner.
said someone's pointing guns at me.
Shit, where's it? Where are they
Was
at?
there anything left in that box?
The bins down there are open. I just saw
Yeah,
someone.
that's where they're. Are they
Right?
down there? Okay.
I think I saw
let's
them
murder
run
him.
into the.
Hit him for 90. Hit him again? No, you did or something. Okay, that's one. Another one down.
That one's
That guy up
down.
there
I
is
gotta shield up. I'm all.
Oh, I'm down. I'm looking for this fucker. Oh, he's up on top. He's up on the ridge.
I don't have any shield cells.
I'm behind this rock, Grim, or either one of you.
Yeah, he was.
still
Okay, he's
up
got
top?
me. He's got me.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
he's down
or
here. He's
last
down
time,
here.
it's fine. Okay.
Oh no, that was this dude I shot. That was already down.
He's
You
coming
still
up
up
here.
there?
Oh no, he's okay. Yeah, stay behind the rock. I'll get you.
Need to recharge my
I don't have any health.
Here, I got you. I got you.
Me neither. I got shields though.
Here, there's two right here.
Shit. I'm gonna fuck this dude up.
Oh, he's down here. They're down here.
Oh, okay.
Hit him for
What the hell?
Nice.
Nice. That's what we call teamwork in the biz.
Health stuff. Alright, so I got one syringe. Oh yeah, there's
I
another
too
box.
need help.
Alright, yeah, I gave
Yeah, we
my
need some
heals up.
heals.
I have 2 shield cells. I have 2 shield cells.
Alright,
That's all
yeah,
I could use
have,
one.
I have one shield cell, so I can use one.
Somebody's getting
Here's Zero.
brought back behind us?
Shield cell here.
Or where is that? I can't hear. Okay. Thank you.
Oh shit, you know what?
Care package coming.
No.
Is someone
shit,
shooting at you?
No.
Someone shooting at you?
No, no,
Here,
no.
here,
I
got,
heard somebody getting
I
railed
got
somewhere.
a Phoenix
here,
kit
maybe?
and a med kit. So here's Zero.
A med kit, and you keep
Oh, okay.
Phoenix. Thank you. Thanks.
There's shield cells. Found 2 shotgun bullets. I found 2 syringes.
Yeah, go for him. Go for him.
Yeah, I'm gonna use this Phoenix kit. I hate to do it, but
Oh, here's the
well,
syringe,
I gotta
Joe.
get one won't get me anyway. So I got.
Okay. Well,
It's in the thing, so it's 2.
Yeah.
We have
Yeah.
a gold backpack? I
Yeah,
thought
whatever,
you
we're
said
good.
it's
Yeah.
really fast. No? Yeah.
Oh shit! I thought I.
We're coming, Grim.
Oh shit, the shit's here.
I thought I had
20 yards
energy ammo. I
thing.
don't. I only have 40 rounds in my devotion. Fuck.
Yeah, I only have like 19 bullets. Alright, let's
I have some heavy.
Yeah,
I have
somebody's
some
probably
heavy
ahead
ammo.
of us.
If I can
Bro.
find a heavy
Looted.
gun.
Partially.
I think we have to
Range
go
coming,
far.
yeah, we gotta
Anger in the bird.
Oh yeah. Okay. Hey, I got a zip line. Let's
Okay.
converge on Grim, and I can throw a zip somewhere.
I'm gonna go on the other side of the building because people
Okay.
were on the left side.
All right, are you?
I don't know if I'm hearing
I'll throw us
people.
a zip up the hill.
Alright, I'm just going to grab this box of light ammo and this fire stick from here.
Oh, dudes are going up this zip line. Let's go over.
Oh, shit, I'm burning.
We gotta follow
Fuck.
them. We gotta
Fuck,
follow
I'm
them.
burning, I'm burning.
Run to this. Okay. Here, I'll throw us a zip up. To the, here, right behind you, Grim.
I can't go
there's a
back
zip.
into the storm. I don't have heals, remember?
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Shit. There's
Yeah,
dudes right
someone.
ahead of us, Joe.
You can't even see anything.
Oh, so I
In
just
our
saw
face.
someone over there too. They're fighting over there. Yeah,
Yeah,
let's just oh, right here.
Now heal.
Oh, I hit this dude for about 64. Under the stairs.
Yeah, he's dead.
Is he
He's
dead?
Oh, he's down. He's not dead. Dead.
Oh, people over there.
Okay.
People over there.
Right above you,
Zipping
Joe.
over here.
There's where's he at? Where's he at? Yeah, right on Grim, pretty much. I can't see where he's
Alright.
at exactly, but
Yeah, he's a
they're
robot.
fighting over there.
Get away.
here, I'll crawl down. Oh,
Shit, they threw a grenade.
yeah. Oh, they threw a grenade behind you. Threw a grenade behind you. Here. He's
Yeah.
right above you on the rock or something. He's right
Oh,
here.
yeah.
He's right here.
You're not safe there.
Fuck, man.
Good try, shit. That was a rough situation.
And going, yeah, that was a rough.
Yeah, that
cool.
sucked.
We've had a good night tonight, though,
Yeah.
man. We've had some
Grim's
good
now
games.
gold.
Yeah.
I'm silver one. Not bad.
Hell yeah, lots of kills.
Moving
Good
right
damage.
along.
Hell, I can play one more. I mean, you know, whatever
Yeah,
you guys
I'm
are
gonna
feeling.
play.
If you
Yeah,
guys
I'm
are
gonna
done,
play a
I'm
couple
done. Okay,
Yeah, you
give
guys
me one
can play.
second. I gotta pee.
Yep.
Okay, I'll be right back.
All
I'll
right.
be right
I'll
back.
see you,
Adios,
Zero.
Grim.
Later, man.
Okay,
for the
see you,
game,
Grim.
man.
Have a good one, man.
All right.
See you in a day
I'll
or
see
two
you,
or something.
Zero. All right. Later.
I'll be
Have
right
fun.
back.
Good games. All right.
Peace.
All right.
That's rough, monkey. That was rough. Just didn't have the ammo for it. So I think the key is, I think this is beer number 5, 4, 4, 5, I don't remember. So the key is just enough to get loose, not enough to get drunk. It's hard. So Monkey, you want a game? You want to join us? We need a third. Oh yeah, take your time. Alright, yeah,
I'm back.
Monkey's gonna join us in a second.
I was just. Oh, cool beans. Okay. I was just thinking of this shit earlier tonight. I was watching some X Files. I mentioned this before. Like it's on Amazon.
Right. Oh, okay. Because that's how it works. because it's so addictive that even this high-profile agent who saves the world on a weekly basis can't not dig in the trash for them. Like, it's so crazy. It's so crazy. Like, I've never smoked, but like, I know that's not how it works. Nothing works like that. You know what I mean? Like, nothing is once and you're hooked. Right. Yo, what's up, Hayden Tenno? What's going on, man? Get, I'm listening to Zero. Yeah, no. Well, a hydrocodone is on the lower end of the scale. Oh shit, we gotta invite him to the party too. Is on the lower end of the scale, but again, nothing is forgetting a few of them. Nothing, Hayden, just trying to climb the ranked ladder. You know what I mean? Actually, tonight's a better night than usual. Yeah. It's much longer than it's. I mean that too. Like it's kind of bringing you to normal. But I did Percocets for years, and I remember the first time that I even contemplated the fact that I was addicted to something. I'm in high school, right? And we're sitting around, we're like writing raps and stuff, and I'm waiting on somebody to call me back, trying to get something. What are we about to play? We're about to play Apex, some ranked. Hayden. And hopefully it'll be a good showing. Sometimes it's not so good. Hopefully this will be pretty amazing. Yeah. Oh, you know what? The reason you're asking is because it's just a giant picture of my face. You're right. That's my mistake. I changed that to the just chatting mode while we were waiting.
Good call.
And like I'm reading his chat, and it's right next to the preview screen, and I can see my big ass face, and I didn't even think about it. So, had a few of these tonight.
We're about to play Apex on Joe's
Apex
face.
all over my face. But so it was years, and I'm in high school. We're writing raps, and being the cool kids, and I'm waiting on somebody to get back to me, and it's not happening, and I'm saying out loud like, oh man, like I hope, like man, I don't feel good, like I'm gonna have to like take a dump, and like we're in my buddy's basement, and his basement's bathroom wasn't that clean, so I was like, man, like I hope I don't have to, like my stomach's like not feeling good, I hope it goes away. And the one friend's like, that's because you're addicted to painkillers, and I'm like, no, I'm not, dude, are you kidding me? Like, and at the time I'm taking like maybe 4 Perk 5s at a time, maybe 2. I was like beginning stages of my life. This is like the top of the toilet bowl. You know what I mean? Way before it goes down the drain. And I'm at the top. I'm floating. I'm a floater poop at the time. And like I'm just like, no way, dude. I'm not addicted. Absolutely not. no way, like, you're crazy. And he's like, well, your stomach's not feeling good, right? You're getting goosebumps and stuff. You kind of have the chills. I'm like, oh, it's chilly down here. It's like damp and stuff. Like, that's why. And I'm just like, my stomach's fucked up. Like, that's all it is. He's like, nah, dude, you're addicted. I'm like, you're crazy. You're crazy, bro. You don't know what you're talking about. And then, like, years later, when I'm like doing like Oxy 80s, and I'm like, you know what? I think Mike might have been right. I'm fucked.
right. Yeah, really. Yeah.
So, but it was years. I mean, before like, and if you don't realize what the symptoms of withdrawal are, you'll just not feel good, and you'll think your stomach's just upset. You have a little bit. I mean, like, it's just. But if you know like what the symptoms of withdrawal, you'll realize like shit. It's because I haven't had anything.
Now, is Oxy similar to Hydros without the Tylenol?
Go. Thank you for the follow.
Or is
Hayden.
it different?
He said,
I
I got mods on Minecraft for Xbox, and I just got off Borderlands 3. Yeah, I was gonna play Borderlands 3 with the girlfriend, but she decided not to play. Yeah, and I played Minecraft earlier. Shit, did I not change my... I don't think I changed the game I was playing. That's my mistake. It's been a long night. My apologies. So you're here for the Minecraft, and I'm not playing Minecraft. I'm such a good streamer, man. I'm the best. So to answer your question...
He was earlier.
No, they are... It's a different... I think it's from a different plant. So, like, opiates come from, like...
Oh, I thought that shit was all synthetic, huh?
Well, actually, yes. Well,
poppies.
It might be, actually. I don't know. But I know, like, heroin comes from the poppies, which is... Oxys is just... Actually, you know what? You're right. It is. Because I would have this argument a lot. Like, Oxycontins, people would see that I would do that, and they'd be like, oh, that's so crazy, da-da-da-da. And it's like, it's the same thing as Perks. It's just a stronger dose. Now, Oxycontin would be... Percocets would be the oxycodone without... Oh, shit. I'm coming.
Oh, Monkey's
I'm coming,
attacked.
Monkey!
Without Tylenol or whatever. Oh, shit, there's... They're in this building.
Down the bottom of the steps. My accuracy is garbage. Thank you, I needed that help.
Got him. Another one at the bottom.
Oh!
He's almost dead.
Get out of here. Oh! Man, right here. I started to celebrate a little bit too soon. Come on, Monkey, you got this. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, somebody just smoked.
Oh, there's another squad. Someone, I think somebody just suicided.
I hope so.
Into the river. I saw something fly down there.
Somebody shot a smoke. I heard that.
Thank you. Thank you. There's boxes galore. But you know, strangely, even though I took those hydros, and admittedly that was for pain when I, you know, broke my ankle and stuff, but like, I once had strep throat and got some hydrocodone cough syrup, and dude, I took the recommended dose of that shit, and I was like, okay, you know, I'm feeling shitty, I'm gonna play some video games. Dude, I couldn't play like the simplest fucking video games, dude. I was so fucked up. And it was just, I mean, it was just the cough syrup form of hydro, and the hydros themselves, I mean, I would feel pretty good, but I wasn't like seriously impaired. But that cough syrup, dude, oh my, I had to go to sleep, dude. I just couldn't do shit. I thought that was strange.
Knockdown shield here. Level 2.
I guess the liquid form just hits you so hard. It's like drinking a couple of shots of liquor instead of a couple of beers.
Yeah,
you know?
Basically, you cut out the time it takes for it to break down. So pills go in your stomach, and it's whatever, a half hour, 45 minutes for it to break down.
Monkey, you got your mic on, man?
So I'm
No,
just
I'm
trying
good.
to concentrate.
Okay, cool.
Oh shit, Zero, you need heals, like yesterday.
Yeah, I've got no heals.
Check here.
Oh, sweet.
We got med
okay.
kits for days. I'll meet you down here.
Okay. I'm gonna take this balloon and
All
land on Monkey.
There's still medkits in this house.
Ooh, do I want to do that? Do I want to do that? No. I have too much ammo for these guns to give it up.
Thank you.
There's a med kit at the bottom of the steps.
Oh, take it.
I got
Monkey
two,
marked me
so go
when I
ahead.
took it. Okay.
Bottom
I
of
don't
the
see
steps
it.
in the... Oh, down here. Bottom. Bottom.
Oh yeah. Okay. Thank you. The
yes.
real bottom. Can't you
The
hear?
power bottom, as some may call it.
Oh shit.
Yeah, but I don't really talk about I don't mind talking about my past. I don't normally talk about it, probably because I have a couple beers in me. And I mean, I know you guys. You guys aren't random.
Yeah, we're talking about the past when Joe was an assassin drug addict.
Wasn't a very good assassin. I was a
Not an assassin.
yeah.
I'm
I was
sorry,
a pretty
just
good drug addict. I wasn't very good.
We don't talk
Yeah.
about the assassin stuff. Try to keep that quiet.
I wasn't Agent 47. I was 001. I was the test subject. I got everything wrong.
Not assassin, sex addict. I keep
Yeah.
getting those mixed up.
No, yeah. Well, I mean, I've been known to assassinate some kitty cats, but you know what I mean?
Oh shit.
So, welcome to the stream, Hayden. I hope you're enjoying the filth, because that's what we are.
We're rated adults.
Yeah, we're rated
Only.
F for filth.
Filth.
Oh, Will's here. Oh no! Can't touch this.
Oh, another blue armor.
Did I just hear a
We're
sniper
all
shot?
armored up. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, it's way away. It's far away. It's
God damn, I can't grapple
It's
up like that. I
past,
gotta run
that-
around.
passageway.
You know, I don't think I've used Raid's Portal in the last 2 decades. I don't know. Feels like a long time.
Knockdown shield here. Level 2.
Somebody's dropping bombs. Let's get them. That's the cage, it sounds like.
Right behind you, monkey.
5 little monkeys jumping on the bed. One fell off. Oh, shit. One fell off and took a shit.
Oh shit! Yeah, he's. Woo.
Yeah, monkey's pushing hard with that smoke.
He got tripped today. Oh, he's one up in our face.
Out of my
hole.
face hole! Get out of my face hole, bitch! I'm coming.
Got him. Got the one up in our
Nice.
face hole. He's dead. He's down anyway. Yeah, execute that hooch.
Haha, the right hook of justice.
Hell yeah.
Oh, hey, ho, I'll take all of that stuff. Yep, thank you. Take that, I'll take that, I'll take this. Take that.
So you got any heavy ammo?
Yes, 117. Oh, and there's one of those guys. I know how
Need
much you
some
like
of
those
that.
things.
I left 37.
Run away, run
Oh
away.
shit.
Oh, I should have used my alternator with my disruptors. I'm a dum-dum. Monkey coming in with the cleanup.
Monkey, if you can run.
Monkey's
I'm
clowning
coming
me.
to you.
Yeah, you should take that. Fill up your purple shield.
So good I've got shield cells.
I've got here's a shield battery. I've got no meds. The skull piercer.
Oh, they're aiming right at us. I don't know from where.
I'm not sure. I think someone's targeting me.
Oh shit. Okay.
Healing up. Eyes are open though.
Oh god damn! Right behind us. Right behind us. Oh yeah, over there. Over there. I'm running. There's a couple of ceruleans in that
Monkey's not
spot
running.
ball.
Monkey's going ham
I
and
got 0
potatoes.
heals. Oh shit! I'm coming back.
Going ham and potatoes, motherfucker. One down.
Oh, Joe, right here
boy,
above
homie.
you. Right here. Hell yeah. Oh, wall's coming.
Oh my god, I'm missing my shots. I'm missing all my shots. I'm missing all my shots again.
The storm might get him if he can get away. I'm crawling towards the monkey.
Yes, monkey. Yes. Yes.
Way to go, man.
And that's why we allowed a monkey to jump on the bed. Even though doctor said no more monkey jumping on the bed, because one fell off and bumped his head. Thank you.
Nice. I'm up here where we were fighting. Nice, guys.
That was
Good
all
job.
monkey, man.
Good job, monkey. Way to
That
go.
was like...
Oh, I can't step into the storm to even attempt to get shit. There's got to be heals in those boxes, but I got
All right, here,
0 energy to
let me see what I can...
venture forth. Those are gold boxes, it looks like.
Yeah, there's, yep. There's heals. I got heals.
Hell yeah. Oh shit, more fuckers?
No, that
Okay.
Oh, no! No!
yeah.
Here.
Oh, Marcus,
Take
throw
that.
me heals, I'll help
Take
you
that.
out. Okay.
All right, we're coming. Oh, you motherfucker.
You just rotate corners of bloodhound.
You motherfucker. Ready? Where'd they go?
It should be just in that corner in cage.
Oh, I see him.
Just through there.
My accuracy's terrible. Accuracy's terrible.
Ring's not too far. 45.
He just went back
I
inside
don't see
the
him.
cage.
He's in cage.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah, let's go.
I'm gonna get his shit and
Oh,
zip
all right, I'm
back
coming
up.
to cover you. Well, we gotta move anyway. We got 30 seconds.
Oh, yeah, listen to it. Oh, in the cage.
Whoa.
Here, I'll throw some zip line the fuck
Broke
up.
the shield. He's down. He's dead.
Hit this. Oh, okay, I'm with you.
Anything you want us to bring
Oh, that was the last dude, okay.
out of your thing?
Dude.
Okay.
If you need it.
All right, let's go.
Dude, I'm going to revive you.
No,
in
it's
this-
moving, it's moving, yeah.
Oh no, it's
Get out of
too
here.
far
Yeah,
away for me to make it.
It's
Too far
moving
away,
now.
too far away. Yep. Oh, I shouldn't have thrown that zip line.
Oh shit, you know what? I have a
Is there a
portal. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you?
passageway up here? Okay.
All right, if you can get to me.
Just get away, We're together.
doing a
We're
portal?
together. I'm right behind you. Yep. Yeah,
Go ahead.
go ahead and drop it.
There we go. All right, cool.
I'm right behind you. Yeah. Oh shit. There's this revive thing up here, but that circle's going to burn too much
Yeah.
for us to get to it. Oh, God, are both of these outside the
Shit,
circle?
people are fighting right here. There's one in the circle on the other side of the
Yeah,
circle.
let's let them fight. Oh, okay.
Actually, this one's right here. This one is like just inside, I think. Oh no, it's just outside. Fuck.
Okay, yep. Oh shit, well, do you have any
Yeah, I have
heals
some
of any
heals. I don't
sort?
know if it's. Yeah.
I've got no heals.
It's got it. It's got it.
Here, I'll send you a. I'll throw you a zip line to get back. Okay.
Right, what's the change top of the
You got a Havoc here. There's some light ammo. And if you get on top of the box, you can get up. Yeah, there's a Gibraltar going off up there.
If either you got, you have any heals, I got no heals.
Ring's pretty close.
Yeah, we'll get to under the diving board. Thank you, thank you. Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Here, Monkey, I'll give you some heals as well.
Okay.
Right, I say we'll go over here and
also, I can give you a Hemlock or an Alternator, whichever one you want. You good? Okay. Alright, bro.
I'm 73% on another zip.
Okay. Okay.
2 of the other squads are fine.
This is very exciting. I'm actually like, I normally don't get like amped up with this game. So.
Yeah, sometimes, man. I know what you mean. Sometimes I'll get like sweaty palms and shit. It just depends on the game.
My palms are definitely sweaty.
Oh, dude, there we go.
Palms are sweaty. I can feel my heart's racing a bit. I'm actually feeling hot and stuff.
Yeah, man, that storm might kill one of the other squads. It might kill both of them.
Here we go. Hayden, I hope you're still here.
Kill him, Storm.
You're about to see some magic, I think. My ass is starting to hurt a little bit.
Heads up. Not all of us are in the ring.
Palms sweaty,
Yeah.
ass in pain. Sounds like a good game.
Sounds like you're playing the wrong kind of game, but you know.
Hey, we got the circle too. Guys, let's get in this fucking building and let them come at us.
Do that. I like it.
Come at us, bro. Oh, this is tense.
Very tense.
Oh, I heard a wraith close by.
My palms are like the an airplane when he's fucking sweating. That's airplane, right? Where he's like wiping buckets of bucket.
Oh, I can't remember. I have seen it,
Where
but
he's
it's
just
been
like
a while.
sweating like an insane amount, just like he won't stop. Or when he's trying to land a plane.
I think you're right. That's kind of like jogging my memory a bit. Tense. I heard a wraith earlier, unless that was you, Joe. So
No, I
one
didn't
squad
do
is
any
close to us, I think.
wraith stuff.
Oh, there they come again.
they'll be up top.
Good. We're inside.
I hear them. They're outside. They're outside.
Yep. Oh, shoot
Watch
through the
the
window!
doors and windows. Shit. Shit. Oh shit, there's a guy blocking the door with a gas trap. Be calm, I'm throwing a grenade. They're trying to gas us. There's a circle. One's in here, the caustic is in here, he ran out. I'm popping their fucking ass off.
Gibraltar's on me.
Gibraltar's fucking dead.
Got one down.
Oh shit. I definitely didn't need to do that, but just...
Yep.
Yep,
I'm
same here.
healing, I'm healing.
Need to recharge my shields. 1 minute. Ring's pretty close.
Oh, he's got me, I'm blocking him with the shield.
Oh, my accuracy's terrible! gotta go back inside. The gas is killing him.
Perfect. Perfect.
You're in a hot zone. Eyes are open now.
Oh, excellent try. I don't understand how there were still two other squads.
Yeah,
there,
that was
dude. Somebody was edge boarding the shit out of them. How did they win? I bet there was a squad with one guy and he was being a little bitch.
Must have been the little bitch guy. It's always a little bitch guy.
Oh, look at
1,000
that.
damage.
Nice damage, Joe. Hell yeah. Okay, so let's see here. 2,000, 2,800, 2,970, 2,988 damage.
Bang.
You know, those are 9 kills. That's what I call a good game.
Yeah, I mean, it's only like the 3rd time I've ever broken 1,000 damage, so I'm super stoked about that.
Hell yeah. Hey, Monkey, are you using like the Connect for your mic?
No, I've got the Xbox up because my mic recently saying
Okay.
Give me a minute.
Now, oh, yeah, I can hear you better now. Earlier in the game, it was just kind of like you were a little bit away from it or something.
Yeah,
nice game, though.
I'm gonna go
game.
switching my drinks. Let me, if anybody's here, I'm gonna show you my sweet graphic design skills. Why is that not working? I'll do my potty time. My drink screen wasn't working for whatever. Chills and knocks that I probably wouldn't have gotten if I wasn't drinking. Yeah. And I'm back, everybody. No need to.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes a certain amount kind of lets you flow a little bit, so to speak. I don't know how else to say it.
No,
really.
it's. I mean, that's a pretty good description. It's. I felt it. There were some RE45 shots that were right on at a distance that I would have either overcompensated or undercompensated. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. I can hear you much better now.
Yeah, we're still Jordan's mic.
Yeah, so when was his I guess son born? Thursday. Yeah, he just shared a picture today. That's crazy. And you got a kid too, right?
We wouldn't talk about that one because it might not be mine.
I see. I see. But you know what? I mean, the kid needs a good role model. Whether it's yours or not, it needs a role model or it'll turn out to be a piece of crap. You don't want to be a piece of crap.
That's true, but
she's your ex. So.
And recycle.
Yeah.
But you know,
Just like,
I mean, you do want to get a paternity test done. I mean, I would.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you know how to run your life. I'm just saying personally, I wouldn't, if I knew a kid wasn't mine, I would probably, well, it depends, you know, it depends.
Right.
Your own situation.
Well, I know, 100.
and she says no because I know he's yours. I wouldn't. So why don't you just give me a test to try and prove he's mine? She went, oh, because we can't. I'm like,
See, that's
all right.
suspicious. That's like,
yeah.
Especially like if you guys, it's tricky if you guys were together and she's like, oh, well, you don't trust me and it causes friction in the relationship. But if you guys aren't together, oh, you want to shoot me in the back, you bitch? You bitch? Oh, she shot me in the front too. Nice. Thank you.
Killed all three.
Nice.
Thanks for that. Knockdown shield here. Level 2.
Okay, I'll go the ammo.
A good friend of mine, who was considerably older than me. I would hang out with him sometime, and like, I mean, you know, he was like a generation older than me. You know, he's like 30 years older than me, or 20 or 25, 30 years older than me. And we were hanging out one time, and he visited like this girl that was a little younger than me.
Might be something good this way.
And he was nice to her and stuff, and I didn't really understand his relationship with her, and he later told me that, like, he wasn't sure if it was his kid or his son's kid. Yeah, like with the same woman, but he was like, you know, either way, like his son, and
it's
his son
either
had
my
died. I forgot how he died, but
changes things.
Yeah, like they had both.
It's either his son or his grandson.
So like,
be nice either way.
Yeah, right. But either way, and like his son had died, and he had been, you know, heartbroken a long time over that, you know, and like, so either way, like, you know, he wasn't raising her because I guess her mom was raising her, but like, he was in her life, you know, but I thought that was a weird situation, you know. I'm sure it's happened before, but it's a strange one.
I mean, like, I kind of would like to know the story. Like, did they fuck her together, maybe?
1 minute rings.
Yeah, I don't know the
so
story.
he doesn't know. Like,
no, it wasn't
some shit.
It was separate. I think she was just kind of, you know, she just got around a lot, and like, they both just separately at different times. But yeah, it is weird. I don't think it was running a train, because that'd be real.
So yeah, we ran a train, and then she got pregnant.
A father-son train.
Yeah.
Choo choo.
So now it just calls me. I don't know. I was gonna try to make a joke between father and grandfather, but the joke would be grandfather, and it would just not be a funny joke.
Right.
Yeah,
That's fucked up, but it's true. Oh shit.
Standard stock here. Level 1. Gotta hop up here.
Oh shit! That's disruptor rounds? Yes. Oh, I don't have the. No. Where is that? I just saw.
There's an alternator near me.
Yeah, the ring's coming. I just saw one that was like right here somewhere.
There's one right there.
Okay.
Can't find that one.
Oh, here it is. Nice. Okay, cool. Alright. Yeah, now I got both hop-ups. I'm ready to get these fucking merc kids. They call me Young Merkleys, because I'm merking these kids. Sir Mercs a lot. Oh, what?
I got fucked up from somewhere in this direction. I'm trying to heal.
Heading to 23, they have white, they're behind that rock.
But I'm ready to kill. Monkey, I'm with you.
Yeah.
Oh, right here.
Where they at? Hit him for some couple bursts.
Oh, they're shooting from behind.
Oh shit, yeah, there's another one.
No, monkey.
Shredded.
Oh, he got that one.
Not
Monkey
bad.
got that one. There's another one up though.
There's a wraith on
Where's
me.
he at?
He's shooting over a fucking head. I'm shooting over a fucking head.
Oh, good try, good try.
Oh, good.
Oh, you guys were doing good. Good game, Monkey.
God damn it, man.
Oh, if I concentrate, I can actually do well.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, you were
good.
lighting it up the first 3 games, like insanely. Even the last one, that pit you
Yeah.
killed, or maybe that was the beginning of
I'm
this
up
game.
considerably in my points.
Yeah, so I'm up 12 points since you've joined. I think I was
Sweet.
240. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. I'm just getting ready for season 3 now,
Yeah,
because that
I'm
looks sick.
definitely ready for season 3.
Oh, I didn't. Was there some videos showing some previews of the gameplay?
At the bottom right of your under your challenges, that thing rotates, and it'll say season 3 trailer. You can click on it, and watch it. Or you can just
Oh,
do
thanks. Okay.
whatever.
I think we're going to Lifelines and Octane's own planet, because with our Lifeline said that at start.
Oh yeah, she did say like that's normal around here or something.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, I'll do it in a minute, Dad. Well, what time are you going?
Listen and fight.
Alright, we're gonna trash the whole lobby this game.
Hell yeah. Suck it, lobby.
I mean, it's swinging past my knees, so there's plenty to suck.
What do you guys... Swinging past your knees. What are you guys thinking?
Don't care.
Guys gotta
No, I
feel...
don't care.
No more freaking flyer bitch miles from my boy. Talking G5. Let's see here. Let's do Skull Town. Let's
do
fuck
it.
them up.
I'm going over there.
All right, I'm coming toward where you marked.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm going kind of the back
Oh, I
side.
landed on his roof. Does
That's
somebody
what
land
you
up here
marked.
with me? Oh my god, we both got energy guns and he was just quicker on the draw.
On an alternate.
No gun.
Nope, he's not gonna let me go.
Dude. How many rooms with no
Yo,
gun?
so he
How
can't
many
hit
rooms
me
with no gun?
for shit when I'm crawling. Oh, wait, that's Monkey. Never mind. Come on in. Oh, he just threw a grenade.
This
I'm
whole
dead.
building had no gun. I
Well,
don't
there-
have a gun.
There's a Havoc on my
Okay, now I
body.
got an Eva. Coming to avenge you. I'm coming to you, Monkey. I hear him on the roof or something.
Oh, he's almost dead.
Nice.
Yep. Gas is hitting us. Oh, he smoked me. Oh, there's 2 of them. Damn, that was rough.
That was my
Skull Town was a
fault. I
bad
dropped
idea.
early and landed on the roof. And that just set all those dominoes up.
Dude, I ran
Nice
through that
all
whole
good.
building and couldn't find a gun. I had to go to like, I mean, that building was composed of like 6 rooms or something, and there wasn't a gun in sight.
Well, that sucks. That's straight garbo.
It is straight carbo, yeah. Monkey, we were playing with some random the other night, and we had like a bad luck game or something, and Grim heard the random like it was like a glitch. He wasn't in a party, but he heard the kid say we were Garbo.
My teammates are straight garbo or something. That's so ridiculous.
Some fucking
It's funny,
people
though.
on this game though, they think there's something good, right? And then when they die, they're like, oh, the shit, I can do better.
I love
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes they're not even, they have 0 damage or something.
That happened to us, me and Zero were playing, and this dude that I played with before, he came in my stream, he went to, this is, I don't know, a month ago, comes in my stream, wants to play, why we have room, he joins, we play, and we send each other friend requests, he comes back, and we're playing, it's me and him, and he had a couple games where he had 0 damage, and then me, him, and Zero play, and I think me and Zero had 0 damage, and he had like 200 damage and 0 kills, and like he says some shit like, my team or you guys fucking suck. What did he say? You heard him, I didn't.
It's something like that, yeah.
Like,
I can't remember
suck,
it,
and then
but
just like left.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Like, yo, bro, like the game right before this, you had 0 damage and 0 kills. The game right before that, you had 0 damage and 0 kills. Like, you can suck a fucking dick.
That's right.
I think it was other night when I was playing with my mate. Between me and my mate, we won the game and we had 14 kills between us both. We had this lifeline. No kills, 77 damage. No kills whatsoever. She got carried.
Yeah, definitely did.
She sent us a text message. Can I play with you? My mate went, fuck no. I'm not having you in here.
Fuck no.
Monkey, you might have already said so. Are you from Northern England?
Yeah.
What part of England are you from?
South Yorkshire, I believe.
Okay,
That's where we
okay.
moved. I can't remember what day it was yesterday.
You guys just moved? Is that what you just said?
Oh, I can't remember. I'm all over the place today. And, well, saying that, I think I've got short-term memory loss. Because at a minute, I can't remember.
I mean,
jack shit.
Yeah, my memory is straight garbo.
Pure garbo.
It was pure garbo, yeah. Pure garbo. Yeah, my memory is terrible.
We've got a squad with us here, and we've got a squad. You've got 2 people on you, I think.
Yeah, I see at
there's
least
no guns
one.
in here, of course there's not.
I'm about to.
Oh no! I'm bringing them down with me. Whoever's in here, protect me.
Yep.
They're right there.
Yeah, I'm out of ammo. I'm trying to get this fucker. Oh, I got one down.
That's monkey. That's monkey. Did you do anything to that guy when you jumped in?
I'm trying to get.
Because it looked like you just like.
I got one guy. Yeah,
I didn't see the punch. It just looked like you fell on top of him and he died.
I just like. Just the
That's
weight
what it
of
looked
the
like.
robot.
That's really what it looked like.
Nice job, guys. Here's 2 syringes. Maybe 1 apiece or something.
Yeah, just pick.
I'm all good for health.
Oh, okay. Mechanic, here's 2 syringes.
Oh wait, I gotta switch this back. I don't have any heavy. Thank you.
Here's 2 alternators and some light ammo.
I thought I picked back the bush.
Yeah, no, I grabbed it. My apologies, bro.
It's all good. I'm trying to switch cores and I thought, don't know what, I can't be asked just
Here,
for
I
people
don't
to have a
have.
go.
Actually, I don't have a lot of bullets. So if you want it, you can have it.
I'm all good with Havoc. I prefer the Havoc open
Okay.
proportion anyway.
I might do.
Are you originally from the Yorkshire area, Monkey, or did you say you moved there?
I think we were originally South Yorkshire.
Oh, did you move somewhere else and then come back or something?
Yeah, I think so. I can't even remember. I think so.
Right, I used to listen to some, oh shit, enemy. I've hit this guy for about 60. He's on the
Dude,
roof.
I never healed up. I forgot to
He's,
fucking heal up.
Pathfinder.
Running around with fucking half health.
I did. Yeah, he's hurt
Oh,
60. Nice.
Nice. We died.
Oh, I thought you killed him.
Nice.
Nice. We're dead.
I thought I did. He was so low.
Yeah, I think he had a buddy with him or something.
Oh, well, he just got knocked down.
Yeah, I was hiding under the stairs like Harry Potter.
I used to listen to these, just been thinking about
Yeah.
Ron all night.
I can't get that ginger motherfucker out of my head.
I've got to pee. I'll be right back. Shit, it's so late. I still got it. I got to do
shit.
one more game.
Yeah,
anyway,
yeah,
but
one
I
more
just
game.
gotta pee.
It's 5 o'clock. One more game.
Yeah, yeah. You know,
Yeah.
it's early yet. I'll be right back.
Yeah, we've been on a roll. I had no idea it was this late. I think Grim got off at like 3:30 or something like that. Definitely didn't feel like an hour and a half passed.
No, I do have some mango left.
You know what's fucked up? I don't know how to... Wait, maybe if I go back to my page. I don't know how to...
Come back.
See how many followers I have. I'm terrible at this streaming thing.
It's the alcohol.
I mean, I'd like to think so.
Maybe it's the mouse.
Maybe it's the mouse. I don't even know what you're talking about.
I mean, why can't it just have one button?
The actual mouse. No, there's got to be like a page where like I can see how many followers I have. There has to be, right? It just there should be.
Yeah, it should be on your home. You know, you'd think it'd be on your like dashboard or whatever. You
But
know.
I don't see. I can see that I got 2 viewers. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the fun show where we take the stuff and things happen. Oh, and you know what? I never changed. I'm still streaming Minecraft. I've never changed that.
What the fuck? That fucking skin looks sick.
Yeah, I like that race scale.
Oh my god.
What's up, Monkey?
Lifeline's got a devil skin.
What? I've seen Bloodhound has like a
Oh, I
crazy
think
red thing.
Yeah, I think I saw Bloodhounds.
There's a thin line between
Yeah, that Peacekeeper skin looks sick as well.
So if any...
Oh, do you have it equipped, Monkey?
Huh?
I'm gonna let one of you guys jump.
Oh, you monkey.
Keeps giving it to me.
God damn it. Alright. We're going labs.
Alright.
So I'll play one more game after this, because this is going to be super quick,
If we
I'm
get-
sure.
Yeah, yeah. If this is over quick, I'll play one more.
It's
Oh,
just us.
shit.
What?
Oh,
That's insane.
what?
No.
That never happens. I'll drop 20
That would be
energy.
swell, thank you.
Nice.
Havoc here.
There's blue armor in here. Yeah, there we'll go.
Oh, hell yeah. Does everybody have a bag?
Yes.
Yeah.
Alright.
I'm taking all the ammo. I'm not leaving anything for anybody else to find.
Yeah, suck it. Suck it, teammates.
Well, my teammates. I like my teammates.
We're
We're
not alone.
Oh, you're...
No.
Okay.
People have been up here.
Okay. We're a little behind you, Monkey. We're coming though.
On me.
Okay.
There's somebody over there, too.
Hostile right here.
Let's get high ground and worry
Okay.
about that bitch later.
I'm running toward Monkey. Yeah. Oh, that was me. I thought you were an enemy.
Oh, we just got pulsed.
Oh shit! I thought
So
that
now
was a
detective,
dude. I
there's
don't.
a bloodhound just right here.
Okay.
I believe I could fly. I believe I could touch the sky.
On me. There's a pathfinder up here. Shields are down.
Broke her shield.
Bang to our right. But yeah, let's get this.
Dude, this
fucker.
is like crazy. We're like jumping off shit.
Bang's up here.
Coming with you. Almost there. I'm looking. Oh shit! I got behind some rocks.
Pulled the old rock trick.
Where is this fucker? He's hauling ass. I do not. Did he take the zip? I couldn't see him
No, I
on it.
don't see anybody out there.
He must have. He got out of here.
Yeah, he was like, yo, sorry teammates, but there are 3 Jason Bournes, so I have to go.
That's right. That's right. Sorry.
Sorry. I gotta go. Today's letter of the day is ass kicking.
That's right. Alright, I'm following
Take
Monkey.
those shield cells. I'm coming, Monkey. You need some heals, bro.
I got 2 shield cells.
I can't take them. They're just leaving them behind. Yeah, I don't think he's coming back. Oh no, okay. I thought he was running away.
Is
Oh, energy ammo! Yay!
Monkey, you need
Nah, he
shields?
needs like heals.
I'm all good.
Alright.
Oh, you have them? Okay.
I'm good.
She's
You
there.
can use them. Okay. Here, I'll pick them up. Here you go.
He's running into Hydro, I do believe.
Okay. Damn.
Oh, hey guys, the ring is closing and we got max run. We might, instead of chasing them, we might want to just get toward the ring.
Yeah, I say we do that. I say we go this way.
Because we might get in like a fight and get screwed.
Oh, somebody's being brought back right here.
Oh, she's up here.
Good call, Zero.
Thank you.
Right, there we go. Let's see how they like that.
Oh, you mean
They
right
just
here?
called in and-
Oh shit.
Yeah, that was monkeys.
Airstrike.
That's mine, don't worry.
Okay.
Where the fuck have they gone?
Can't
Down
take
here.
that 6-0, so you. Alright, I'm going to. Go to Monkey.
Yeah, me too.
That's another airstrike. Bangalore.
Oh, the
she's
ring
here.
is coming. Monkey, yeah, we better run. The wall is right in our face.
Yes, it is. Monkey, there's a blue shield
Yeah,
here
yeah.
if you can get to it.
I'm gonna throw, Monkey, if you can come toward us, I'm gonna throw a zip line pretty far.
Yeah.
If it'll let me. You son of a bitch game. There we go. That's not really far, but it's a little way. I couldn't find a good spot in time. Oh, we're pretty close though after the zip.
Monkey!
Shit. Monkey, are you getting fired on?
No, I had a bloodhound though.
Okay. Yeah, if you can run, do you know where the zip is?
Yeah, I just took it.
Okay. We got
Yeah.
meds.
Medkit here.
I'll use this.
Yeah, and go ahead and take one of those syringes too. Good play. That's probably burning those
Yeah,
guys that were
burning the
close
shit out
to
of
us.
that bloodhound. You sucker ass majucka. Come at me.
People here.
Okay.
Oh shit. Okay.
They're in there.
Oh, one is way out. One is in the building at least.
Yeah, the one in the building just fucking raped me. And they're chasing me?
Where is he? Dude, I just ran through the building and he must have
someone
ran out.
underneath?
Nope, here he
Fucking yeah. It's a guard wraith.
One's
Damn, that
upstairs.
wraith.
Oh fucking way, this Wraith's almost
Walking
dead.
upstairs. Oh, what? What did he kill me with, dude? I've got to look at this death recap because I don't believe that shit. What? Oh my god, dude. A guy hit me for 99 with a Peacekeeper and I got hit for 75 with an Arc Star. Same guy. He must have stuck me. He stuck me with the Arc Star, then while it was ticking, he shot me with the Peacekeeper and then I exploded. And it was like
That's
all in a
pretty
second.
impressive.
Fuck.
Fuck you, Mr. McFluffy
Yeah, that
Kitty.
was super luck. Yeah, I thought I had his ass too because I hit him a couple of times with the 301 and like, wow, that was good luck, kid. Or you're a badass or something.
Hats off to you.
I'll play
Yeah, I'll
one
do one
more,
more.
whatever you guys are feeling.
I am not
okay.
ready for bed. The problem is if my girlfriend wakes up and sees me still playing at 5 in the morning, I'm gonna be in trouble.
Your eyes are all pupil like little
Yeah.
orphan Annie.
I'm sorry, I don't... Can I have some more? That's not Orphan Annie. That's...
Sorry, Uncle Pennybags. Or whatever.
So, if I'm not streaming Monday at 10, you know it's because my girlfriend killed me. just realized my music stopped. Oh, so Zero, I got hit. I assume I did. Facebook cut my stream off earlier when I was playing Minecraft. And that was part of why I wanted to switch back then. I think it was because I was playing Mercules, who I've played the past like 3 streams and nothing has happened. You know what I mean? Because he's a good rapper, but he's not on like a major label, so I figured they wouldn't have anybody like patrolling streams and stuff. But
yeah,
I don't know. Facebook just stopped us. I didn't get a message or anything. It just cut out.
Huh. I wonder if it was just a bug or if it was a copyright thing. Is Mercules from your area?
Canada.
Oh, okay. You should ride him and be like, look, I'm from fucking Levittown, Quebec, and you know, can I get the rights to stream your shit? You know, get your name out there.
I mean, he's not like a Lil Wayne or Drake or whatever, but he's making money.
But he's got a following.
He's got like 300,000 Instagram followers or some crazy shit.
Yeah, that's a lot.
So I mean, I have like 120, so it's a little bit more than I have.
Hell, that's not bad. As I've mentioned before, I have an Instagram account just linked through Facebook, but like there's a photo on there. I have one photo and I don't even remember taking the fucking picture. It's like blurry. It's like some town or city and it's blurry and I'm like, what the? I don't remember ever being there in my life. It's like, it's weird, dude. And I'm like, you know, you would think like maybe I got hacked, but it's just one picture and there would be no point in it, so I don't think so.
You're probably like drinking out with some people and you're like, yeah, I wonder if this town is really blurry or if it's just my eyes. Let me take a picture of this. Turns out the town's really blurry.
Yeah, it's totally fucking weird, dude. I mean, I don't ever remember being in this place. Like, usually if I go out of town for like a 2-3 hour drive somewhere, you know, I can recognize the spot, you know, because it's places I've been a few times, but I have no fucking idea.
So you don't even know.
It's just
like,
that and a picture of Goatsy.
Of Goatsy, what is that?
Look up Goatse on Google Images.
I mean, I don't know if I want to. I don't know what you're signing me up for.
No, you want to. You should.
What was it? S-E what?
Goatse. It may be goatsy.cx. But Goatse is and then Google image that shit.
Hold your breath if you have to breathe.
The infamous photo of a man stretching his anus to the diameter of a grapefruit brought precision-targeted disgust to this battle. In the mid-90s, a hacker group called the Hick Crew found a photo circulating the pornographic. So is that what you were trying to get me to look up? A giant anus?
Yeah, I was hoping you'd go straight to images without reading, but you used your literacy to your advantage.
It popped up and it looks like somebody made turned it into art or something. So it looks like it's like it looks like it's fucking peanut butter. I don't know what it is, but
somebody, a friend did that to me, and I just thought, you know, I should spread the cultural icon there.
No, I was like, what? I don't know what the fuck a Goatsy is.
It's kind of like Two Girls, One Cup.
Yeah. Not that I liked that sort of thing. That was weird. I mean.
Monkey's just like,
Also
who are
comes
these
back to me.
fucking guys?
Yeah, man. 2 Girls, 1 Cup. Like, it just feels like it's gotta be fake. It's so gross.
Yeah, I hope so. Like, the first 10 seconds, it's like, oh, this is hot.
Yeah,
It's like,
like-
brrr.
Like what? Like how? Why?
We were watching that at work. Like, when I worked at a phone company in tech support, and like the secretary, like a lady secretary, we were talking about it, and she heard us, and she was like, "Let me see it. What is this?" And we were
Yeah,
like, "Yeah, you probably
definitely
don't
don't
want to
wanna
watch
watch
it, whatever." But she watched it, and she was just like, I mean, she was like, you know, that's gross. But she fucking watched it. But when I saw that first cup of soft serve there, man, I had to look away, dude. I was like, brr,
I mean, even calling it soft serve like turns
I
my
had to
stomach.
look away. and she just watched it, man. she had the fucking fortitude to watch it, and I
Dude,
was just
women
like,
are
oh
so
my
much
god,
better
how,
than we
how
are,
do you
like
even
at
look
everything.
that?
Like
They are. They're,
I was
they're
like
pretty
breaking
tough.
Kim's balls about something. I forget what it was, but I was like about how I'm like tougher than she is. Cause we're talking about the dog. Cause like I let like Opie when we play, I like let him like bite my hands and stuff, and she like freaks out. So I was talking about how like yeah, like I let him do it because like it kind of hurts a little bit, but it's like whatever, it's not that bad. And like how she can't tolerate it, and she's like, I could definitely take more pain than you. I'm like, I don't know. You don't act like it. You know what I mean? You act like a little bitch. But I'm sure she could. I mean, like women like, and then
Yeah, women can take.
of course
a
she
lot.
brought up child
Boss
birth, and I'm
clothes.
like, listen, you don't know how big my poops are. Like, don't give me that childbirth shit. Like, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
No worries.
You didn't give
No,
up
I
the
did
blue for
not.
that purple, did you? Okay. That's pretty funny, Joe. You don't know
Yeah.
how big my poops are.
And she's like, right, but just think about it. Like, you know how big a baby is, right? You know how big a vagina is. I'm like, right. You know how big an anus is. And if I pooped out a baby-sized poop, like, I think the anus would. I mean, maybe not, but it's pretty close.
Yeah. No, I see your point. 8.5 pure
Yeah.
inch, you know.
You know what I mean?
Lost a life.
Oh, someone just landed on me. Oh my god,
Oh yeah,
somebody
there's
landed on
someone's
me.
died
right here. Oh, okay. There's also one out here in the wilderness, but I'm coming to
I'm
you.
just running away like a bitch.
This might be 2 different squads.
They're on the roof, I think. Nope, they're behind me. They're hiding in this fucking house. You fucking camping ass,
shit.
fucking hoe bag ass robot.
Oh, you bitches.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Robots
Good
down.
morning, baby. I love you. Don't give me the finger. I told you guys I had to get off. You guys just got me in trouble.
I'm with you. I'm
She's
with
never
you.
gonna believe that this was gonna be our
Oh,
last
he's got
game
his.
anyway.
Good job. Good job. Oh, here's a dude. Broke his armor. Oh, I'm down, but he's hurt bad. Nice.
Fucking
Hell
down.
yeah.
There's one more guy.
Oh yeah. I'll throw us a zip line. Oh, he's coming
Yeah,
up.
yeah.
He's coming up
One more
to
guy.
you. Oh, good try, dude. Damn. Oh, you're still alive? Okay.
What? I thought you definitely died there, monkey. That's crazy.
Dude, did you just
Yeah.
kill him? That's badass.
Well, I was spectating you, Zero. So
Yeah.
like when everything went gray, I'm like, oh, he died. Okay, it's over. But that monkey did not die.
Yeah, I thought so too. That was fucking Schwarzenegger style. Get to the chopper.
That's, I mean, it's crazy. If I could play, I mean, as good as Monkey, I might have people actually like stick around.
Yeah, Monkey, do you stream, Monkey?
You
Not
should.
much.
Oh, maybe you don't want to respawn us here because we're like, yeah, don't respawn us here. It's max.
Yeah, we would
max run. Damn, Monkey, that was awesome, dude. Good kills.
But yeah, I mean, if you're playing, you should be streaming, because you never know what's gonna happen. I mean, like, it takes a lot of effort to be like big and whatever, like a lot of like Instagram. You know what I mean, like following, commenting, doing all that stuff, like actually being engaged with people. But even if you don't do that, if you're playing, you should be streaming. You never know. You might have an amazing clip that you're like, damn, that was good. Let me take it right off Twitch, because Twitch will record everything. So you can just take it right off of that. You make a clip. You send it to one of those Apex or whatever game montage sites where it's like crazy things happening, and people come and follow because of that, either because it was a good play or because it was a funny thing that happened or because of whatever.
Yeah, Joe, hell, you should make like a fucking montage video of some of your shits and, like, you know, stitch your best moments together like you're 24/7 badass, you know?
I mean, I'll only have enough for like one video. All the times I've ever been good just like fits in one video.
Hey, you only need, it's one promo, man. One good promo.
Yeah, well, I'm working on learning how to edit videos. Once I get that down, I will. Because then that's the thing, like I learned how to like write Facebook ads and stuff.
Good job.
But like to write an ad to direct people to the Twitch, I have no telling when they're gonna see it. You know what I mean? Like they might fit my audience, but they might see it on like Tuesday or like Monday.
Oh, there's a place in the. Oh, I see. Never mind. Sorry, Monkey. I see, you're right.
Hey, it's all good. Or it might be like Monday at like 9 a.m. where somebody sees my ad and they go to my stream and I'm not live, and it's like it's a waste. But if I could edit it, make some good videos, and then send them to a YouTube channel, then they go definitely have a bigger impact.
I need to try to find some syringes or something. I am
Yeah. Yeah, Joe, with Windows 7, there's you can download Windows Movie Maker, and now it's very basic, but it has a few things. You know, you can get clips out of different videos and, you know, make them into one, and it has a few special effects and stuff like that. Oh shit! Enemies! Oh yeah.
Purple shield, hit her for
right
75. Oh, behind me, motherfuckers!
Oh yeah,
That
whole
sucks.
squad.
Nah, couldn't
Good
do what I
try,
had no
good try.
health.
Yeah, there was no chance. It was a whole squad.
That sucks to go out in a game like that. Out of all the games we had,
Good game though. Yeah, good damage.
yeah, man,
Good
good
kills.
damage, good kills.
Yeah,
GG's, I appreciate it, gentlemen. Yeah, I'll talk to you.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll definitely be on Monday. I don't know if I'll be on over the weekend.
Yeah, I'll be on soon. I don't know either, because like I got somebody coming up to. I got something going on Sunday, and I don't know about tomorrow. But yeah, we'll play soon.
Sounds good.
Guys.
Yeah, if you ever need it, invite me to
Okay.
party and I'll come play with you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you too. Yeah, I'm adding you here, Monkey.
Adios,
See you
fellas.
guys.
Yep, see you later, mate. See you later, Joe.
Alright. So that is the end. Should have been much earlier, but I was getting carried away with the how good we were doing. You know what I mean? I made it from the bottom of silver 2 to middle of silver 1. I need like 25 more points to get the gold, which honestly that's like could be 2 good games, and you can get like 10 11 points a game. But yeah, so I want to thank you. Let me mute this first and foremost. Let's shut that shit down. Shut it down. So I want to thank everybody for coming out. I appreciate it. It means the world to me. It really does. Could be anywhere on a Friday night, but you're here hanging out, even if it's 30 seconds or 30 minutes. It doesn't matter. I appreciate it. I want to thank. Let's start off with Ram for the games. I want to thank Ram. I want to thank Grim for the games. Thank Zero for the games, and thank Monkey for the games. Appreciate the people who came in for the Minecraft. I want to thank Eins Giminer for coming in and chatting it up from Germany, and for the follow. Also want to thank I Am Hayden Tenno for coming in and hanging out here now at the end of the stream. Appreciate it. I want to thank people who came in. So whether it was Facebook or Twitch, Mixer, YouTube, wherever you came in at and you hung out, I really appreciate it. But to those who didn't